Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, lore and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today and those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies?
Chair, I wish to advise that Councillor Ryan Murphy will be absent today, and I move that he be granted a leave of absence from the meeting.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that Councillor Murphy be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. Are there any other apologies? Confirmation of minutes, please.
Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,779th meeting held on Tuesday, the 11th of November 2025 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that the minutes of the 4,779th meeting of Council held on the 11th of November 2025 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, I would now like to call on Ms Linda Pinches and Ms Vanessa Burton-Ogle, who will address the chamber on West End Estate and Queensland Can Factory.
Madam Chair, Lord Mayor and councillors. I'm Dr Linda Pinches. I'm a vet, not a city planner, so I'm not going to tell you all the reasons why the DA at 33 Vulture Street are incompatible, or why you'd allow a pre-1940 structure to be demolished for a three-storey car park. Instead, I'm going to talk to you about what I do know from 35 years of veterinary experience. The dog park on the third floor might look good in a brochure, but it's a stupid idea. Why? Because dogs that are elevated think they're dominant and they will bark at things below them. You've all experienced the joy of passing by barking balconies. Nightmare. Worse, the dog park is on the southern side of the building. That means shade, and shade means pathogens survive. Things like parvovirus, salmonella, worms. We're already seeing an increase in hookworm, drug-resistant hookworm, and they can burrow into your skin. The neighbouring properties, the pets and their owners are at risk too because they're going to be in shadow for most of winter. In here, you say, let's strike the balance between building more homes and protecting the tin and timber. So I ask you, how is a 16-storey building in the West End estate protecting it? Owners have rules for how to look after their cottages, but for developers, the rules seem like the pirate code. Yeah, a bit like guidelines. They're making a mockery of the city plan. The developers like pit bull terriers. They're stubborn, need good guidance or strict control, or they can be deadly because they lock on and don't give up. Australia banned pit bulls. Councillor Allen, I ask that we can speak with you. Councillors, please, let's uphold the city plan. Say no to the pit bulls, because what we do here sets the precedent for Brisbane. Over to you, Vanessa.
Madam Chair, Lord Mayor, Councillors, my name is Vanessa Bertinoli, President of the Western State School P&C, representing more than 1,500 students, 950 families and 250 staff. This development is not just a planning matter. It directly affects children's safety, privacy and well-being. And we appreciate Council's recognition of our active travel efforts, but we are deeply concerned about the proposed development directly opposite our school. More than 200 vehicles would enter and exit beside our already congested stop, drop and go, where hundreds of young children enter and exit beside our already congested area. An increase in traffic heightens the risk of vehicle pedestrian accidents involving children. Many of you are parents, maybe some of you grandparents. You expect a safe learning environment for your children, and so do we. The tower would also overlook our school with direct sightlines into classrooms, playgrounds, and our swimming pool, where all of our students have weekly lessons. This raises serious concerns of child privacy and safety, and our community expects development that safeguards well-being, not one that places children under constant surveillance, including the worrying prospect of pedophiles. When the school expanded in 2021, every effort was made to minimize impact on learning, and private developments do not operate with the same duty of care. We teach our children to follow the rules, yet this proposal seeks 16 stories in an 8-story zone. And if Council approves it, what message does that send? That rules don't matter? Planning must uphold integrity and community trust. And one approval sets a dangerous precedent, and we could soon face a wall of towers overshadowing our school with no space for children to learn or grow. West End State School's already close to capacity. Where will these children in towers go to school? This site also represents a missed opportunity to secure desperately needed education land in one of Brisbane's fastest growing inner city suburbs. You may say education is a state responsibility, but Council is at the ground floor of the problem. And zoning decisions shape our future, and once the land is lost, it's gone forever. In closing, we ask Council to uphold the city plan, uphold community expectations, and uphold its duty of care to our most important young citizens. We welcome a meeting with Councillor Adden to further discuss our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pinches and Ms. Bertinoli. I'd now like to call upon Councillor Allen to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Ms. Bertignoli and Ms. Pinches for coming in today and presenting to Council. We're obviously aware of your concerns about this particular development. As you may be aware, this particular development application at 33 Vulture Street was lodged on the 24th of April this year and properly made on the 15th of May. The issues that you've raised today are obviously will be part of Council's assessment. So the application is currently under assessment against the requirements of Brisbane City Plan and in accordance with the provisions of the State Planning Act. Now, I can assure you that every development application, including this one, is carefully assessed by Council's independent planning officers against the provisions and requirements of City Plan. So it's a well tested and structured process that ensures that community concerns can be factored into the assessment process. Now, you'll be aware that this particular application was on public consultation between the 11th of August this year and the 2nd of September, and I note that you've both lodged submissions, and that's something that we would encourage the community to do. Now, in the event that you're not satisfied with the ultimate decision that Council might make, and as I suggested, this is currently under assessment, because there's an impact assessable DA, you will have appeal rights to the Planning and Environment Court. I can assure you that certainly all submitter applications, whether they're properly made or otherwise, will be considered by Council's planning officers as they go through the assessment process. Now, just a little bit about the timeline on this application. Because it is under assessment, I can't speculate as to what the final decision will be. But I did want to provide you with some insights into, first of all, the timeline. So the application on the 11th of June 2025, Council submitted an information request to the applicant seeking additional information. The applicant responded on the 7th of August, and then public notification commenced. Council requested further information on the 10th of October, so not all that long ago, and is currently awaiting a response. So assessment of the application will continue pending the applicant's response to the issues mentioned earlier. Now, I know that this is probably technical planning information, but I understand that you are aware of sort of performance and acceptable outcomes under which our planning scheme operates. So in this particular instance, the issues will be dealt with through that mechanism. So there will obviously, or the applicant has requested certain performance outcomes, and that will be factored into the assessment process as well. You touched upon the site potentially being additional room for the school. At the end of the day, that is very much an opportunity that the state government, is having responsibility for education, would have to pursue. If they have a need to grow, then obviously they'd have to look at sites around the school. I'm not privy to the Education Department and what their intent is around expanding the school but nonetheless it is a state government responsibility. In terms of the heritage considerations on the building, we've got a very accomplished and capable heritage team in council who've looked at this, and their guidance is that the particular site holds no specific heritage value. I do understand a couple of the walls are being retained as part of the project, but it doesn't have heritage significance in the context that we view it. Now, I appreciate that may not be the outcome you were seeking, but I can assure you that this has been considered. So at this point in time, we are aware that the development is under assessment. It'll continue to be under assessment until such time as we have all of the information required. As I suggested earlier, we're still waiting on some information from the applicant. We're also welcome additional input from the community. They're welcome to make submissions even if they are outside of the public notification period. So once again, I can assure you that all the factors will be considered. We've got a range of challenges in this city around housing, and we need to be conscious of that and ensure that we can do everything we can to bring on additional housing in the city. And I thank you for coming in today.
Thank you, Councillor Allen, and thank you, Ms Pinches and Ms Bertinoli, for coming in today. Before I invite the next speaker, I just want to remind the public gallery not to interject. The conditions of entry into the council meetings are that members are not able to interrupt the proceedings, take photos or record the meeting, express dissent or disapproval, or display banners or placards. So I do remind the public gallery of that. I would now like to call on Mr Oliver Winwood, who will address the chamber on the traineeship in Brisbane. Thank you, Mr Winwood, for coming in. If you'd like to proceed when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Lord Mayor and councillors. My name is Cadet Petty Officer Oliver Winwood, and I am Traineeship Brisbane's Senior Cadet for 2025. TIAS Brisbane is part of the Australian Navy Cadets. Australian Navy Cadets is a youth development organisation for 13 to 18-year-olds. TIAS Brisbane was founded back in 2022 by Lieutenant Aaron Simpson as New Traineeship Brisbane. The founding goal was to give young people in the northwest inner Brisbane a chance to learn new skills combined with Navy tradition. Once our unit reached the magic number of 20 cadets, we were commissioned on the 27th of May 2023. During the commissioning ceremony, I participated in the Commissioning Guard, which is one of the most prestigious positions a cadet can achieve. Once the commissioning was completed, my unit went from a new training ship to a fully fledged training ship of the Australian Navy Cadets. Throughout the past 4 years, I have experienced and done so many things I never thought I could do. I participated in the last 4 Anzac Days by playing a key role in many services, including Catapult Party Commander at the Submariner Service in Tenerife 2025. Anzac Day has become an important calendar event each year for cadets to give back to the community and veterans. Our unit has built a connection with the Submariners Association Queensland and the Corvettes Association Queensland by providing both associations with a catapult party and flag party for Anzac Day services. Every year, cadets from every training ship get to attend a national camp. I had the great honour of attending 2 national camps. The first national camp was located in the Jervis Bay area in regional New South Wales. During the 2023 national camp, I visited both HMAS Creswell, which is the Navy Officers School, and HMAS Albatross, which is the Navy's only air station. The second national camp was located just outside Melbourne at HMAS Cerberus, which is the Navy's recruit school. On both camps, I got the opportunity to meet amazing people and explore what opportunities the Navy offer. During my cadet service, I went from a quiet recruit to the rank of Petty Officer, which is the second highest rank a cadet can achieve. Getting promotion wasn't easy, and at times was tough. But Navy cadets gave me the skills of persistence and hard work. At the beginning of this year, I was given the role of TS Brisbane Senior Cadet. This role is given to the highest ranking and longest serving cadet of the unit. My role is to run parade each Monday and to work with staff and cadets to achieve this goal. I am so thankful for the opportunity to lead my cadet unit, which has given me an insight into leadership and that you must work with people to find a common ground and work together to get the best results. One of my greatest passions is flags. At the start of every parade, we raise the Australian Navy Cadets ensign. The ANC ensign is made up of the Australian white ensign in the canton and the ANC badge in the fly. Another important flag for my unit is the TS Brisbane flag, which I personally designed with the help of my dad. Designing the flag was one of my greatest achievements, but also a challenge. It took me over a year, but once I designed it, I showed myself that hard work and patience paid off. Now my unit's flag is proudly on display for future cadets to aspire to be the best versions of themselves when they see this flag. Thank you, Madam Chair, Lord Mayor, and especially Councillor Stephen Toomey for this great offer to address you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Winwood. I'll now call upon Councillor Howard to respond.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and it gives me a great deal of pleasure to respond to Oliver, and particularly because I've met Oliver, of course, at the Submariners Anzac Day service, which has become such an iconic event in our area, and the work that the cadets do is truly appreciated, not only by the Submariners, but by all of the local residents who really appreciate what you do. I understand in the last couple of years it's been a little bit damp, and that you've all done extremely well. So, Oliver, thank you very much for sharing your story, because it's important for our councillors to understand and to know about something that we don't often hear about, and for you to share your experiences has been really well received by all of us here. I didn't know about designing the flag, so that is something that's extra special, but I do know that helping teenagers build confidence, leadership and teamwork is hugely important, and particularly in this day and age, and so we're very grateful for the work that TS Brisbane is doing for our young people. Yes, and I also know that Councillor Toomey is a great supporter of yours, and I'm delighted, of course, that you spend each Monday in my ward down by the river, and it's fantastic to understand the work that you do there and to know that it sets you up for skills that will carry you through life. So we really appreciate everything that you do, and of course, as the local councillor for Central Ward, I am especially proud that you based your TS Brisbane right in the heart of Central Ward. So I also want to give a big shout out to your volunteers. These kinds of programs don't run without people behind the scenes doing the hard work, and it's clear that you've got a great team. So we're very excited that you've come in to talk to us today. We all appreciate your words. We all understand the amount of effort that goes into these activities, and we're really grateful for you for being here today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Winwood, for coming in today. Councillors, are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or a Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Dixon.
My question is to the Chair of the Communities and the Arts Committee, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, our commitment to creating more to see and do across our city is well known. Can you please update the Chamber on our plan to work in collaboration to reactivate one of Council's historic assets?
Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you I thank Councillor Dixon for the question. Recently, Council announced that we would be seeking a partner to work with us to restore and enhance Brisbane's premier outdoor venue, the River Stage at the City Botanic Gardens. The new operating model will ensure the River Stage is upgraded while council funds are invested in building better roads, improving public transport and upgrading parks. As you know, Madam Chair, the River Stage was built in 1989 and has attracted a range of local and international artists, including Powderfinger, Lord, Benson Boone, and of course just recently, Teddy Swims, who I understand was a huge success. It is an iconic asset, but it needs a new lease of life to continue serving the people of Brisbane. And it's not the only heritage asset we have a plan to improve. I'm pleased to advise Councillor Dixon, through you, Madam Chair, that from the beginning of next year, Council will seek proposals from organisations willing to partner with us to restore and repurpose the Brisbane School of Arts building. Some councillors will recall this is a process that we were about to commence in 2019, but circumstances soon changed. There was a pandemic, a major flood, and global inflation crisis. And with those challenges still ongoing, we remain focused on key service delivery in the suburbs. Undertaking a significant restoration valued at tens of millions of dollars without a business case or a plan for the building's future is not something we are seeking to do right now. But it is time to have a conversation about what we can do with this building. And we think that there are people out there who are better placed than us to come up with ideas about the future of this grand old dame. As you know, Madam Chair, the School of Arts building on Ann Street is currently vacant and has been vacant for many years. It has worn several faces throughout its long history. The property was originally built in 1864 as accommodation for servants and was opened as the Brisbane School of Arts in 1878. A library extension in the southwestern area of the site was constructed in 1908. Shops to financially support the school were constructed at the Ann Street frontage in 1937 and an upper storey added in 1955, so quite a long history. In the 1960s, it came into council's ownership and continued to operate as a public library until 1981, when it was closed for a significant refurbishment. Madam Chair, this renovation was focused on restoring its heritage value rather than addressing the structural and safety challenges which were present and led to its closure more than 20 years ago. We recognise that opportunities for transformations like this are few and far between. There are only a handful of heritage assets left which would be suitable for such a renewal. So it's important that it's done once, it's done right, so that we can make sure it continues to deliver a legacy for Brisbane. Now we will seek proposals for the next chapter of the School of Arts building. We are open-minded about what form that proposal might take, Madam Chair. It's an enormous and unique building with lots of potential, but it also requires a lot of investment. And we've seen in recent years heritage buildings in this city renovated and renewed for public purposes by the university sector. UQ has undertaken significant restorations of Customs House and the old National Australia Bank. QUT has, of course, restored and continues to operate Old Government House as a function and cultural venue. And just up the road, the former Treasury Casino is undergoing a transformation into Griffith University's new flagship facility. We've also seen entertainment, cultural and hospitality destinations created out of heritage assets, like the old Port Office, now part of the Stamford Hotel. Similarly, the Anzac Square complex is now the Adina Hotel, and just up Creek Street is the Inchcombe Hotel, providing boutique accommodation steeped in heritage charm. Not far from the Treasury building, there's a significant restoration of the former Queensland Government precinct, with buildings like the Commissariat stores, the old State Library now being transformed as part of the Queen's Wharf project. And who could forget, Madam Chair, the much-loved Howard Smith Wharves? I mention these examples to illustrate the diversity of opportunity for the restoration of a grand heritage site, and we can't wait to hear what others have in mind, and I look forward to this process commencing early next year.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Is there nothing they won't privatise, the LNP? My question is to the Lord Mayor. In August 2022, you stood in this chamber and said you would be starting a trial of inclusionary zoning, lifting the height limits in neighbourhood plans for affordable housing. You said, and I quote from the council minutes, "If you currently have, say, 5 stories in the town centre, wouldn't it be good if you could maybe go to 6 or 7 if you provided a few levels of affordable housing?" End quote. It's been over 3 years since you announced this, Lord Mayor, so can you update the people of Brisbane on how your trial of inclusionary zoning is going?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Cassidy. I can confirm that a much larger scale trial has been done on this in the City of London, where the Labor Mayor Sadiq Khan was elected, saying that 50% of all new homes built in the City of London would be affordable homes through the inclusionary zoning policy. So that was his election promise, and after a while it became clear he wasn't able to deliver any of it, and in fact nothing was getting built. And so he reduced his inclusionary zoning target to 35% of all new homes. And guess what? That still didn't work. And so now he's seeking to...
Please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Cassidy.
Nice story about Sadiq Khan and the City of London, but on relevance, Chair, my question...
Councillors.
My question was specifically about the Lord Mayor's own statements in this council chamber, not in the London council chamber, but in this council chamber, what he said.
Thank you, Councillor. And the Lord Mayor has 5 minutes to answer the question.
And so as I was saying, which is directly relevant to the question because it's about inclusionary zoning, it's about exactly what Councillor Cassidy asked about. The 35% target was an abysmal failure, and so he's now said he's going to reduce it to 20%. And so the lesson on this, and so many other examples, is that, in fact, it doesn't solve the housing crisis. And so we've seen what's happened overseas, we've seen what's happened in other places, and this is one of those things that's often pitched by socialist mayors as a solution to the housing problem. And look, if they're wanting to call me a socialist mayor, that's on them, but I don't think anyone thinks that.
Councillor Cassidy, your point of order. 2 points of order.
I don't appreciate the Lord Mayor calling me a clown. Under his breath there, you obviously didn't hear that, so I guess we'll let that one go. But on
what's your second?
Not that one either.
What's your second point?
On relevance, I asked the Lord Mayor a specific question about a statement he made in this chamber on the record here, not about what's happening around the world. He made a promise, so we just want to know. The question's very simple.
Councillor.
How's the progress on his trial that he announced?
Again, the Lord Mayor has 5 minutes, and if he wants to provide that preamble to his answer, he is able to do so. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so it has been proven not to work, because what it does is it holds back housing supply, because it affects the feasibility and constructability of a particular project. Now, we already know that right now in Brisbane and across Queensland, and in fact in the major cities of Australia, there is a serious feasibility issue with new development, because the prices of construction have skyrocketed as a result of a number of factors, including the inflation on the costs of construction materials, but also because of the practices of the CFMEU that are adding 30 to 40% on the cost of construction. And so feasibility is already under massive pressure, and a lot of projects that should go ahead aren't able to go ahead. And to sit there and say, oh, that will magically make the developers lose money on a project.
Point of order.
It's just not going to happen. It is not going to happen.
Lord Mayor, I hope it's not a repeat of the last point of order, Councillor.
I'm just worried the Lord Mayor is confused.
No.
He's not addressing the question. The Meetings Local law is very clear, Chair, that the Lord Mayor has to answer the question.
The Lord Mayor is
very
answering
specific.
the question.
Over the last 3 years, could he please provide an update?
Thank you.
An update.
Thank you.
On his
Thank you.
on
We
his
heard
trial.
the question, Councillor. Lord Mayor.
Isn't it fascinating that Labor week after week asks questions but doesn't want to hear the answer and wants to interject and interrupt constantly, and particularly when relevant factual information is being pointed out? They certainly don't want to hear that. But inclusionary zoning is a false promise. It is a promise that has failed to deliver. And so there's one thing that I can tell you about the way I approach this job, and that is I learn lessons. And so if we've tried something and it doesn't work, or if we've investigated something and it doesn't work, well, then we won't continue with it. Now, there are some people that want to keep selling the false dream that there's some silver bullet here in the housing crisis, but I can tell you there's only one silver bullet in the housing crisis, and that is to build more homes and to make the homes more financially viable to be built. And loading extra requirements onto these properties that, or these projects that are already feasibility challenged is not going to help build more homes. And so what we saw in places like London, they were deeply committed to this, but they couldn't make it happen. So it wasn't a, what is a policy?
Councillor Cassidy, do not call out. You know that the Lord Mayor is on his feet speaking. You're not to call out.
It wasn't a policy that they had a lack of commitment to. It was a policy that failed to deliver. And so we saw it in London, we've seen it in other places, and if you have a look, inclusionary zoning is not the silver bullet for the housing crisis. Now, there may be a role for it in some circumstances, but it's certainly not going to solve the housing crisis. And you know, just recently we've seen coverage in recent times in the ABC. And as usual, we see a professor from a particular university, and I won't mention any names here, but I can dig up the quote.
One moment, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
You've continued to say throughout this 5 minutes that the Lord Mayor has 5 minutes to answer the question. I see his light is flashing, his time's almost up, and he hasn't answered the question. It was a very specific question.
This is not a point of order, and if you have further things you want to raise, you can do so in GB. Just because you don't like the answer to the question does not mean you can get up and do that.
What has he provided, Chair? He hasn't provided an answer.
Councillor, Lord Mayor.
Point of order.
Is it a different point of order?
We haven't ruled on any of the ones that I've raised.
I just said that I'm not going to, I'm not upholding that point of order. And I explained to you, just because you don't like the answer doesn't mean you can keep doing the same point of order.
But what was the answer?
Councillor?
The Meetings Local law is very clear about this.
Councillor, I've made my ruling. Lord Mayor?
Well, as I was quite clearly saying, we're happy to investigate any proposed solutions to the housing crisis, but not ones that have proven to be a failure. And so we're
Lord
not
Mayor,
pursuing
your time
failed
has
policies.
expired. Are there further questions? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of City Planning, Suburban Renewal and Economic Development Committee, Councillor Allen. Councillor Allen, the Shrinner Council is making Brisbane's lifestyle even better by revitalising our shopping and hospitality precincts. Can you please update the Chamber on the latest news about our much-loved Queen Street Mall?
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Councillor Adams for the question. Councillor Adams knows that Brisbane is Australia's lifestyle capital and will continue to capture global attention as one of the best places in the world to live and visit. Now, I'm not sure how many of my colleagues have taken a walk down the Queen Street Mall today. However, preparation for the installation of Christmas decorations has commenced as of last night and will continue throughout the next week. This includes a decal trail, entry statements on Edward and George Street with nutcrackers and baubles, garlands and baubles above the bus entries, geometric baubles, as well as hanging ornaments from the main stage and central structure and more. Madam Chair, for the first time in 15 years, Queen Street Mall will be expanded and include Albert Street as part of the state government's Cross River Rail project. The mall precinct will soon extend along Albert Street between Elizabeth and Mary Streets, creating another pedestrian-friendly destination which celebrates Brisbane's outdoor lifestyle. The planned extension will be delivered in 3 stages, following the handover of the Albert Street sites from the Cross River Rail project. Stage 1 will be in December of this year and includes 2 new footpath dining sections that will open between Elizabeth Street and Charlotte Street, offering fresh spaces for outdoor dining and entertainment. Stage 2 will commence early next year and includes the rest of the area between Elizabeth Street and Charlotte Street, which create a pedestrian hub filled with retail, dining and activations. Finally, Stage 3 will commence late next year and will be the section between Charlotte and Mary Streets. This will complete the transformation that will redefine and potentially shift the heart of Brisbane's CBD. A new public plaza will also be delivered as part of the Cross River Rail project, featuring a tree-lined walkway and new seating options. This project marks a key step forward towards delivering a direct walkable link between Roma Street Parkland and the City Botanic Gardens. With the new underground Albert Street station set to open as part of Cross River Rail, pedestrian activity and local business growth are both expected to surge. And just to give you an idea of the kind of volume that might come into the CBD once that particular station opens, the expectations is that the Albert Street station will service 75,000 commuters a day. So a very significant number of people coming into Albert Street and then obviously fanning out across the city, and that will be a major boom for the businesses in that area. So we know that Queen Street Mall is a major economic engine for the city, and it is a must-visit destination for both locals and visitors alike, and the Albert Street extension will enhance that offering. With more people living, working, shopping and studying in the city than ever before, the Shrinner Council, in conjunction with property owners, are ensuring Queen Street Mall continues to evolve and thrive as a key part of Brisbane's exciting future. And obviously that future looks towards 2032 and beyond, and this will be a key feature for our city as visitors come to Brisbane prior to the Olympics. So expanding the mall into Albert Street will help us to deliver more to see and do for visitors and residents who are already flocking to our CBD in droves. Publications such as Time magazine, Frommer's and the New York Times have all named Brisbane as one of the world's top destinations to visit. We are looking to continue this momentum not only for 2032 but for the years beyond, and Queen Street Mall remains a key focus for this council. The economic development aspects of the mall are key to having a vibrant CBD, and as I mentioned, a key focus for us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions? Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, last week we learned of yet another horrific assault, leaving a bus driver with a fractured neck and jaw, broken nose, missing teeth and psychological damage. They work at night on Brisbane's north side and always request one of the 30 full-screen buses at the depot for protection. Why were there no full-screen buses available on the night of this attack?
Lord Mayor.
Well, any assault on a bus driver or, in fact, on a passenger is completely unacceptable and is quite clearly a symptom of societal issues here and I guess a state government that we've had in the past, the Labor state government, that was soft on crime and allowed crime to get entirely out of control. But the other thing that they did allow to get out of control was they capped their funding for installing full driver barriers on buses, despite promising a program to roll them out. And so they made big promises, but they only delivered partially on those promises. And so we took full advantage of the opportunity to cooperate and install driver protection barriers. We've installed partial barriers right across our fleet, but also there's the opportunity to have full protection barriers as well. And we've installed some of those based on joint funding with the state government. But I would point out that it was actually this administration and cooperation with the new state government that has initiated a new program to roll out driver protection barriers. And so where Labor failed, this administration and the state government up the road, the Crisafulli government, is delivering. And so we're working hard to make sure there are more full driver protection barriers on our bus fleet, because we hate to see these things happen. We want to protect our drivers. We want to protect our passengers, and this is something that should not be happening. And so it is an appalling situation, but it is a situation that was absolutely allowed to develop under the previous Labor government, both in respect of the soft on crime approach and the failure to fund full driver barriers despite their promises. And so, Councillor Collier, it's a legitimate question to ask, but the answer obviously is probably not the answer you were hoping to hear, because this is something where the Labor Party has been complicit in allowing the problem to develop. We are fixing it, and we are rolling out full steam ahead with more driver protection barriers.
One moment,
and that's the important thing, Madam Chair.
What's your point of order, Councillor Cassidy?
This is a disgusting politicisation by the Lord Mayor of a very legitimate question that Councillor Collier asked. There are 30 full-screen barriers at the Virginia depot, and Councillor Collier asked why wasn't one of those that exist last week provided to the driver who requested one.
That I don't uphold your point of order, and the Lord Mayor is answering the question. Lord Mayor. Are there further questions? Councillor Cassidy, I caution you. Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question is to the Chair of Public Transport Committee, Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines, the Schrinner Council is keeping Brisbane moving with Brisbane's bus metro and the new Brisbane bus network. Can you please update the Chamber on how these projects are boosting patronage and reducing congestion across our bus network?
Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Councillor Toomey for his question and his ongoing commitment to improved public transport in this city, keeping Brisbane moving and getting the people of Brisbane home sooner and safer. I can also take a moment to thank and recognise our bus operators who provide this wonderful service and whose welfare we are always concerned about. But those drivers and this council have been delivering an excellent service that has been well received by the people of Brisbane, particularly since we brought in the changes known as BNBN. We have had a significant year for the transport network, and we already know that the Brisbane Metro's Turn Up and Go service is the workhorse carrying a huge amount of passengers on the south side and the inner city. The success of the Metro has allowed for success to be seen across the balance of the network. The Metro 2 launch in January of this year, and Metro 1 and BNBN launched on the 30th of June, as well as the Adelaide Street Tunnel, which opened only weeks ago, have seen significant improvements in the operations of our bus network across the city. By incorporating these changes, we've seen a reduction in congestion over Victoria Bridge by 30%, unlocking what was the biggest and most significant choke point and across the whole network of our city. What does that mean for travel time, though? What does unlocking congestion in our public transport system mean? Well, it means that travel time between South Bank bus station and the Queen Street Mall bus station in the city is now 40% faster than it was before BNBN during peak periods. I'll say that again. There's been a 40% improvement in travel time. It is 40% faster in peak periods between South Bank Station and Queen Street Mall in peak periods since the implementation. Now, to take a moment to remind councillors, one of the most significant issues facing the whole network was bus congestion in the inner south tunnel and the Victoria Bridge. Well, that congestion has been broken, and the people of Brisbane are seeing a more reliable service, not just to the south side, not just in the city, but across all the dials of the compass. For example, since the rollout of BNBN, journey and trip times have improved by 7% in the northern suburbs and 8% in the western suburbs compared to the same period last year. We here on this side of the room are focused each and every day on making public transport faster, more efficient and more reliable, and for it to be a transport service of preference, that people view the public transport system as something that they would prefer to use rather than compelled to use. And we do that by making it as attractive and predictable and reliable as possible. Other comparisons, we know that buses, while they carry about 2/3 of all public transport journeys in South East Queensland, the BCC buses continue to do the lion's share of those trips. It's interesting to note, with the comparison quarter to quarter, that the significant increase in the use of debit and credit cards to enter and exit vehicles. So there has been a 32% increase in the use of debit and credit cards, replacing largely the Go card and cash. We're working with the state government to ensure that this is rolled out completely and that it's embraced by the government and by our transport services in the same way that the public have embraced it. Data from TransLink tells us the total trips across the wider network have increased by an additional 2.4 million trips of quarter three, comparing quarter three of last year, 2024, to quarter three of this year, 2025. That is a 2.4 million trips more taken on our public transport system, an increase of 12% across the network. So, once again, you go to those principles. You make a reliable and predictable, legible and attractive public transport system. People will use it. Confidence in our plan for public transport is up and making a significant difference to how people move to and from home, doing whatever it is that they need to do. Percentage increases, the 12% may seem an interesting number, but with well over 25 million trips having taken place, that is a significant change. We know that as we move around this city during school holidays, we see that congestion is down, but we also know that because people are choosing the public transport system over the private vehicles by significant numbers, we see a more reliable service. Now, just as my time runs out, it's important to recognise that our M1 and M2 services have carried roughly 5.5 million trips this calendar year. 1.4 on Metro 1 and more than 4 million trips on Metro 2
Councillor
this year.
Wines, your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for the Lord Mayor. Recently, Brisbane has seen at least 3 deaths of residents experiencing homelessness. These tragedies are occurring while the LNP Council continues to uphold harmful policies of forced removal. These forced removals for people that have nowhere to go are well documented to worsen health outcomes and push vulnerable people into more precarious and unsafe conditions. With summer, heat, and storm season approaching, community fears are growing. Can you outline what concrete actions your administration has taken to prevent further deaths?
Lord Mayor.
Madam Chair, the fundamental basis of the question is wrong and it is highly misleading and irresponsible. So we do not have a policy of forced removals. We do not. We made it very clear. So the claim otherwise is a misleading and false claim. What we have is a policy of getting people out of tents and into accommodation. Out of tents in an unsafe situation, and we saw that there was a fire in a tent in Musgrave Park just recently. These tent encampments are unsafe. We have been saying that. Yet the Greens councillors are quite happy to allow people to stay in those conditions indefinitely. That is unsafe. That is irresponsible. That is heartless. Getting people inside and into crisis accommodation is our policy. And it's the state government's policy as well. And they are in fact investing...
One moment please, Lord Mayor, one moment. Councillor Massey. Councillor Massey. Do not call out or I will formally warn you. You do not call out while another councillor is on their feet. Lord Mayor.
I'm not sure if anyone else is aware of the irony of that interjection. Councillor Massey asked, why are there still people living in parks? Yet she claims that we have a policy of forced removal. She just undermined her own question and proved that it was false and misleading. The reality is we don't have that policy. We have a policy of working with the state to offer people crisis accommodation.
Chair.
One moment please, Lord Mayor. Point of order,
the question was, with summer approaching and storm season, what is your administration doing to prevent any deaths?
Councillor, the Lord Mayor has heard the question and is answering it. Lord Mayor.
This just goes to show how out of touch and off the planet the Greens political party is. They are quite happy to see people live indefinitely in dangerous tent encampments. But we had a fire just recently, putting people's lives at risk. They are okay with that. They're fine. Their message to us is
Point of order.
Leave them to stay in those tent encampments.
Please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Misrepresentation.
You haven't actually spoken.
I asked a question, so I have spoken.
I'll just check. All right. Thank you, Councillor. I will note your point of misrepresentation after Lord Mayor has spoken on this occasion. Lord Mayor.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Well, Madam Chairman, I'm seeking clarification of the ruling because last week you insisted that you did not have to have spoken in this meeting. So is it now your understanding that you are required to have spoken in the current meeting for that point of order to be upheld?
If you just heard me, I said to Councillor Massey that I would allow her point of misrepresentation, and last week we were talking about a councillor who actually was on their feet answering the question.
Point of order.
I hope that clears that up for you.
No, Madam Chairman, I'm seeking clarification of the general rule, which last week you said Councillor Allen could make statements under. That rule requires the comments or the speaker who is claiming misrepresentation to have been misrepresented in the current meeting. Is it now your understanding that that is the rule to be applied?
Councillor, it is about being misrepresented during the meeting when someone is speaking, which is what occurred last week. So I'm not sure, you just changed then what you were talking about. So
point of order.
I have noted that Councillor Massey has asked
does Councillor
that
Howard
she
have
is
some
being
contribution
misrepresented,
to make,
and I've noted that for after the Lord Mayor has finished.
So point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston. It shouldn't be the same one.
Madam Chairman, I have been misrepresented.
Nobody has actually been, and the Lord Mayor hasn't been speaking about you, Councillor Johnson. So,
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Councillor Massey has.
Point of order, Madam Chair. You have misrepresented me, and I am claiming misrepresentation. I don't have to say who it's about, Madam Chair, but I will be clear: you have misrepresented me, and I claim misrepresentation.
I don't uphold your point of order, Councillor. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
I move dissent in your ruling, and I'd appreciate a seconder.
Dissent in my ruling has been moved by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Massey. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 17 against.
That is lost. Councillors, resume your seats. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the claim that was made by the Greens councillor was quite extraordinary because let me use the language that was used here. First of all, the false claim that we've got the forced removal of people from tents. Secondly, that when they were removed, they were put into more unsafe situations. Now, I can only assume that means in crisis accommodation, because the reality is, just last week, not only did we see a fire in Musgrave Park, a tent burst into flames, putting other people at risk, the police on site confiscated a machete from another person living in a tent. Is that a safe situation? This is why we want to get people out of tents and into accommodation. And where we...
Point of order, Chair.
One moment, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Massey.
We're pretty close to the end now, and the question actually was, with summer heat and storm season approaching, community fears are growing, can you outline concrete actions your administration has taken to prevent further deaths?
Thank you, Councillor Massey. Lord Mayor has been trying to answer the question. Lord Mayor.
It's the same tactic we see from the Labor Party. Ask a question, don't listen to the answer, interject repeatedly to stop the truth coming out. Now, what we see here, I've outlined what we're doing week in, week out. Week in, week out, Councillor Massey either refuses to hear or just chooses to ignore it. I don't know. But just 2 weeks ago, we had the opening for the very first time of the Emmanuel City Mission Night Shelter, something that was funded and supported by this administration, something that previously has not existed in Brisbane. Amazing step forward. Now, more needs to be done, absolutely, but we are absolutely investing in our response. We're working with the state to get people out of tents and into accommodation. And you know what, the criticism that comes from the Greens is one thing, but you know, people are also saying, well, why haven't you cleared people out of the parks? And the reason is we've got to do this in a measured, calm and reasonable manner, and we've got to do this where we can get people into accommodation. Otherwise, there would be no people in parks. And so we're doing this in a responsible way, in a calm way, in a measured way, in a way that is based on ensuring that we get the best outcome and get people out of homelessness. Yeah. And so, you know, the claims from the Greens councillor are completely false. They're misleading, and once again, she has ignored all of the great things that are going on to make progress in this situation and in these challenges, and is just trying to play politics with this matter, which is really, really disappointing.
Now, Councillor Massey, your point of misrepresentation during the councillors, in this case the Lord Mayor's speech.
Yes, so the Lord Mayor stated that the Greens just want people in encampments. I'm part of the Greens, obviously, and encampments and to be put in more dangerous situations. We've said very clearly that we want people to be housed. We want a housing first policy. We want vacancy levy. We want inclusionary zoning. No one chooses to live in a park. And we know that the Lord Mayor has moved people on before. We do not want people in parks. We want them to be safe in houses.
Councillor. Thank you. Short and succinct, please. Are there further questions? Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question is to the Chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, the Schrinner Council is making Brisbane's lifestyle even better by investing in our suburban parks and open spaces. Can you please update the Chamber on the latest concept plans for parks across our suburbs?
Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you I'd like to thank Councillor Wolfe for the question, because I know Councillor Wolfe is absolutely passionate about her parks and green spaces in her ward of Walter Taylor. And I've got some exciting news for you, Councillor Wolfe. Madam Chair, I often talk about Brisbane being the lifestyle capital of Australia because spending time outdoors is one of the things that is really special about our city, and we're very proud of our track record in delivering a diverse range of recreational opportunities for our communities. We're fortunate to have more than 2,100 parks and more than 1,200 playgrounds across Brisbane, and we're always on the lookout for new ways to improve our recreation spaces. As you know, Madam Chair, a few weeks ago I announced the final concept plans for Ellen Grove District Park and Pollara District Sports Park, and today I'm pleased to announce that we're undertaking community consultation for 5 other park upgrades, which will help shape new concept plans for each of these locations. Starting with the Carindale Recreation Reserve, which includes a range of exciting recreational opportunities to improve the experience for local residents and visitors. And this will be inspired by our previous upgrades that we undertook at Grinstead Park, Councillor Wines, and at Combsley Beach Reserve in Councillor Atwood's ward. We know how popular the reserve is. It's a much-loved community space. Its playground facilities are well utilised. It's got pathways, it's got wide open spaces that's used for informal sport. And although it's still early in the design stage, the vision for the park is already well underway. Late last year, Councillor Murphy undertook some local community consultation via a survey in his local area. There were over 200 responses received during the survey, and now we're undertaking some more official consultation with the community to inform the concept plan. We've already factored into the design an upgrade of the existing space-themed playground and a new picnic facility with electric barbecues. There's also a strong focus on improving access by widening the internal roads and expanding the existing car park, and this will ensure that it can cater for more visitors. For the thrill seekers and adventure lovers, we've set aside space for multi-use riding track within the concept plan. And for those that like to break out in a bit of a sweat, there's scope in the future for an active fitness zone, but of course we'll leave it open for the community to provide their feedback. But Madam Chair, it's not just the Carindale Rec Reserve that's getting an upgrade. We're also transforming 7th Brigade Park in Chermside. For those of us who live on the north side, it's a hugely popular recreation precinct. It's home to exercise equipment, basketball and netball courts, community facilities and public amenities. Back in 2022, we undertook a sports needs analysis of the current offerings in the park, which identified that there was high demand for infrastructure for sports as well as open space for informal recreation. And whilst there is already sport infrastructure in the park, that analysis showed that the fields can also be used for informal soccer, rugby or touch football. So as part of that community consultation, we'll look at the possibility of creating or putting line markings to create multi-use goals so a wider variety of sporting activities can be played. We're also seeking feedback on the potential of having a cycling facility put in, such as a skills track, dirt jumps or pump tracks. And I know that Councillor Parry will be looking forward to hearing that feedback from her community. Madam Chair, while the Carindale Rec Reserve and 7th Brigade Park are among our larger parks, we're equally committed to uplifting the smaller local parks that serve the heart of neighbourhoods. So we're also undertaking consultation for Watonga Park in the Gap, where we'll be revamping the playground to make it more fun for families. And Councillor Wolf, in Keating Park in Indooroopilly, we'll be upgrading from a local general recreation park space to an urban neighbourhood park so that it can have better facilities there. And at Abbeyville Street Park in Upper Mount Gravatt, we'll be planning a similar upgrade to a district-level park. As part of this, we're exploring ideas like adding toilets, a second playground and expanding the current half-court so there's more room to play informal sport. Madam Chair, we're doing lots in parks around our city. I'm excited by what's ahead. Look forward to delivering more for our communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillors, that now ends question time. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee report of the 10th of November 2025.
Point of order.
Just one moment, Councillor. Let the Lord Mayor move it first.
Madam Chair, I move the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday 10th of November 2025 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Lord Mayor, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday 10 November 2025 be adopted. Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. I would like to take items A, B and C in seriatim separately for debating and voting purposes.
So, councillors, all items separate for debate and voting. Lord Mayor, item A.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm seeking the further following information regarding item A. Can the Lord Mayor please advise when this drainage project was first listed for capital funding, in which annual budget year? And secondly, how many houses referred to in paragraph 2 are flooded or would be flooded apart from this project? It refers to a number of residents having utility areas flooded. How many houses are flooded under this situation?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before moving on to item A, I wanted to go back to question time and the topic that came up a couple of times. First of all, Labor last week made it clear that they like a policy of inclusionary zoning, which is a mandatory requirement to provide a certain amount of affordable housing. Now, not only did the Labor Party say that last week, but the Greens said it this week. Yeah. And in fact, Councillor Massey just got up and said it was their policy for inclusionary zoning. Now, I've been on the record saying we'll investigate all kinds of options to boost housing supply. But as I said today, we're not going to pursue failed options. We're not going to pursue options that quite clearly don't work. Now, there is a couple of great examples of why there's really serious problems about inclusionary zoning. And so I just want to touch on those. I started to refer to them in my question, but I refer to an ABC Online article dated this year, and it's talking about whether inclusionary zoning is a solution or a response to the housing crisis. And we have in this article a quote from a University of Sydney urban and regional planning professor who says here, this particular professor points to the UK as an example of the benefits of compulsory affordable housing contributions made by developers, often referred to as mandatory inclusionary zoning. Now, moving on, in response to this claim, the Urban Development Institute of Australia, New South Wales CEO said that imposing a compulsory contribution risked making projects unviable, which was problematic for wider housing supply. And the direct quote here, when you increase the price of a product, particularly an apartment building that's already constrained by feasibility, then more than likely a mandatory position is going to make that product unfeasible, and therefore the housing project or apartment won't even start. Won't even start. He goes on to say, London, where a 35% affordable housing quota on new developments is temporarily being wound back to 20% after the number of new residential buildings being constructed in the city stalled. So this is what I was referring to. They had a 50% quota, that didn't work. They reduced it to 35%, that didn't work. Projects weren't being built, and now they've reduced it to 20%. It's a failed policy. And then the quote goes on to say, that's why we've seen these outcomes in London, where the prices just got too high, and so the project doesn't even start. The solution we are looking for is more supply, not less housing. And so further going on, we have a look at the London example. Back in 2016, the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, said that London needed to build about 66,000 new homes a year to meet demand, and that more than 50% should be affordable. So this was his election commitment in 2016. Shortly after becoming mayor, he was accused of watering down that promise when he unveiled plans to allow private developers to limit affordable housing in new developments to 35%. And so 50% before the election, straight after the election, 35%. And then he goes on to say, homes being built in London have dried up, and it's a nationwide problem. I'm not willing to stand by when that happens, and so I'm working with the government. We've announced today a temporary short-term package of emergency measures to kickstart housing in London, which means more affordable homes that Londoners desperately need. In a release, City Hall said that the scale of the housing crisis in recent years means emergency action is needed to get building moving. Now, what is that emergency action? He's reducing the mandatory housing requirements of inclusionary zoning. So his own policy, he acknowledged, has failed, and he's reducing it and winding it back. He then goes on to say, a perfect storm existed due to the combination of spiralling construction costs, high interest rates, the legacy of previous governments, impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, regulatory blockers, and wider economic conditions. And this has all created an urgent need for more housing. Now, Councillor Cassidy would say, oh, well, that's London, doesn't apply to Brisbane. Well, you know what? We backed a proposal in Brisbane. We backed a proposal by the state government to do this in Woolloongabba. And in fact, in the state government's Woolloongabba PDA area, which was meant to be booming with new affordable housing, they put a mandatory requirement or a target requirement on new development that included an affordability requirement. And guess how many homes were built? None, not a single one. Guess how many applications were received to build homes? None. And in fact, the only application received was to demolish a building. That was it. And so right here in Brisbane, when a similar kind of policy was put in place, it proved to be an abject failure. Were developers rushing to build these big buildings with lots of affordable housing? No, they weren't, because it wasn't feasible. And so you can be ideologically pure here and say, we'd love to see all this affordable housing, but if your policy drives up the cost of building new homes, then chances are those new homes are not going to be built, and that means no more affordable housing. It's a pretty simple equation, and right here in Brisbane, we've seen the failure of it. And so we backed that proposal in Brisbane for the Gabba. And in fact, we had a debate in this chamber about that, and we supported it. We were willing to give it a go, but it's quite clear it's a failed policy. And so we're not going to pursue something that doesn't work. We're not going to pursue something that is not going to add more homes. Now, is there a time and place for this in the future? Maybe. If the economics change, maybe. But right now, the economics mean that mandatory inclusionary zoning will not work. It will not work. And so we're going to pursue things that will work. And that's why we're doing a range of planning changes right across the city and in the suburban precincts as well. And so whether it's the Kurilpa plan, which has seen a pipeline of more than 4,000 apartments now either approved or under assessment.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Massey, I caution you for calling out across the chamber.
Or whether it's in Stones Corner, where there are actual cranes in the sky as we speak and buildings being built, or whether it's in Wynnum, a plan which Labor is actively trying to block, the creation of new homes in Wynnum and the revitalisation of the Wynnum CBD. Labor is actively trying to block it, campaigning against it. And so what we see here is that we're going to do things that will make a difference. We're also reviewing low-medium density, a zoning which can deliver potentially some really better priced options for people than some of the inner city options that we're talking about. We know that LMR is an opportunity to add more supply in a more affordable way than maybe some inner city locations, and so we're looking at that. We've also made it clear that we're willing to change car parking requirements to make projects more feasible and to improve the affordability and feasibility equation. And so we're taking every lever that we have control over that we think could make a difference, and we're pulling on that lever because we want urgently to see more homes be built. And so giving false promises to people about a policy like inclusionary zoning, despite the evidence that shows it's not working, that's a false hope. That's what snake oil salesmen do. That's what we see people giving overly simplistic solutions to complex problems. That's called populism. And that is rife on the extreme left and the extreme right of politics. And I'm not sure whether they're the extreme right or left in the room, but they're populists. This is a populist policy, which is the hallmark of extremism. We know that it doesn't stack up. We know that it is a false promise to make to people, and we know that the evidence shows that it's just not working to deliver more homes, either in London or here in Brisbane in the Gabba. And so we want to see more homes built, and we'll do things that will actually deliver more homes. And we're listening to the community, we're listening to the people that actually build homes as well, because they actually know what stacks up and what doesn't. They know what's going to be feasible and what's not. Meanwhile, Labor goes around stirring up opposition in places like Wynnum. When they say that they've had a conversion on the road to Damascus, despite being anti-housing for a long, long time, almost 2 decades, they've suddenly seen the light, except in Wynnum. And except
Lord
in
Mayor,
basically any Labor area.
Move for an extension, Madam Chair.
It's been moved for an extension by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
And we see, Madam Chair, the Greens taking the same approach. They want to solve the housing crisis in every area except for their own. They protect the property owners and a NIMBY attitude in their own wards, but they're quite happy to have development elsewhere. That is their stated approach. And in fact, I remember their Lord Mayoral candidate, Jonathan Shree, and former councillor, saying that the development needs to be spread across all of Brisbane, not in the Greens areas. That was his approach. And so the Labor policy is development is great, except in a Labor ward. The Greens policy is development is great, except in a Greens ward. And the only side of politics which is willing to actually accommodate more housing in our own areas are us. And, you know, it is the LNP councillors that have been stepping forward and saying, I'm willing to accept more housing in those well-located areas, close to public transport, close to infrastructure, places, whether they be Stones Corner in the Deputy Mayor's electorate or ward, places like Indooroopilly in Councillor Wolf's ward, places like Carindale, where I live, places like Mount Gravatt, Councillor Huang in Upper Mount Gravatt as well. Those are the locations where our councillors have put up their hand and said, we accept we need more homes and we're willing to accept those homes in those great areas that we represent. And we're choosing not to be NIMBYs here. We're not choosing the easy, cynical road of being NIMBYs like Labor and the Greens choose. We're actually choosing to do the right thing and the responsible thing by accommodating more homes. And does that mean that it's easy? No. And in fact, you know, all of those councillors I mentioned, they get pushback. They get the NIMBY response from some residents. But you know what? They want what's best for the community. They want to deliver more housing supply in the right areas because we know the alternative is twofold. One alternative is the destruction of bushland in the outer suburbs, and we don't support that. And the other alternative is just things won't get built at all. Nothing will get built. Prices will continue to skyrocket, and we're working hard to make sure that more homes get built. And so what we're seeing here from the opposition is an incredibly cynical populist approach that won't offer solutions. It will offer snake oil to the people of Brisbane, where they say, yeah, we support development, but just not this one. But I'm yet to find actually any significant example of where they've actually supported something that will make a difference. They just don't. They oppose it and they undermine it. And no matter what's proposed, they will always find an excuse to oppose it. And that's sad and that's cynical and it's disappointing. But councillors on this side of the chamber are willing to do the right thing by the people of Brisbane, even if that comes at a personal cost and electoral pain with a local pushback. We know it is sensible planning. We know it is common sense planning, and we know that it is much better to bring people to where the infrastructure is than to see the destruction of bushland in the outer suburbs or to see no houses being built at all. Madam Chairman, as I always do, I just wanted to touch quickly on the lighting up of council assets like the Story Bridge and the Victoria Bridge and City Hall. Last night the assets were lit up in purple to mark World Prematurity Day, and this refers to the number of premature babies that are born worldwide each year, and in fact that number is 15 million, and that is a remarkable figure, 15 million premature babies. And tragically, nearly 1 million of those lose the fight to survive. And so landmarks right across Australia were lit up in purple to acknowledge World Prematurity Day, and obviously our assets were as well. Tonight, our assets will be lit up in the colours maroon, not for Queensland, but this time for the proclamation of the Republic of Latvia. And this marks Latvia's declaration of independence on the 18th of November 1918, and a big congratulations to the local Latvian community for their celebrations. Tomorrow our assets will be lit up in purple for the eve of World Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Day, which falls on the third Thursday of November each year. On Thursday our assets will be lit up in blue, white and pink to support Transgender Day of Remembrance, which has been organised by many genders One Voice and the Queensland AIDS Councils, two hardworking and committed organisations there. On Friday, our assets will be lit up in green to celebrate National Ag Day, or Agriculture Day, celebrating the agricultural industry's contribution to Queensland and Brisbane's economy. On Saturday, our assets will be lit up in blue to support the World Day for the Prevention and Healing from Child Sexual Exploitation, Abuse and Violence, and also an initiative that raises awareness and funds to support our most vulnerable. And finally, on Sunday, our assets will be lit up in purple again for the LMCT Christmas Appeal, Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust Christmas Appeal. And I want to pay tribute to Nina and the Board of Directors of the LMCT for the great work they've been doing to raise money for the most vulnerable in our community. Also want to thank the Brisbane ratepayers who have generously donated either through their rates or through other means. And there have been thousands of residents that have donated through various measures, and that funding does make a difference. It really does. We've been able to support more than 140 different charitable organisations this year through those donations, and that's a fantastic thing. The green bin rollout is now more than 90% complete. So congratulations, Councillor Davis and your team for rolling out nearly 135,000 new or extra green bins. There's been more than 16,000 deliveries just in the last week or so. And the suburbs receiving their green bins this week include the Gap, Belmont, Burbank, Camp Hill, Cannon Hill, Carina Heights, Ferny Grove, Capera and Upper Kedron. And so, as I said last week, just in time for the peak growing season when that grass needs to be cut more often and the hedges need to be trimmed more often, and there's more need for this service. And so we're looking forward to seeing significantly more tonnage of green waste diverted from landfill and recycled now that we have green bins right across the city in every suburb. And we thank the residents of Brisbane for their participation in this program. Item A is the Relief Drainage Lorwood Avenue Barden project. And this is one of the many ways we're investing in our suburbs to build stronger flood resilience and ensure our communities remain safe and prepared in the future. It will improve the drainage capacity for residents living along Lorwood Avenue and around Ithaca Creek in Barden. The infrastructure built in the 1940s is reaching the end of its serviceable life, and as the population has grown, obviously since the 1940s significantly, the drains have become less effective at handling the water inflows. The submission before us today marks the commencement of the third and final stage of drainage improvement projects in the area. So this is stage 3 of a 3-stage project, and so in previous years we've done other stages and it has been a project that has been ongoing. The submission before us today marks the commencement of the, I already mentioned, the third and final stage. We're seeking the support of the Chamber to approach the state and secure the easements that are required for these upgrades. It's not possible to deliver these improvements within the current constraints of the street layout or existing drainage easements, and the proposed easement is approximately 218 square metres at number 37 Lorwood Avenue, which is the site of the Carolee Country Club. Our officers have met with the property owner to brief them on the project, and they are supportive of the proposal. Once we secure the easement, the next step will be to install a longitudinal pipe and new inlets along Lorwood Avenue. We'll also include a new piped drainage outlet to Ithaca Creek through the Carolee Country Club. Construction will commence early next financial year, but we first have to get the easements sorted before we can get on with the construction. The project is one of the many ways that we're modernising our city's stormwater infrastructure to meet the needs of a growing population.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. And an incredible 15-minute diatribe we heard from the Lord Mayor at the start of introducing ENC was all triggered by a simple question in question time asking the Lord Mayor if he'll be accountable to something that he committed to 3 years ago. 3 years ago, very sensitive about this topic, obviously, because as we heard from the Lord Mayor just then, he believes that the cost of building units at the moment in Brisbane is not feasible, and it needs to be, according to the Lord Mayor, it needs to be viable to be built, but not to buy. So Lord Mayor reckons it's not viable currently to build units in Brisbane at the moment. He claims that the CFMU is stopping construction in Brisbane of units, and yet we had a presentation this morning in the City Planning Committee about 37 units being built in Racecourse Road. Construction's just about to start. It's around the corner at a cost of $100 million to build 37 units. And the Lord Mayor has the temerity to get up here and say that it is not viable for anybody in any part of Brisbane to build units if any part of it is affordable. Well, obviously, clearly, because the break-even on those Racecourse Road units would be $2.7 million a unit. And Lord Mayor says supply is the only answer. He got up and said the silver bullet to the housing crisis in Brisbane is simply just supply. But what we're seeing here is the supply of $2.7 million units at cost, not for affordable housing. Now, we simply just asked the Lord Mayor a very simple question. You made this commitment, and he brought up a great point about the Woolloongabba PDA area. We supported that vote in calling for 30% of that to be social and affordable housing, and there were 3 DAs lodged.
Councillor Cassidy. Point of order, Councillor Adams.
Councillor Cassidy is not the chair of this portfolio, can't go around the world, so the relevance to the relief drainage project at Barden on his comments.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cassidy, can you come to item A, please?
Thanks very much, Chair. An important issue before us, because as we see Brisbane develop, we're going to need to see drainage projects right across Brisbane. We'll talk about this, but there were 3 DAs. There were 3 DAs lodged in the Woolloongabba PDA, and you know why they stopped? Because the LNP, while they were still in opposition, went to all the developers in Brisbane and said, "Do not lodge DAs in the Woolloongabba PDA area."
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Because they were going to change it.
One moment, please.
They were going to change. They're very sensitive about that one.
One moment, Councillor Cassidy. I've asked you to wait. Point of order, Councillor Adams.
I believe Councillor Cassidy has totally ignored your direction to go back to the item before us.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy, I'm going to ask you again to come to item A, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. So the Lord Mayor got up here today and said the only mark of success for his plans around housing cranes in the sky, and then says that the biggest success of his is the Kurilpa precinct. There's no development in there. So he's all at sea today, and we understand he and all his LNP colleagues are very touchy about this subject, and for good reason. For good reason they've failed. On the relief drainage project at Lorwood Avenue, Barden, Chair, when we think about Barden, you can understand that suburb particularly pays very high rates. Some of the highest in Brisbane when you look at the list. If you jump on Domain, you can understand why. Some very high property prices. But it goes up each and every year. So I guess for them it's good they are seeing some return on their rates, but what kind of return over the long term we'll come to in a moment. They're getting what is described here to us as a 10-year average... a 10-year average recurrence interval. I'll take that interjection.
Baby Sam.
Yeah, it is an important issue. Average occurrence interval immunity from stormwater flooding to utility areas, so particularly around reducing the occurrence of sewer overflows during storm events, so stormwater entering the sewer system. So this is something critical that people in my community have been living with for a long time in inadequate council drainage and inadequate sewer systems provided by urban utilities as well, for the kind of fairly low levels of development in this area and in other areas that are experiencing that. I mean, God help these communities that are seeing 4,000 extra people and dwellings built there without any mention of infrastructure whatsoever at all. There's also a resumption of private land to create an easement here, compensating freehold land in Barden. In this economy, quite incredible. But I guess it's good to get in early, because as we see, property prices around Brisbane are fast rising. So as I said, drainage, no secret to anyone in here, I talk about drainage a lot, is an essential part of what council can do to address the issues of flooding, the issues of increased flooding in Brisbane as a result of climate change. Certainly when Councillor Collie and I were out in the Northgate ward on the weekend, door knocking in Banyo, 20 volunteers out there talking to Councillor Allen's constituents, many of which had never met him. raised the issue of drainage there as well. So it's everywhere you go in Brisbane, people are talking about it, of course. And there are places in Brisbane that needed drainage works 10 years ago. As we heard from the Lord Mayor, this drain is 80 years old. So if people have to wait that long under the LNP, like, God help us if it's taking 80 years for the LNP to finally get around to do a drainage project in Barden, in one of Brisbane's inner suburbs there. Looking at this today, I certainly, as I said, thinking about residents in my ward who've been waiting for years and years for the Lord Mayor to deliver basic necessary infrastructure. And as we know, an important question from Councillor Johnston earlier about the additional information she wanted to seek on this. It is important to know when this project was listed, and the Lord Mayor said it's been a rolling project and they're finally getting to it after 80 years. When was this first identified? Because I think all of us that actually have care and concern for the communities we represent, we would know there are drainage projects the council officers tell us have been listed, a lot of them well before our times, and Councillor Strunk and I, 10 years we've been in this place, there'll be ones that we still know that council officers said were listed for upgrade before we were even councillors. And they simply can't build them and they can't do the upgrades necessary because the Lord Mayor won't put enough funding into the budget for these projects. Out in the Maruka ward, where Councillor Griffiths was told he was a sinking ship, and there's no point in investing there. So when we see 1 or 2 a year of these drainage projects come through outside of contracts and tendering, we support them, of course, but it's nowhere near enough. Nowhere near enough when we've seen in areas very close to where this project's happening, updated flood mapping as well, which tells 10,000 new people that they're at increased risk of flooding. And then they'll see that council is addressing a drainage project in an adjoining or nearby suburb that's an 80-year-old asset and failing. And how long has it taken for council officers to be able to get the funding through the political budget process that the Lord Mayor runs to be able to do this one single project? And it's going to get worse. We know it's going to get worse because we saw in the forward estimates, well, what's left of them essentially in the thin budget papers we get now, that $200 million for this vital infrastructure has been removed from the budget altogether. So they definitely want to be hiding that. And their excuse is that you can't build your way out of a flood risk, apparently, according to the LNP, a pathetic effort on their part. So if they believe that to be true, Chair, you have to ask yourself the question when you see these contracts come through, why would we be talking about it today if drainage projects don't make a difference? Which is it? Is it a big performative waste of money, or are they misleading the hardworking people of Brisbane and our suburbs as they shaft them each and every budget? Because ultimately those people are the ones they're paying. They're paying for the price of LNP cuts through increased insurance premiums. And we've seen that just recently as well. Yes. The result of this LNP council updating flood mapping and saying to insurance companies, please don't increase premiums. We promise in 80 years' time we'll upgrade a drain somewhere. I mean, how ridiculous, how pathetic from a council that's supposed to be providing this basic infrastructure every day of the week, not just once or twice a financial year. You know, drainage is fast becoming the Story Bridge, but everywhere in Brisbane. Yeah. You know, the Story Bridge is a big visual representation of everything that's gone wrong under this LNP regime's cuts. We can see the concrete falling off it. People can't often see what's happening in the drainage system under our streets, but when it rains. But when we have king tides and people see those effects there. And the LNP say they're making those cuts to vital infrastructure, and the LNP say they're cutting the infrastructure budget by $200 million to, quote, make sensible savings. But again, it's the residents and ratepayers of Brisbane who are going to be paying the price tomorrow, again through higher insurance premium, heat-related illnesses, food insecurity and higher energy costs as well.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
I move for an extension.
Second.
It's been moved for an extension by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Strunk. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. So not only do we have a council that's not building the infrastructure that we need to cope with a changing climate, Brisbane becoming a tropical city, and we're all experiencing that at the moment, where storms are getting more intense and happening earlier in the year, and the Bureau of Meteorology is saying those systems will get longer and more problematic for our city. So not only are they not building the infrastructure to cope with that, we also know that while the Lord Mayor flies off overseas and rubs shoulders with billionaires at international conferences, we don't have a focus here in Brisbane and have a council that's actually committed to climate action, and we see that through this LNP regime completely abandoning
Point of order, Madam
a
Chair.
carbon neutral council.
Point of order, Councillor Cunning, Deputy Mayor.
This isn't in the report. Can you draw him back to the report, please?
Councillor Cassidy, to the report, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. So to deal with the effects of climate change, this council needs to do a lot more of these projects, drainage projects, because we are seeing. We're a bit confused about the effects. The LNP are clearly a bit confused about the effects of climate change here. We know that they're very sensitive about us talking about their failures on housing
Point
and
of order, Madam
acting
Chair.
on climate change as well.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
We'd like to hear about the item before us, which is a drain in Barton, and the bow has been extremely long. You've been very generous, but I ask you bring him back to the report before us.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Cassidy, if we can speak about the item A, relief drainage project, please.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Chair. So without Caroline Country Club, yeah, good Lord. Without a council that's actually, working towards addressing climate change where it can, whether that's around a tree cover that we need to get to, whether that's around council being carbon neutral, not being abandoned, whether that's about a council that doesn't remove EV charging stations, whether it's a council that doesn't oppose the installation of solar power batteries in communities, or whether it's about a council that puts adequate funding into drainage projects to deal with the effects of climate change.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Davis.
I would appreciate it if you consider bringing Councillor Cassidy back to the item that is in front of us, which is about a drainage project in Barton. Thank you.
Councillor Cassidy, you have mentioned so many things that are not about this particular report, so we would appreciate, with the extension of time, that is what you focus on, please.
Thanks, Chair. Okay, well, I propose a solution to this problem. The LNP don't want me to link the issue of flooding and drainage to climate change. Unfortunately, in my contribution here today, I move the suspension of standing orders to enable me to move the following motion. Noting reports that Adelaide lacks sufficient capacity to host the COP31 meeting, this council writes to the Prime Minister making the case to switch COP31 for the host city to be Brisbane.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier to suspend standing orders to move a motion. Councillors, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it. That is lost. Back to item A, please.
Thanks very much. Well, look, disappointing but not surprising from the LNP. They don't want to talk about anything that's not scripted from the Lord Mayor's office and written down exactly how they are to speak. Certainly wouldn't want to. God forbid I mention net zero being dead in the Liberal Party. They're too embarrassed to even mention that one. They won't even get up on a point of order on that one and say that's not relevant. Maybe they read that red
Councillor Cassidy, come back to item A, please.
Maybe. But disappointing, but not surprising by the LNP, because clearly they will not learn a lesson. They will not learn a lesson. There's a great contribution there, Councillor Strunk. That's a great example where the LNP just won't learn a lesson, will they? And they'll be found out as we continue to move around the community and talk to people, whether it's hear about this particular drainage project, whether it's down in Wynnum, talking about the effects of a lack of infrastructure planning.
Again, councillor, come back to item A if you've got other things you'd love to raise. We have something called general business and you can have a chat about it then.
Whether that's in Fitzgibbon, that amazing community funder attended with Bismarck Asif and Emma Comer, the members there.
Councillor, that has nothing to... Councillor Cassidy, that has nothing to do with the relief drainage project at item A. You've been given by all the councillors an extension of time to talk about that, so we would appreciate, with all of that time, that you are speaking on item A. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Chair. You've been very generous. We'll be supporting this item today.
Further speakers. Councillor Davis.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm delighted after all of that that Councillor Cassidy will be supporting this because this is an excellent project. At item A, the relief drainage improvements for Lord Avenue in Barden. As the Lord Mayor mentioned, this initiative is about modernising the drainage network and improving flood resilience in the suburbs because, Madam Chair, our drainage investment in Brisbane is one of the highest in Australia because we do care about the outcomes of our particular circumstances in Brisbane. We are a flood city, and so it's important that we are always considering what can be done now or in the future to assist residents to be able to deal with those instances. Madam Chair, today's submission concerns the acquisition of an easement required to carry out the works. The current system, dating back to the 1940s, is nearing the end of its operational life. And you'd think by the comments from Councillor Cassidy is that you build something 80 years ago and the next year you replace it. Yes. It's a nonsense, an absolute nonsense. We prioritise our projects when it's appropriate to do so. That has worked for significant decades and now it's time to replace it. Madam Chair, most of the existing drains along Lord Avenue discharge into a natural drainage path located on private property. Over the years, new development in the area has outstripped the capacity of the drains, so it is time, as I said, for an upgrade. The submission we're considering today marks the beginning of the third and final stage of a broader package of works, and the Lord Mayor alluded to that earlier. So during stage one, in 22-23, we carried out some pipe and inlet works done at number 27 Lord Avenue. We then finished the pipe work in stage two during 23-24 and planned a suitable drainage corridor through to Ithaca Creek. And finally, we're at stage three, which this submission relates to, and we're getting on with the job of micro-tunnelling and open trench pipe into the creek. But of course, that requires an easement, and we are seeking to get that through the submission. It will make a significant difference by reducing the risk of stormwater flooding, improving road safety and offering better protection to residents at number 27 and 28A Lowood Avenue. As I mentioned previously, we need to support to approach the state to acquire an easement required for the upgrades. At present, the road corridors and drainage easements are too narrow to accommodate the full scope of the works, and the proposed easement of approximately 218 square metres would be located at 37 Lowood Avenue in Barden, which is, as the Lord Mayor mentioned, the site of the Carolee Country Club. We've consulted extensively with the property owner on this matter over a 12-month period, working through a range of options before settling on the proposal before us today, which includes the location of the easement. And construction, Madam Chair, is scheduled to commence early in the next financial year. Madam Chair, these improvements will provide a more reliable and efficient drainage system for the community. It's one of the many initiatives aimed at improving our city's flood resiliency, and I commend the item to the Chamber.
Further speakers. Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. I am speaking on the ENC report Clause A, the Relief Drainage Project, Lowood Avenue, Barden. This relief drainage project on Lowood Avenue in Barden within the Paddington Ward will deliver much-needed new drainage infrastructure. Lowood Avenue runs along Ithaca Creek, which floods on a regular basis. This project will provide a 10-year average recurrence interval immunity from stormwater flooding. The project also hopes to reduce sewerage overflows during the storm events, which has been quite disturbing to the community. These drainage and stormwater projects are few and far between, and I'm very thankful that this Barton community is getting a much-needed drainage upgrade. The project requires an easement across private land through the Kirralee Country Club, and I'm pleased that the owners did not oppose this easement. There is no doubt that flooding is going to continue to be a major issue for my ward and also for Brisbane City. We have the largest amount of development on any floodplain in Australia, and the consequence of that in a climate crisis world will be challenging, probably devastating, or is devastating. It is critical that this council invests in flood and climate resilience. Unfortunately, this LNP Council administration cut $19 million from the capital budget for new drainage infrastructure in this financial year compared to last year. After $14 million was cut from stormwater maintenance and rehabilitation compared to last year. A total $37 million was stripped from flood resilience in a city where a so-called 1 in 100-year floods are hitting every few years. So I feel very fortunate that my community is receiving this drainage upgrade project when many other communities throughout Brisbane City Council are not. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on item A, and to Councillor Chongwa, I'll just say congratulations. It is always good to see local drainage projects going ahead, projects that the LNP say do not help to relieve flooding, but clearly they do when they're written like this in the reports before us today. One of the issues, though, I raised a couple of issues, and there's some problems with this report. Firstly, there is no budget attached to this project at all. And whilst obviously we wouldn't have a figure necessarily for the acquisition of the easement, there is no money in here. There is no detail in the report saying that there is enough funding in the council budget to deliver the project, which would normally be something that we would know. And we would know that because it would have been listed in the in the council budget, and they don't put numbers in anymore for this. So basically we're being asked to approve a stormwater drainage project, including the acquisition of an easement, underground easement presumably, and we don't know what the cost will be. We don't know whether or not there is enough money in the council budget to deliver it. We don't know, for example, if council's going to be borrowing money to deliver it, even though the Lord Mayor says we're not borrowing this year. How would we know? Because financial information is not addressed in any way, shape or form in this report. And that is very problematic. As councillors, we have to make a decision about the report before us. So the questions I asked earlier were, when were this project listed? And perhaps Councillor Chongwan may know, but she's quite new. And the second was, how many houses will benefit from this project? And I did hear Councillor Davis address that, not directly, but 27, I think it was, and 28A were the two properties that were mentioned. If it's more than two properties, I'd welcome that being corrected. What this says to me, though, is millions of dollars, presumably, will be spent on this project for two properties. Now, in my part of the world, we have multiple properties that go underwater. And each year in the budget, I call for more drainage for the south side and for individual projects, which is voted against by the LNP. So the question then becomes, if projects are being determined on merit, how is it this project has more merit than other projects where people's houses are being flooded, like in South Street, Yurong-Pili, for example? That is not addressed in this report either. So knowing when this project was capital listed would give us some indication of how long it's been waiting on the list, because I know my residents have been waiting a long time. Two, if there was some budget, we'd have some idea of how much this was going to cost, which impacts on whether other projects can be done and delivered. And three, we understanding how many houses are impacted tells us whether this is a value for money project. Certainly there is benefit for the two houses that are experiencing flooding, but as councillors, we have to approve this without knowing those three critical pieces of information: the benefit, the cost, and how long it's been waiting. Now, the big issue here is the LNP are hiding this information from councillors, and they're hiding it from the people of Brisbane. There are dozens, if not hundreds, of these local drainage projects that are waiting funding, languishing on council's capital works list, or not even being allowed to go onto the capital works list. And I know that there are many in my area where we're waiting for funding. Lily in Sherwood, or South Street in Urongpilly. There's heaps. Yeronga, there's so many in Yeronga. Areas where they've been waiting for in Yeronga for 20 years now for drainage upgrades that were recommended by council 20 years ago. So I guess the question becomes, why are these projects being prioritised? And that is not explained in the report before us today. And it's unreasonable for me to say yes to something when we don't have the information we need to make an informed decision. But finally, I would just say and echo Councillor Chongwa's comments. I've been here a long time. Every year for more than a decade, I move budget amendments on drainage. This LNP administration underfunds drainage terribly, and then they cut it every year anyway. So we are so far behind on drainage, and the LNP have neglected it for 4 years.
Councillor Johnson, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on the easement and the drainage project for that is in Clause A before us today. I want to speak about the country club, the Kirrily Country Club, but I just want to speak a little bit about the drainage project itself directly. Now, the papers don't tell us actually where the actual drainage or the stormwater drainage goes into, and I would be interested to know whether or not the drainage goes into a system that bypasses Ithaca Creek, or does it actually go into Ithaca Creek? Because in so many drainage projects in my area, if there's a creek near it, that's where the stormwater goes. Now, we heard from, I think we heard from the councillor for the area in regards to the pressure that Ithaca Creek's under now. So it would be helpful to know where this stormwater is going to. Now, the other issue there, if it is going into the creek, I hope that the creek corridor itself is being kept clear, because I know other councils have this issue, right? Is that we don't really do enough to keep our creek system clear to cope with the stormwater increases that we've seen over the last few years, probably due to climate change. Well, I think it's due to climate change. Others will disagree. Anyways, that would be just helpful to know. But the other fascinating, and I do mean this in a genuine way, fascinating is about the Kirrily Country Club that actually is going to benefit from the stormwater project, along with some other houses as well. I was fascinated to know that there was a country club there in Barden, because I've got a goddaughter who has lived in Barden for many years, and she's never actually mentioned this country club. And she's the type that would probably join it, actually, because it's a great asset for the community, especially for the kids, right? If you have a look at what facilities they actually have in the country club, it would be a kid's paradise. It really would be. And for those 160 families that actually have, and I don't know if it was 160 to start with, but it's been going since 1995. So for those 160 families, I'm sure it's a great space, and we should obviously try to protect that, you know, with this stormwater upgrade. Because it's important that we especially if it's like 80 years old, and something else was 80 years old that they didn't do too good a job with either. But anyways, I was just fascinating to know that there was a country club here. It's not huge, but it's well appointed and probably well maintained. Although you wouldn't know that it's there because it's basically, there's a road in and the only signage on the outside on the fence is to say private property, right? So, you know, I don't know how inclusive they are, but I'm sure they've been going since 1995, and I'm sure lots of members have come and gone, and it's probably for the Barden community itself, right? I just assume that's what it's all about. So with those few comments, I'll stop there and.
Further
Point
questions?
of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded. It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The meeting will be adjourned when all councillors have left the chamber.
Further debate on item A. Councillor Griffith.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to also speak on this item, which is a relief drainage project for Barden. I just want to first off by just start by saying that I believe Councillor Johnston at the beginning of this item raised the actual cost of this project. I would actually like to know the cost or budget for this project and the breakdown for what is being used, how much is being used for acquisition, design and construction. I think it's absolutely reasonable that everyone in this chamber is able to see those figures. I know the LNP don't feel that people need to see figures or know what is going on, but financially we need to see what this LNP government is up to. Second thing is, Councillor Johnston asked for the capital list. How long has this project been on the capital list? And that also hasn't been answered. Anyway, Councillor Chongwan, I congratulate you on being able to get this project up. Well done. And it's a good outcome for your community. In my community, I'm trying to get a number of projects up and unfortunately can't get any of them up. That includes Moolabin Creek from Ipswich Road, Stable Swamp Creek, south of Ipswich Road, Rocky Waterholes that runs under Beaudesert Road, Archfield Canal, which is actually breaking and crumbling apart, and residents getting very angry about it. I note that officers constantly tell me there's no money for maintenance or capital repairs for these areas, and they go on an endless list that is never done. Do you have that experience, Councillor Emily? Yes. An endless list that is never delivered by this LNP administration. I am also disappointed that Councillor Fiona Cunningham hasn't stood up to talk about her ward and what she'd like to see in terms of flooding and how it could be dealt with in her ward, because I know there are a lot of residents in her ward who'd like to see some money spent on it. Sorry. Is that an interjection, Mr Chair?
Well, Councillor Griffith, please come back to the topic, and councillors, please, Councillor Griffith has the floor. Thank you, Councillor Griffith.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I note that the interjection was loudly spoken by the Deputy Mayor there, but anyway, we get warnings on this side and the other thing happens on that side, nothing. It would be good if Councillor Cunningham got up and spoke about her ward and spoke about flooding in her ward and what council should be doing.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Griffith.
Here's another councillor.
Yeah, Councillor.
With regards to item A, it'd be good if Councillor Griffith stood up and spoke about it.
Actually, I'll take that interjection, Mr Chair. I'll take that interjection. Here we have Councillor Krista Adams over there, who hasn't spoken about the item and who hasn't spoken about
point of
issues
order.
in
Sorry,
her ward.
Councillor Griffith, point of order. Councillor Adam.
I asked for your ruling on relevance. I am not in this item. I know I'm in Steve Griffith's head, Councillor Griffith's head, but I'm not in this item.
Yeah, Councillor Griffith, please come back to the report.
I will come back to the item. I'm just noting the noting what's going on here in the chamber, as are our audience out there. Drainage, construction and resilience budget 3.5.1. I would ask that those two items get answered in particular the cost or budget breakdown for this project and the capital listing, how long it's been on the capital listing. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Griffith.
Further speaker? If there's no further speaker, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour of item A, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Adams. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour.
The item is carried. Councillors, please return to your seats. Deputy Mayor, item B of the ENC report.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Item B seeks Council's approval to exchange council and state government-owned land situated off Landham Street in Bowen Hills. Both council and the state own land around this area. This is as a result of the Clem Jones Tunnel and Cross River Rail works that have taken place over a many number of years. This has created some complexity with a number of council assets on state land and a number of state assets on council land. For example, the construction of Cross River Rail saw rail assets built on council freehold land, as well as subsurface rock anchors beneath the surface of the land. This land swap will rectify the issue, simplify the ownership structure in the area, and make it easier for council and the state to maintain our retrospective assets. It will also ensure that council continues to have access to the hardstand compound situated to the north of Lanham Street. Importantly, the exchange will increase the size of council's property by 191 square metres, as well as improve the functionality of the site. Mr Deputy Chair, as part of the negotiations with Queensland Rail, it has been agreed that this transfer will take place without cost to either party. This is a common sense transfer of land that will assist council in maintaining its asset portfolio, and I commend the item to the chamber.
Further debate. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on this land exchange for Cross River Rail purposes at Bowen Hills. As we've heard, it's a land transfer between council and the state government. Council owns the land of Lanham Street, which the state will acquire as part of this process for Cross River Rail in return for some land on Campbell Street. Back to council, but council will pay for the reconfiguration, administrative and statutory costs relating to preparing the land for transfer. So I don't know if that's very fair to council from the state government. We wonder why formal arrangements made for this land transfer weren't made before it was built upon. A question to ask, I guess. And surely you would think, Chair, that the LNP Council, which has a lot of friends up in the LNP state government these days, could get something else out of the state government. Given they need this land transferred, council has to bear the burden of the administrative processes and the cost. Maybe an idea would be to try and extract a commitment from the state government to fund the restoration of the Story Bridge, perhaps. Maybe we could have had a council that would, do a bit of advocacy around these items, or maybe some extra bus stops if they didn't want to aim too highly. A few more bus stops out in the suburbs of Brisbane to feed more suburban residents into train stations that'll benefit from the works of Cross River Rail and increased frequency on the train network. It's not like, being a member of the LNP should stop you from playing hardball with your LNP colleagues up in the state government. That's what we would expect from a council, but unfortunately we see time and time again the LNP council just roll over for the LNP state government, and it looks a bit like this is happening again with these costs burdens put onto council rather than the state government, who needs this land for the project to actually cover those costs. And I guess they could take a leaf out of LNP life member Tom Tate's book when it comes to fighting with the state government. Didn't quite catch that one. Yeah. And not letting him get away. He's had some issues down there, obviously, with the state government cutting stage 4 of light rail, disastrous decision. But at least he's gone down swinging rather than saying to the LNP Premier, yes sir, whatever you want. And you would think that with an LNP government up in George Street that's made up primarily of regional Queensland members, they didn't do very well in Brisbane at all, that the Lord Mayor of Brisbane, who is an absent Lord Mayor today, lasted again until afternoon tea. Once he got his afternoon tea, he toddled off, never to be seen again.
Deputy Chair.
He would be making noise.
Sorry, Councillor Cassidy. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Can Councillor Cassidy speak to the report again, please?
Yeah, Councillor Cassidy, please come back to the report.
Thanks very much, Chair. We'll have to get our bingo cards out. When you mention housing, climate change and the Lord Mayor's absence from council meetings, that's what stirs up. That's what stirs up the LNP over on that side. So it's good, at least we're finding a bit more out about them. But you would think if you had an LNP council and an LNP state government, we would start seeing some decent outcomes for the people of Brisbane, of which we are elected here to represent. But unfortunately, we just keep getting shafted by this LNP state government, even though the LNP have this overwhelming majority in the council chamber here. It's really strange, the relationship, or I guess it's pointing to a lack of a working relationship between our LNP mayor and the LNP government down in George Street. This is Cross River Rail is a great project. Oh, yes. The LNP laugh and the LNP think Cross River Rail is not a great project. Absolutely incredible that they just have this sort of ideological opposition to a rail project because it's a state government thing. And it was, if you called it the Bad Tunnel, they would have loved it, of course, that because it was initiated by the previous Labor state government, they still have to hate it. They still have to hate it the whole way through. Strange that the LNP hate rail upgrades. But the generational benefit that Brisbane will get from Cross River Rail in terms of dedicated, separated public transport infrastructure will be immense, will be absolutely immense. We've seen the success time and time again where you have dedicated public transport infrastructure that is separated from road traffic. We see the capacity that you can get on light rail in the Gold Coast, for instance. You see the capacity you get on heavy rail where there's a separated piece of infrastructure like that. And you see the huge success of our busways here in Brisbane where they are separated. That's the kind of investment we need to see rather than the LNP's very pathetic attempt at advocacy in trying to get public transport projects up here in Brisbane because they continue to fail, and the bus contract we saw through here a few months ago confirms that. So, again, this is an important project, but you would just think...
Cassidy, your time has expired. Thank you. Further speaker? Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. And I rise to speak on item B. Item B seeks Council's approval to exchange council and state government-owned land situated off Lanham Street in Bowen Hills, as the Deputy Mayor mentioned. Both council and the state have land around this particular area, and as a result of the Clem 7 tunnel and crossover rail works, there are a number of instances where either council assets are on state-owned land and vice versa. To resolve these encroachments, this exchange...
Point of order.
The Speaker? Sorry.
Oh, it's a point of order,
sorry,
Chair.
point of order. Sorry, Councillor Collier. Yeah.
Chair, can you advise how much time elapsed from Councillor Cassidy speaking?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sorry, because it's item by item, sorry. I actually thought it was a 5-minute, but they said it was actually 10, so sorry, it was my mistake, but if you like to speak a bit longer, I'll give you that. Yeah.
So can you confirm how long had elapsed?
Yeah, about 4.5 minutes. Yep. Yeah.
4.5 minutes. Chair.
Yeah, well, 5 minutes. That's yeah.
Okay, but Councillor Cassidy is entitled to 10 minutes per
That's right.
item.
Yeah, because
for
it was
ENC.
item by item. Sorry. I missed that.
Okay.
So. Yep. Yep. Further speaker? Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. So as I was saying, to resolve these encroachments, this exchange will see 3 land tenure actions occur. These actions will provide appropriate tenure for the constructed assets without adding to additional maintenance costs to council. The first action concerns council land situated off the corner of O'Connell Terrace and Lanham Street. Cross River Rail has constructed rail assets here and have also installed subsurface rock anchors beneath the ground. To resolve this, council will transfer this land to the state government and provide a volumetric easement for support to the state government for the rock anchors. In exchange, the state will transfer nearby land to us, increasing the size of the property by 191 square metres, which will help improve the functionality of the site for the future. The second action concerns access to a council compound situated to the north of Lanham Street, adjacent to Enoggera Creek. Access to this compound is currently gained through council freehold land. This land also provides access to the state marshalling yards at Bowen Hills and has rail infrastructure situated within the area. To resolve this encroachment, council will transfer part of this land to the state. The state will provide council an easement for access over the same land to maintain access to our compound. This action allows us to maintain access to the council facility whilst resolving the encroachment and transferring the ownership and maintenance responsibilities to the state. So in that instance, the ownership and maintenance responsibilities are transferred to the state. The final action also relates to the council compound. This hard stand compound has been constructed on a mixture of both council and state-owned land. To resolve this, the state will transfer their part of the land to council so that we can secure our land tenure over our asset. Mr Deputy Chair, to summarise, the land exchange will see council transfer 3,025 square metres of land to the state. Council will receive 1,756 square metres from the state. Council grants 260 square metres of easements to the state, and council receives 3,344 square metres of access easements from the state. As decided in the negotiations, this exchange of land and grant of easements will come at no cost to either party. Land tenure issues are common between different levels of government, however, they aren't always easy to resolve. And it wasn't too long ago, although it seems like Councillor Cassidy has forgotten, that we've been met with roadblocks, blocks and delays when we've tried to resolve issues like this with the state government. Councillor Cassidy said that we should be marching down to 1 William Street and chatting with the LNP government, who's been in power a little over 1 year, but it wasn't too long ago that, for a decade, we couldn't do anything with ministers like Mark Bailey. Unfortunately, Councillor Cassidy wasn't very vocal at that point in time, and Councillor Cassidy talked about public transport projects that were excellent because they had separated busways, just like the Brisbane Metro. But the Brisbane Metro didn't receive any
accolades from Councillor Cassidy. Indeed, Councillor Cassidy cannot bring himself to even utter the terms. And let's not even talk about the failure, which is the Gympie Road Transitway by his good friend, former Minister Mellish. Thankfully, the Crisafulli government in this instance have taken a different approach than their predecessors. Common sense solutions, such as this one, that come at no cost to ratepayers, are what we're able to achieve with a government committed to delivering for Queensland, and I commend this item to the chamber.
Further debate. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. Just briefly with respect to item B. Firstly, there's a number of things in this report that I guess when you put the word salad from the report into your AI speech writing program, that apparently it tells you there's no cost to council. So I'm not quite sure what that actually means, but we heard both from the acting chair and the deputy mayor that this wouldn't cost council. Now, what the report actually, and I think it's quite deceptive, unless they want to stand up and say that paragraph 15 of the written report is wrong. It says here, all land transfers will be for a nominal value of $1 if demanded. Now, perhaps the state is not demanding the $1 transfer fee. Fair enough. That's different to saying there's no cost. Paragraph 15 goes on to say, council will be responsible for the costs associated with the reconfiguration of the properties and the administrative and statutory costs of preparing various land for transfer. Now, again, perhaps there is no cost involved in those things, but why is it written into the report that council is responsible for these costs? If there is no cost, the report would say there is no cost to council. The report does not say that. So here we have two senior members of Civic Cabinet in the LNP verbally saying that the council written report prepared is untrue, that it's false information. And if what they are saying is true, then why are we as councillors and the public being given false information? Because that is what is in here. It states there is a cost to council, and it states that we are responsible for those costs. They may only be hundreds of thousands of dollars, they may be tens of thousands of dollars. We don't know, again, because these reports don't include any figures, and we, other than the $1 nominal fee, we don't know what the actual real cost to council is. We don't know whether the money's available in the budget. And the deceptive way in which the Deputy Mayor and the Acting Chair have described this as being no cost to council is repudiated by the written council report before us today. Now, I'm not allowed to say that council officers are wrong, or they've done the wrong thing, or they've misled us. So I can only assume it is the LNP councillors who are deliberately misleading us with their AI-generated speeches today, because they don't want to confess to the real cost to council. Now, the other thing that is in the report that is rather interesting is, despite there being a disparity in the land area prepared for the exchange, it's quite some disparity. So let's see. The area to be transferred to council, and there are multiple portions and, you know, lots of different sections across 3 different encroachments, which again apparently have been going on for the last 20 years and nobody's thought, well, maybe we should sort this out. A thing that the LNP have a great track record on. I can't remember how much it cost, but it was millions of dollars when the LNP sought tenders from the private sector in Brisbane to build the tunnel under QPAC and the convention centre without having authority to do that from the state government. And that cost the ratepayers of Brisbane millions of dollars. In this case, there is a cost to council that the LNP are trying to hide, and then they're trying to say, but it's all right, we're getting a good deal. Now, the amount of land that is being swapped, council is receiving 1,756 square metres, and we are giving 3,025 square metres to the state government. Yeah, and that's double. That's double. Now, look, these bits of land are interesting and presumably, you know, it's for real purposes, right? I'm not disputing that. But to stand up and claim there's no cost to council and then to claim that we're getting a good deal out of this, it certainly doesn't look like it based on the material provided in the report today. So again, who do you believe? The LNP chairs who get up every week, read out their AI-generated speeches that claim it's all good, it's all great, this is a good deal, or the words in the actual report which say, no, there is a cost to council and we're getting less land than we're giving away. Now, anybody in Brisbane knows if you give away more land than you get, that's not a good deal. And it's a shame that the ENC, LNP members of the ENC here in Brisbane don't recognise that when you have costs associated with the transfer and you're getting less land, that is a bad deal overall.
Further speaker, Councillor Chong-Wah.
Thank you, Chair. I am speaking to the ENC report Clause B, Cross River Rail Land Exchange, Bowen Hills. This is a transfer of land from council to state government where Cross River Rail assets have been constructed. In return, the state government is transferring some adjoining land back to council. While the state is receiving more land, it is true that the council is receiving larger, more usable blocks of land. This land subject to the transfer is either in my ward or immediately over the border. I do not oppose the transfer of this land either from or to council. However, I do strongly appeal that this transferred land be utilised as green space and natural vegetated areas that are suitable for flooding and wetlands. Some of the land is already adjacent to the Brisbane's rivers, wetland ecology, and virtually all of it is in a flood zone. I refer this council chamber to this LNP administration's recent amendment of the city plan that will effectively remove 290 hectares of green space from the Brisbane Council area by 2036, based on the desired standard of service for green space and growing population. 290 hectares of green space that this city would otherwise have, not to mention the potential loss of 64 hectares of inner-city parkland at Brisbane, although the fight is not over to save that precious green space. This administration has virtually ruled out any increase in green space, presumably because they will not allocate a budget.
Councillor Chong-Wah, sorry, green space is not in this report. Please come back to the report.
I think it's important to highlight a potential use of this space.
So you can only speak to the report. So. The report is on the land exchange. Please speak to the subject. Thank you.
Presumably, they will not allocate a budget to this vital investment in our city's resilience. Yes.
Look at it. It's all
yes. You can see here, there's all easements. Yes. Yeah. I'll just say it again. Presumably because they will not allocate a budget to this vital investment in our city's resilience. If this council thinks they have no available land that is cheap enough to increase green space, here are some easy, low-hanging fruits. Why not revert this land to natural vegetated areas, expanding on the Maiwar-Brisbane River's natural wetland ecosystem? Thank you, Chair.
Further speaker? There's no further speaker. Deputy Mayor. I'll now put item B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Chong-Wah. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 23 in favour and 1 abstention.
The item is carried. Councillors, please return to your seats. Yep. Deputy Mayor, item C of the ENC report.
Point of order, Chair.
Yeah. Point of order, Councillor Kim.
In relation to Clause C, I own Commonwealth Bank shares and there could be a perceived conflict of interest in my participating in this debate, so I will now leave the chamber.
Noted.
That's me as well. So
Noted,
I'll also leave the chamber. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Chair. Item C is the significant contracting plan for CBA Queensland whole of government banking services. Council's contract with the Commonwealth Bank of Australia for banking services is due to expire in March next year. In considering a new agreement with the CBA, we reviewed the terms of the agreement that CBA provides to the Queensland Government, and that offers more favourable terms and conditions than those currently available to Brisbane City Council. The state government agreement is accessible to statutory entities, government-owned corporations and local governments, allowing access to the commercially advantageous terms. As such, Council intends to enter into a significant contracting plan with CBA under the terms of the State Agreement for Bank Accounts, Overdrafts and Bank Guarantees, as well as services to receive revenue and make payments to Council, for example, BPay, direct debit, debit and credit cards and electronic funds transfers. The key differences in pricing include a reduction in merchant service fees, which will be applicable from April next year, and lower fees for manual general banking transactions. Council currently charges residents a credit and debit surcharge of 0.78% for payments by Visa credit and debit cards, MasterCard and American Express, as outlined in the budget each year. This is a user pays cost recovery measure only. We cannot and do not make any margin on the surcharge. But by negotiating a more favourable contract on state government terms, we will be able to deliver a saving for ratepayers with a significant saving in merchant fees when transacting with Council. So, with that in mind, I'm pleased to confirm that the credit and debit surcharge will be reduced from April 2026 in line with this new contract, and I commend the item to the chamber.
Further debate. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. This banking contract with CBA is for 3 years and 7 months, an option to add 2 additional periods of up to 3 years. So essentially, what we're looking at here is a 6-year plus contract for Council to have all of its banking operations with CommBank, which is basically in the history here of Council banking with CBA, have provided transactional banking services since 1999 and contracts from 2004 have been entered into a sole source basis. So I hear what the Deputy Mayor is saying about accessing a service of which the state government has done a deal with CommBank with, but there's nothing in here, and certainly no, given it's a sole source contract, you would hope that the advice that ENC and the relevant chair, who's the Deputy Mayor, has received from council officers, whether that's the CFO or a team within council there, about other options. There's not sort of an analysis undertaken here about what is the best value for money. We're just we're told with, again, threadbare papers in the ENC report before us today, and the couple of minutes we hear from the Deputy Mayor about why, and no Lord Mayor to explain this, again, absent from what is a very significant contract on behalf of ratepayers. no explanation as to what other banks were offering council around this. And the answer might be they asked the question, went to the other big three of the big four, went to other smaller banks that are Queensland-based maybe, and maybe the answer was that they weren't able to provide everything that council needed out of that. But we don't have any of that information before us today. We don't know that. Even if it wasn't in the papers, we don't know that from the relevant LNP chair, or certainly not from the Lord Mayor, who's run back to the bunker and is hidden out for the rest of the day here again for this council meeting. I mean, perhaps the amount of money that comes and goes from council, they say it's a $4 billion budget. We know a whole lot of that is taken care of in depreciation and write-offs and write-downs and things like that. So it's not $4 billion in money. Certainly not in accounting terms, but not in real money. But, you know, the amount of money council needs, maybe, you know, we could set up a credit union or a bank ourselves. Actually, no, that wouldn't work because there's no cash on hand anymore under the LNP. So we certainly couldn't back a bank here in council anymore under the LNP because they've spent all the cash. No cash left, so it is essential that we have lines of credit, whether that's through our bank at the moment, CBA, and will be under this proposal going forward because the LNP are voting that way, or whether it's through Queensland Treasury Corporation as well. But it just does strike me as quite incredible that you know, the best advice you get as an individual or a business, and we hear this all the time from the LNP. Strange they didn't bring it up today, but they often talk about council in terms of a direct correlation to small business or to individuals running their own budgets. They often talk about sitting around the kitchen table looking at your bills and not spending more than you're bringing in and things like that. We also have these lectures from the Lord Mayor when he bothers to show up, not today, and from the Deputy Mayor. And all the best advice in those situations is to shop around, is to ask the question and try and get the very best deal. Now, again, maybe that's occurred. I make room for the small possibility that it has, and the Deputy Mayor just forgot to say it out loud in introducing this item today. But I think, the Deputy Mayor would know this. So I find it interesting that she decided not to share that information with us as councillors who have been asked to vote on this. But that's the advice that everybody is given, is to make sure you shop around and find the best deal, and maybe that is the case before us today. But this is not us noting a decision that a delegate has made. This is us as councillors who are responsible for these decisions actually voting on this and making the decision and getting on the sticky paper ourselves, and we're being asked to do that. Now, without all the information. I know LNP councillors don't care about finding out information. In a lot of cases they like to keep it hidden. We know that from experience, but they don't sort of ask questions. We know that. They don't. It's just easier if you don't ask, you're not told anything, and that's the way the LNP proceed in making these decisions, and they're just sort of given their direction from the Lord Mayor and his office. But it's only right and proper we ask these questions, and I guess through the course of this debate now, Chair, which I'm sure will be full, because this is really important. I'm sure we'll get lots of LNP councillors standing up and contributing to this debate. Some of the backbenchers will have some things written down, the questions they've had because they haven't had an opportunity to have them cleared up by the Deputy Mayor or the Lord Mayor, because he probably doesn't attend their party room meetings either, I imagine. He'll be hiding away. But so they'll have lots of questions they'll ask. So we will listen along to the debate and what LNP councillors tell us about these arrangements and whether we can support this item today or not once we get all of the information that we need as councillors.
Further debate. Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on item C, which is a significant contracting plan for CBA Queensland whole government banking services. And I rise to speak on this as we talk about it in a way that it's the best deal, noting what, through you, Chair, the Deputy Mayor has said, that we're going to get really great results here, that this is the easiest way to get it done. We're piggybacking. I recognise all this stuff, but still, this is still a choice. This is a significant contract for Brisbane City Council, one that can be extended far into the future. And what we are being asked here in this chamber is to agree to this without knowing any sort of information if there was a competitive tender, and also noting the fact that we're also not discussing where our strategy aligns. Commonwealth Bank, though, and I recognise this over the past recent years, has reduced its investments in fossil fuels. However, since 2016, it has invested over $26.1 billion in fossil fuels. And that's oil, gas, etc. And so, while there is progress with Commonwealth Bank, and that should be acknowledged, it is not completely there. We cannot progress to completion of disinvestment in fossil fuels. We cannot just reduce, we need to eliminate. And while CBA has stepped back, it still invests, it still finances, and it still maintains relationships with fossil fuel companies whose business models are incompatible with our climate-safe future. And let me be clear about that, because in our own council documents, it talks about our sustainability strategies, our climate policies. It speaks about those incorporation of those sustainability policies and principles in everything that we do. Our policies speak of climate alignment in every decision that we make. They speak about reducing emissions. They speak about supporting resilient, climate-ready Brisbane. But that's not what we have here. When those papers are met with reality, what we have here is a bypassing of any tender process, any transparency on information, with a bank that still does invest in fossil fuels. And there's no ethical comparison, there's no opportunities for banks with stronger disinvestment records to be considered. So how does this actually align with the sustainable Brisbane City Council that this LNP purports to support? It just doesn't. It just doesn't align with it. And it certainly doesn't align with climate responsibility. Those billions that were invested, we're about to go into a procurement, well, we're not going into procurement, we're about to go into a contract with, while Brisbane continues to flood. While Brisbane and this council will take on the costs of climate change, with worsening weather, with deepening heat waves, and with undeniable future floods to Brisbane. Our money matters. Who we bank with matters. A contract with CBA at this moment, within this climate context, sends a message to the residents of Brisbane. It says that our sustainability commitments are optional. It says that they're just words that crumble, and that we won't make the effort to actually incorporate sustainability and climate resilience in everything we do. CBA is shifting. Yes, it's lending less to the fossil fuel industry, but it's still not fossil fuel free. And again, I repeat, we do not know if council has tested any other banks, any other better deals, any other bank that is not still within fossil fuels. Brisbane deserves better. Brisbane deserves a council that incorporates climate change and climate resilience in everything it does, and for these reasons, the Greens will not be supporting this recommendation.
Further debate. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair. I rise to speak on item C, the significant contracting plan for banking services. Our current banking contract with the Commonwealth Bank runs until March 2026, so not too far away, meaning we now need to consider future arrangements. As part of that process, officers examined the terms that CBA already provides to the Queensland Government. That review showed that the state's agreement delivers more competitive conditions than those under council's existing contract. Now, would it be fair to say that the state government has been out to source potential deals in the market, and it won't come as any surprise to people in the chamber that the type of business that is accrued through the state government and their mechanism is keenly sought after by banks, and that they would be sharpening the pencil to make sure they put forward their best possible offer to secure the Queensland government's banking arrangements. So I think it's fair to say that it is a very competitive process, and the deal that's been offered to the state and by virtue of that arrangement to council will be extremely competitive. Now, as Councillor Cunningham indicated, the state agreement isn't limited to government departments alone. It is open to a range of public entities, including local governments, importantly, government-owned corporations and statutory bodies. That access allows local governments to benefit from more commercially favourable pricing. On that basis, Council is proposing to align with the state's agreement and enter into a significant contracting plan with CBA, as Councillor Cunningham outlined. This will cover Council's banking needs, such as accounts, overdraft facilities, guarantees, and the systems used, importantly, for receiving and making payments, BPay, direct debits, card payments, and electronic funds transfer, all important parts of our Council engagement with our residents. More notably, and as already raised in this debate, this contract will deliver reduced merchant fees from April 2026 and lower charges for certain manual banking transactions. At present, residents who pay council by Visa or MasterCard, whether by credit or debit, along with American Express, incur a surcharge of 0.78%. That surcharge represents the cost of the transaction council is seeing in its merchant fees and simply recovers the cost imposed on council by the banks. So to be clear, this is a user pays cost recovery measure only. Council cannot and does not make any margin on the surcharge. This surcharge offsets that cost to council. It would be incredibly unfair to those ratepayers who use BPay and direct debit to have to indirectly pick up the tab for credit card merchant fees that they aren't contributing to. Council's credit debit card surcharge did not increase in the 25-26 budget and remains at 0.78%. With the improved pricing under the new arrangement, Council will be in a position to reduce the card surcharge from April 2026. Our fees and charges are based on user pays principles. That is the fair and equitable outcome that keeps costs down for Brisbane residents. We're focused on keeping costs down. Labor wants to jack them up for everybody. Now, importantly, before finishing, I did want to pass on some comments to Councillor Massey's contribution to the debate. And she made much of banks' involvement in the fossil fuel industry, and she pointed out that CBA was winding back their investment in this sector. But I can assure you that there will be, most banks in this country will still have some exposure to the fossil fuel industry. So it begs the question, just who would we bank with if we went down Councillor Massey's pathway? Would it be, and you've got to remember, the Greens at the last election suggested they would establish their own bank. So, you know, with due respect, the Greens lack credibility on banking, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Further debate. Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. And just on item C, I think it's a pretty extraordinary contribution to the debate just now from Councillor Allen, because what he just said is, we think that maybe the state do their due diligence and check. I don't know. He doesn't personally know. He didn't check. Maybe the state government checked, so he doesn't know himself, which is one, extremely concerning, and two, he doesn't actually know if the state checked either.
Point of order, Mr Deputy Chair.
Point of order.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted.
What he said was he wasn't sure. He thinks that, he assumes and thinks that maybe the state government did a check. And that is deeply concerning, and it is so telling from an administration that has been in power for 20 years and is just entirely asleep at the wheel and couldn't even be bothered to cross all the T's and dot all the I's or pick up a phone and ring and make absolutely sure that this is the best option for the people of Brisbane. Let's be clear. Yeah, this is a big decision. It's not like it's some tiny little thing that won't impact people's everyday lives. We know that there are a huge amount of transactions that come from residents, from businesses that we deal with who will utilise this banking service, let alone us as a council ourselves. So the margin for error, like, I mean, come on, wouldn't you just check? Wouldn't you just check?
Yep. Further debate. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Deputy Chair, and thanks to all the councillors for their contribution this afternoon. Who would have thought it would...
Sorry, Councillor Allen, your misrepresentation.
Oh, right.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I think I was pretty unequivocal in what I said, that the state government did in fact seek, had gone to market to seek the best possible deal.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. As I was about to say, as part of this rigorous process of the state shopping around, they did in fact do a 6-month evaluation to make sure that this was indeed the best arrangement possible. Why members of the opposition think that a local government of, regardless, even though we are a large local government, I get that, but why they think that a local government of Brisbane City Council size and stature would be able to get a better deal than the Queensland government and does not have the buying power of the Queensland government absolutely astounds me. They have been through a 6-month evaluation process from the Queensland government on this particular arrangement, and I have full confidence that this is in fact the best deal for Brisbane residents. Now, I was amused to hear the contribution from the Greens councillor, because they have a policy, as we all know, to start their own bank. Well, guess what, Deputy Chair? I take the credibility of the CBA over the Greens any day of the week, and I commend this item to the chamber.
Now I put item C of the E&C report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division. Division.
Division called by Councillor Chong-Wah, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour, 2 against and 3 abstentions.
The items carried. Councillor Wine's Public Transport Committee.
Bear with me, there we go. Mr Chair, I move that the report of the Public Transport Committee being held on the 11th of November 2025 be adopted.
And it's my pleasure, Mr Deputy Chair, to second
the motion.
It was moved by Councillor Wines, seconded by Councillor Toomey, that the report of the Public Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 11th November 2025 be adopted. Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Look, last week the committee heard a presentation on bus network coordination, which is a system that is vital to keeping Brisbane moving. Council operates over 200 bus routes and facilitates more than 80 million passenger trips each and every year. Our unique world-class offering includes a 27-kilometre fully segregated busway, complete with passing lanes and multiple entry and exit points. The system is more than just buses, it's a complex network, carefully planned and coordinated to deliver reliable journeys. Network planning is at the heart of this process. Planners analyse passenger data, ridership patterns, peak period and travel behaviour. We also use customer insights from secondary channels such as TransLink to ensure and examine operational trends and to ensure our timetables reflect the real-world conditions. Current and projected population growth, development plans and service reliability are all factored in to ensure our network meets both present and future demand. I can assure councillors that our timetables routinely consider peak periods and how they affect the speed of the network, and timetables reflect anticipated travel time both within and without peak conditions, which I think is quite an interesting factor. The rigorous analysis informs route alignments and service hierarchy, integrating our buses with other modes and connecting areas with high transport demand. Frequency and service spans are carefully considered, always balancing network needs against available funding. And while the goal being clear to have a network that serves not only today's Brisbane, but also grows as our city also continues to grow. Once the planning is complete, the scheduling team steps in, translating that whole planning piece into the timetables and resource allocation that we and our passengers experience. Scheduling covers everything from route and stop timetables to vehicle and driver allocation, ensuring compliance with legislative requirements and fatigue management rules. We're also prepared for unplanned disruptions, making timely service adjustments where needed. So yes, where there are incidents and accidents, where there are trees down, our drivers are informed and provided feedback in real time about which direction to go, and their expectations on the route are adjusted in real time. It is actually quite a fascinating part of our organisation, and I think that the more the councillors learn about it, the more credit they will give our officers, in particular Brett's section, in actually the planning and implementation of each and every bus service. Something that so many people take for granted, but to have confidence that the buses will arrive and will take you on the agreed journey at the agreed time requires a great deal of planning and a great deal of operational and logistical skill, something that I think we should always take time to recognise and be grateful for, that the skills of our managers, the skills of our operators and the skills of our teams who ensure that our bus system continues to carry millions of passengers each and every year in a world-class public transport system.
Further debate. Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. And, you know, through this presentation and what we talked about last week, we know that Brisbane is a growing city, and while our suburbs have grown, it feels like our bus network hasn't. For more than 2 decades, we've been let down by the LNP and their public transport system that hasn't kept pace with the needs of Brisbane, a modern and connected city. And it shows every day right across the suburbs. People tell us buses are late, they're infrequent, they're overcrowded, or they simply don't arrive when they're needed the most. And the most frustrating thing is that communities have been raising these issues for years. These are parents at school gates, seniors trying to get to appointments. I do recall in this place, Councillor Griffiths raised when someone couldn't get to the shops and the Lord Mayor said, why don't you get a council cab, only to realise that it didn't actually go there. Entire suburbs we are seeing are pleading for safer and more accessible stops. And today I was hoping to read to the Lord Mayor the real feedback from residents after the LNP's most recent bus network updates. Unfortunately, he's not here today, so I'll read it to his LNP colleagues. I'd like to bring the residents' voices to the chamber today. One resident said, we had 2 kids catching the bus to and from school towards Brisbane. Since the changes, I've had to change jobs, my permanent full-time professional job, to be closer to their school. They're now driven to and from school, thanks to the bus changes. Another resident said, as a cancer patient who attends hospital every week, this is tedious. For a 5-stop journey, I now have to transfer. It's not necessarily about the extra time, but about the extra effort required. And then from council's own workforce, as a bus driver, I can honestly say these changes have hit deliberately the poor or working class suburbs the worst. It's obvious and clear the agenda of cuts has been towards one side of the scale. I personally had to deal with huge amounts of questions and deal with angry passengers that take their discontent out on us, unfortunately, the drivers. Another resident said, I wouldn't mind the trip if the routes were more reliable as promoted, but the truth is that they are not, especially in the afternoon. What I see, double the chance of cancelled buses, double the chances of delays, missed connections, all with 30-minute gaps to wait for the next route. Let's be clear, this is a system signed off on by an out-of-touch LNP Lord Mayor who's hiding away. He could be hiding away in City Hall, or he might be too preoccupied, jet-setting around the world, first class to Dubai or Switzerland, or I don't even know where he's off to next, but it'll be somewhere, I'm sure. On this side of the chamber, we believe in a network where buses are frequent and actually connect people to the places that they need to go. We believe in transport planning that listens. It listens to the people who need it the most. It listens to parents at school gates, to local businesses, to young people and to seniors. These people rely on every single connection. That is how you build a city that works for everyone, and it's not happening under this LNP council.
Further debate. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak just briefly on the, well, that's all you can do nowadays, on the Public Transport Committee report. There's a couple of things I'd just like to note about this report, which, again, the word salad goes into the AI-generated speech app and out pops the speech using a variety of words that are contained in the report. But what it doesn't actually bear any resemblance to is real-world conditions, as alluded to by Councillor Wines earlier. Real-world conditions on our bus network mean that many residents are now having to wait longer for buses, walk further to get buses, experiencing more bus full problems. And out my way, you know, we've got a bus depot where you can't turn onto the arterial road because of the very poor design when it was built. So there are a lot of problems, but I would just like to put a couple of things on the record with respect to this. And I'm referring firstly to paragraph 5, compliance with award and legislative requirements. So one of the legislative requirements that bus drivers are required to meet is making sure there is no child left behind on buses. Now, recently that happened in my ward. Residents, a young girl waiting to go to Corinda State School, her mother had walked her and one of her friends to the bus stop, and the 106 bus sailed by and did not stop. Now, in querying this immediately with TransLink and Brisbane City Council, it took some time for a reply, which was bad enough. But apparently, if the bus is displaying a bus full sign, the driver does not have to stop. So if the mother had left the children at the bus stop and the bus had sailed past, those poor kids would have been left on the side of the street. As it was, the mother was waiting with them and the bus driver was not required to stop. Now, the reason that this is happening, and this is not the first report of bus full and buses, people being left behind on the 106 route. It's one of the routes that has been impacted by the bus route that Councillor Murphy and Councillor Wines like to talk about, which is their new bus network. The 106 got no upgrades. It's a bus that travels between Mount Omni and it runs through to Indooroopilly, and it picks up a lot of people in that western suburbs area and brings a lot of young people on that service to schools at Corinda State High, Corinda Primary and other schools in the area, St Aidan's and others, and obviously to shopping centres between Mount Ormond and Indooroopilly. So the very big problem we've got is, one, the council network did not include any upgrades for the 106 to start with. Two, we now have people being left behind because these buses are full. Both council and TransLink have refused to look at it putting on an extra service in the morning, which would deal with the increased demand that we have with more people using public transport, particularly children. Corinda State School now has, Corinda State School's got nearly 700 children and Corinda High School's 2,500. So these are strongly growing school catchment areas. And all of those centenary suburbs, those children are coming across on bus to Corinda. Now, yes, there is a school bus, but that's also chock-a-block. And how many children need to be left behind before this council and TransLink realise that there is a problem with this bus network, that the 106 should have had upgrades? For those of us that were here when the journey of this absolutely ridiculous metro project started, there'll be more buses for the suburbs. We were told over and over and over again, there'd be more buses for the suburbs. There are actually less council buses for the suburbs. Out my way, you now see TransLink branded buses. Never seen them running before this year in my part of the world. So we know that council hasn't been buying buses for years now. We know that there weren't extra buses to come out into the suburbs for better services, and places like the 106 missed out. So whilst council might be meeting the minimum requirement, legislative requirement for the safety of children and buses, in this occasion, children were left behind at a bus stop on the 106 route, and neither council nor TransLink will acknowledge that there is a problem and it needs to be fixed.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Further debate. Councillor Strong.
Yes, listen, I want to speak on this one because we received a call from, it's about the network, of course, and we received a call from the Glenalla High School. Have a listen to this one. They got recently some school buses to transport. This is one of the largest. It's 1,200 students we're talking about here at the Glenalla High School. And they received a call or information from TransLink, or it must have been TransLink, to say that the bus that used to arrive at 3:10 to pick up the students, guess what? Guess when it's going to arrive now? 2:20. Yeah, 2:20. Now, what bright spark, whether it's in council or in TransLink, thought that that was a good idea? Right? Now, I know the schools sent a strong, well, I won't say what the school's done because I don't know precisely, and I don't want to verbal them, but I'm sure that they have made contact with someone to say that, what are you thinking? Right? There is no way that that's going to work. So, through the chair, maybe you should follow it up with your mates at the state government, good old TransLink, and say, guys, maybe you should rethink that one because it's not going to work for that high school, and there's going to be a lot of kids left behind because they've had this service now for probably, well, not quite 12 months, so that they've become used to it. The families have become used to it. They don't have to be picked up because there's 3 schools in this road. We have a special school, one of the bigger ones. We have the Anala State School, then we have Glenalla High School. And the road, honestly, wouldn't even be a kilometre long. So can you imagine what the congestion's been like over the years? And this high school, because of what they've been able to achieve, is now a destination high school because of all the stuff that they offer. And 1,200 students, that's not their capacity yet. I don't know what their actual capacity is because I never asked, because I'm always amazed when they said it's like 1,200 now. But honestly, we've got to do better than that. And I just hope that through the chair, you can go to your Translate friends and say, listen, can you review that one because it's just not going to work for that high school. Thank you, Chair.
Further debate. Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, it's some interesting contributions. So what we were talking about earlier was the coordination centre that ensures that our buses run on time, that they coordinate with each other to keep the system working, that they respond to traffic incidences, and that there's a level of communication between operator and the council managers to ensure that the system continues on. A system that carries more than 80 million people each year, a system that for the vast majority of users is an excellent experience. We know that. We've seen significant uplift in the last few months in customer satisfaction, that we know that people are choosing our vehicles and they're choosing our services over alternatives. Many of the criticisms levelled by Councillor Johnston and Councillor Strunk were effectively that people wanted to use our service, that it's very popular, that in fact in some instances it's too popular and may require more support in some of those particular routes. We are all...
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted.
Councillor Johnston made the point that the 106 bus was regularly full and leaving people behind, which means that it's popular and people like to use it, and more people who aren't on it would also like to use it. That's the point that she was making. And so this council clearly has a policy that we don't leave children behind, so even if a child can't afford a fare, they will enter the bus for free. My understanding is that's well known among school communities. There were specific instances identified by each of the negative speakers, but once again, we have seen, as I was discussed in question time today, a significant uplift in passenger rates. We've seen services improve, in some instances taking more than 50% more passengers than they did before because we've got the route and the timetable right. We've seen on-time running improve, we've seen congestion reduce, we've seen the offering that has been put forward by this city to our public transport user has significantly improved. And we know that because, as I say, customer satisfaction has improved, and also ridership has increased. People like the changes that were made. I would also take an opportunity just to remind the council that in the early meetings of last session, I asked all councillors that if they had an issue with any of, in their community, if there was any concerns they had, please email me. Now I have 3 emails here. I've checked, we've had them all checked. Councillor Kim has contacted us and Councillor Griffiths has contacted us with specific individual concerns. In the opposition and crossbenchers. So thank you to them for raising the concerns of their residents. But they were 1 or 2 people. And again, individual circumstances will be reflected on, but this sort of systemic failure that is described and spoken to.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted.
The systemic failure that's being alluded to by using particular instances is not supported by the weight of evidence of usage, nor the weight of evidence of the correspondence from those councillors complaining about particular instances. So I would once again...
Point of order, Councillor Strong.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted.
So, as I say, I take complaints seriously and sincerely, and I trust that if there are concerns of the nature that are being proposed, I would like to know them. I have a sincere concern that what the Labor councillors in particular are doing is collecting information, telling people that they'll advance their cause, but then actually sitting on the information and then not telling us in what I suspect is a pretty cynical attempt to make us look bad and not respond to the concerns, even though the Labor councillors are collecting information and not passing it forward to us. Now, if that is true, if my suspicion of that's true, that's sad. That's a very sad reflection on them. And I think that if the true complaints were in fact provided to us, we would be able to respond to them materially and to address any systemic and sincere concerns. But if If, there are instances where I'm being told that hundreds of people are signing petitions, yet I get complaints from only one or two specific examples from Labor councillors, it does lead me to question the sincerity of their complaints. So I would like to see all the complaints. I want to know where the problems are so that we can address them. If the Labor councillors, as I have suggested, are collecting information from residents and not passing it through, that is a pretty serious thing to be doing, and I hope they're not, but it would appear that they likely are.
Councillor Johnston, your misrepresentations.
Yes, certainly on the first point of misrepresentation, Councillor Wines misrepresented my speech by claiming somehow I've been talking about the popularity of council's bus services. In fact, my speech, which he materially misrepresented, was about the fact that he had left children, or that the bus services had left children behind on the 106 route, that council had failed to put on additional bus services to meet the demand on this route. And my speech was very critical of the way in which council had managed the bus network review. On the second point of misrepresentation, and I find Councillor Wines' comments utterly outrageous and disrespectful. I've written to TransLink and have a written response from TransLink, and I've written to the CEO and have a written response from the CEO regarding the incident, which is why I know that neither council, represented by the CEO, on the committee with TransLink and TransLink directly, will put on additional bus services. I am unaware that Councillor Wines has any power to direct...
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Wines.
At what point, I'm seeking a ruling, at what point does Councillor Johnston's clarification become a speech in its own right and therefore an act of disorder? Just at any point, at the 2-minute mark, the 3-minute mark, once she's exceeded 5 minutes, I'd just like to know at what point does this become an act of disorder?
Councillor Wines, I don't oppose your point of order. Thank you. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Councillor Wines claimed that we had not been providing this information. That is an outrageous misrepresentation. I've done so directly to the CEO as the representative and also with TransLink, and Councillor Wines has no authority to direct outcomes here, which is why I wrote directly to those two authorities.
Thank you. Councillor Strong, your point of Councillor Wines. Councillor Strong, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Wines misrepresented what I said because I only recently found out about the changes to the bus service, and I say recently in the last few days, right? Now, I wasn't aware that he wanted me to send any issue to do with bus timetables or whatever to him directly. So thank you for offering that service. I'll do it in the future. Thank you.
I now put the committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Perry, Infrastructure Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I move that the report of the Infrastructure Committee held on Tuesday the 11th of November 2025 be adopted.
Seconded.
It was moved by Councillor Perry, seconded by Councillor Dixon, that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting dated Tuesday 11th November 2025 be adopted. Councillor Perry.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
Chair, can I ask that clause B, C and D be taken seriatim for voting purposes?
B, C.
So A and E together, and then B, C and D together.
Okay. Yep. Councillor Perry.
Point of order.
Yep. Point of order.
Look, I'm sorry, just I'm going to say what I would like with the seriatim, and you'll be able to work it out. So I'd like to take C and D and seriatim together for voting purposes.
So we'll have A, E, and as one item, B one item, C and D another. Yep. Okay. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. And I rise to deliver the Infrastructure Committee report. Last week we had an excellent presentation on graffiti removal by the Public Space Operations team, specifically Mr Dan Ellis-Flint and Mr Mitch Barlow, who were excellent. We heard about the incredible work about our task force against graffiti, or TAG, and what it does to provide both proactive and reactive services to the community. We learnt about some of the graffiti hotspots across our city and the process involved in keeping our suburbs clean. Graffiti removal is, of course, very important, Mr Deputy Chairman, but we are also looking at new ways to engage with our street art community. And Brisbane is a bold and youthful city, and there is certainly room for street art here, plenty of room. In 2023, as people would know, we established Brisbane's first street art wall at Eckerman Park East in Greenslopes and Eckerman Park South in Alnley. It was the PSO team, or Public Space Operations team, that helped prepare these locations, and we look forward to more street art wall opportunities in the future across Brisbane. Moving to petitions, Mr Deputy Chair. We had 4 petitions go through the Infrastructure Committee last week. The first one was requesting that Council allow verge parking on narrow streets in the Brisbane City local government area. Officers investigated this possibility and to allow verge parking and had several key concerns. They were safety risks for pedestrians, potential damage to underground infrastructure like utilities, which are not designed to bear the weight of cars, trucks and trailers, restrictions on access for emergency services, reduced visibility for road users, and impacts on nature strips and street trees, including soil compaction and root damage. While we acknowledge the concerns raised and the difficulties that many residents face in living in narrow streets, the risks involved with verge parking don't justify the benefits. At this time, Council does not propose to change its policy. And as this was a citywide matter, as the Acting Infrastructure Chair, I supported this recommendation and it passed during committee. Secondly, we had a petition requesting that Council provide safety improvements for cyclists on Nudgee Road between the Kedron Bikeway, Nunda, and Kingsford-Smith Drive in Hamilton. I want to acknowledge the tragic fatality of Mr Philip Pawsey and acknowledge that the petitioners hid their reference to Mr Pawsey in their petition. Nudgee Road between Kingsford-Smith Drive and Kedron Brook Bikeway is identified as a primary cycle route on the bicycle network overlay in the city plan. Council recognises the importance of providing safe and accessible cycling facilities, and improved infrastructure along this section is a priority in Council's long-term planning. An upgrade of Nudgee Road is proposed in future years, and separated cycling facilities will be investigated as part of such an upgrade. Councillor Dixon, as the local councillor, supported this recommendation and it was passed at committee. Next, we had a petition requesting Council install an off-road shared path along the western side of Sugar Mill Road in Pinkenbar. Sugar Mill Road was previously identified as a secondary cycle route on the bicycle network overlay and an arterial road on the road hierarchy in Brisbane City's Council Plan 2014. Sugar Mill Road has since been downgraded to a non-classified cycle route in mid-25, and this is due to the construction of the Viola Place to Schneider Road connection on the Moreton Bay Cycleway. Council recognises the need for an active transport connection between Kingsford-Smith Drive and Lamanda Drive, and as such, Council recently upgraded the classification of Viola Place to a primary cycle route through an amendment to City Plan. Council deems a new off-road share path on Sugar Mill Road a lower priority due to the downgrading of the strategic importance of this route, the requirement for an easement through non-council owned land, and funding required to deliver a new shared path. As such, there are no current plans to install an off-road shared path along the western side of Sugar Mill Road. Councillor Dixon, as the local council, was consulted and supported this recommendation, and the petition passed at committee. Lastly, we had a petition requesting Council install a Charlie's Corner sign at the intersection of Zillman and Manson Roads. The local councillor, Councillor Dixon again, is supportive of the initiative and is working with council officers to install a commemorative sign using her Suburban Enhancement Fund. Council will continue to work collaboratively with Councillor Dixon to ensure any signage is appropriately designed and located while maintaining safety and clarity for road users and emergency services. Madam Chair, during petitions, Mr Deputy Chair, during petitions, Councillor Johnston asked about the width of Viola Place Cycleway. The answer is 3 metres. I commend my report to the Chamber and look forward to the next one. Thank you.
Further debate. Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on a couple of these petitions. Of course, first one, item B, in regards to parking on in narrow streets. Listen, this is an issue right across Brisbane, really, whether it's an old suburb or a new suburb. I was recently in Paddington, of course, and they are really narrow streets there, I'll tell you. I'm glad I got a small car. Anyways, listen, for every problem there is a solution, and I was quite amazed, really. when it came to the recommendations of this petition, because it basically, it's all too hard. We can't allow it because we don't trust the residents to do the right thing. Well, that's the impression I got. It didn't say exact those words. But Logan City Council, and I raised this in the committee, Logan City Council knew they had a problem, so they looked for a solution, right? Now, they found a solution, and to my knowledge, it seems to be working, right? So they allow parking on narrow streets under 6 meters, right, on verges, right? Now, there's some conditions as to where you can park on the verge, right? You've got to be able to allow at least 1.2 meters to the side of where you're parking so people can traverse that green verge. You can't park across the driveway, which is, common sense. You can't do that now anyways. And you can't park above hydrants and or utility boxes, right, or utility pits. These are some of the common sense things that I think most residents, and it's not that difficult for residents to understand. I think we can trust them because it's for their own safety as to where they park on a verge. But under 6 meters, I think it's a common sense solution. I think Logan City Council has adopted it. We should adopt it as well. All right, and I'll say no more there. Regards to C and D, this is all about safety for the cyclists and pedestrians for that matter, or people on scooters that are actually on footpaths, hopefully going at a reasonable pace or not a reasonable pace. Anyways, it's important that we focus on the safety. And Nudgee Road, right, obviously is a very busy road. That's been acknowledged. But the problem is we're just kicking the problem down the road. It's going to be funded in future budgets, whenever that is, right? There's no time frame, there's no money, and the chair acknowledged that there was a recent death of a cyclist in that road, and obviously there is a problem, especially when you get a death caused by vehicle traffic. Now, as far as Sugar Mill Road goes, right, again, we may have downgraded it, but I'll tell you what, motorists don't know that, truck drivers don't know that. So, I mean, just because we say something's been downgraded and we don't have to actually do anything, or it's a lower priority, well, that doesn't wash with me. If there's a problem, there's a problem. Again, there's a solution to every problem if we can just face up to it and say, we got to find the money to do something. Now, yeah, so the land that we're asking is state government land along that corridor, on one side of it at least. Maybe the state government can kick in. It's their land. They've got some skin in the game here. Also, there's a cycle lane that comes from a green space, right, out onto the road, right? It intersects. So are cyclists not supposed to use that anymore and then come out on Sugar Mill Road because it's been downgraded? So that means there's not a lot of traffic anymore, but I don't believe that's the case. I believe motorists are in the habit, truck drivers are in the habit of using that road, and they'll continue to use the road, maybe not in greater numbers, but certainly in current numbers. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Chongwa.
Oh, it's started at 2:40, am I? Oh, no. Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on C, petition requesting Council provide safety improvements for cyclists on Nudgee Road between the Kedron Brook Bikeway, Nunda and Kingsby Smith Drive, Hamilton. Nudgee Road has a poor safety record with 28 injured cyclists and 1 fatality in the past 2 decades. I would like to take the opportunity to send my condolences to Philip Pawsley's family and apologise on behalf of his LNP Council for their lack of action in response to the needless death of Philip Pawsley. Philip Pawsley was tragically killed while riding his bike on Brisbane's north side on the May 9, 2023. He was riding his bike to work at about 7:45 a.m. south along Nudgee Road near Long Street when he collided with a truck. The Airport Bicycle User Group has been calling for separated bike lanes for years, long before Philip Pawsey's death. In fact, the airport bug had presented a petition to Council as recently as 2022. To quote Chris Cox, Group co-convener at the time, I quote, Brisbane City Council rejected even the basic suggestion of forbidding parking in the sporadic painted bike lanes that exist. The corridor is identified as a primary cycle route on the bicycle network overlay in the city plan and also forms part of the Queensland Government's principal cycle network, recognising both current demand and its intended cycling function. It is deeply disappointing that this council administration refuses to fund separated bike lanes along this primary cycle route. After so many years of advocacy from residents and the bug calling for the separated bike lanes and the many injuries and now a tragic loss of life, the LNP should be prioritising this most important infrastructure. Where is the heart and compassion of this LNP council? Surely, after many years of residents and the bug calling for safe separated bike infrastructure, the multiple injuries and the death of Paul Pawsey, the LNP would have prioritised this important infrastructure into the budget. Instead, the LNP continues to prioritise car-centric urban planning in line with their catchphrase, LNP will keep Brisbane moving, regardless of the cost of human life. How many more injuries or lives we lost before this council acts? Thanks.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I was to speak on item C, the petition calling on Council to provide safety improvements for cyclists on Nudgee Road. The petition response is completely inadequate and not in line with Council's own position on this issue. And I realise Councillor Parry's new to Council, and I think this was before this tragic incident that happened here and the untimely death of Mr Pawsey happened before Councillor Parry was a councillor. But there was a motion in this council that was supported by the LNP, by Labor councillors, by the Greens councillor at the time and the independent councillor, which requires council to implement all of the findings of the coronial inquest when they are delivered. Now, I understand this is still ongoing, but that's not made clear in the petition response. That is Council's official position, this Council's official position. So that needs to be made clear. We can't support this petition response, and nor should the local councillor who should be advocating for safety improvements at this location. Now, you can't predict what a coronial inquest will find. I understand that. But I reckon you could make a pretty educated guess that they are going to say that safety improvements at this location will be required. Given the number of incidents that have occurred there between cars and cyclists, the high number of hospitalisations and now a fatality at this location, you can't say, the response cannot be that maybe at some point in the future that is indeterminate, when a road may be widened or upgraded, maybe then some safer cycling infrastructure will be installed. This petition response must say that whatever the findings of the coronial inquest are, Council will implement in full, because that is Council's position. And again, it's before the time of the local councillor and the acting chair on this, but I would have hoped council officers would have alerted administration councillors to this before they were seeking their support and endorsement at the committee level. But we cannot support this petition response today and continue to advocate for and support the advocacy of cycling groups and cyclists just generally who want to move through that area, and motorists who are probably continue to be worried about the interaction between them driving and cyclists on the road as well in this location, like so many around Brisbane. So this is completely and totally inadequate and not in line with this council's own position on this issue, so therefore we can't be supporting it.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, just briefly, we're doing any of them now? Yes, thank you. Good. I just want to speak briefly on, I'll say all of the items. Firstly, just with respect to the verge parking, I just want to say that it's interesting, isn't it, that this petition, this committee and the petitions here before us today are all about trying to make safety improvements for pedestrians and cyclists. And at every opportunity, there are roadblocks from the LNP to doing that. And it is fascinating, you know, I don't support partially parking on the verge, not under any circumstances. I've seen it done in parts of Sydney, and it just means pedestrians have to dodge cars parked on the footpath. Not enough space for bikes, for wheelchairs. It's disastrous. So we don't want to see it happening here in Brisbane. And that means whether you have a footpath which is built of concrete or you're talking about a grass verge. So this needs to be a hard and fast rule in Brisbane, and one I support. I think it's sort of a bit loosey-goosey with the LNP, but at the moment there's no change. The two cycling petitions are really quite sad, and it just demonstrates, you know, I think there is a hierarchy. It's plane travel for the LNP, that comes first, followed by car travel for the LNP, that comes second. I then say probably cyclists come third and pedestrians in this city come last. I forgot taxis because, you know, former members of the LNP would have put them right at the top. But anyway, what I do want to note is I know that the cycling community has been lobbying for both of these issues. Interestingly, the information provided by Councillor Parry today said that the proposed shared pathway was 3 metres, whereas I believe the verge is much wider than 3 metres, and yet the excuse is the verge is not wide enough to put the shared path on. So I don't understand that reasoning whatsoever. It was reflected in the committee report, not in these papers. So to the cycling community, I say it's disappointing that the LNP is not listening. Having had multiple cyclist deaths in my ward and pedestrian deaths, it is a horrific thing when it happens. We've had multiple cyclists killed in Yeronga and pedestrians in Annerley. It is to the disgrace of the LNP, who claim that they work with the coroner, but they do not do what is needed to correct these problems. We need to see more investment in both cycling and pedestrian facilities across the city. And whenever there is a death, council should be looking more closely at how to improve safety at those areas, and they fail to do so time and time again. So I'm sorry for the cycling community who again are being ignored. I know that Space for Cycling diligently attend the committees each week. We ask questions, Councillor Strunk, myself, who are on the committee, we ask questions for them where we can. It is very problematic that the council refuses to address better pedestrian and cycling safety around the city. There are so many projects that are going wanting.
Further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak briefly on both items C and D, and just note that further to what, through you, Chair, what Councillor Johnston was stating, this is all about safety. A lot of these petitions are about safety. And I know that I've previously spoken about Nudgee Road, and there's not much more that we can add to this except for the fact that we in this chamber know that Nudgee Road is a conflict area. It's where there's pedestrians, there's lime scooters, there's bikes, there's car, and the best thing that we can do in these areas is actually try to protect everyone's safety. And, you know, when I refer to item A, I'm talking about the safety that's needed. I'm the councillor of very tiny streets, and I'm not supportive of parking on the verge because not every single one of those tiny streets has a wide footpath. And safety is of the uttermost importance when we consider the one thing that we should be delivering to residents across Brisbane. Safety should be sitting at the top of what we do. Of course, as this council has, this LNP administration has ruled really, for over 20 years. At the top is risk and a lack of willpower, which means what we do is we actually don't keep people safe. Item C, this should be an absolute no-brainer for this council. This is an area that needs separated bike lanes. It needs this improvement. The delay is against its own policy. With item D, I'll just speak very briefly. It's great to hear that it is now publicly stated that this is no longer a secondary, from memory, cycling route, and now it's been completely degraded. But just because it's been degraded doesn't mean it's still not, this area is not in use. From my understanding, this petition has been in chambers, well, on the committee for a very long time while the report has been forthcoming. Noted that the works in Viola Place were over 10 years in the making of advocacy from cycling groups across the city. So I dare say, unfortunately, for Nudgee Road or nearly every other missing link or important place where we can keep people safe that are rolling, so cycling or scootering. You know, I'm convinced through the evidence that I've seen in this chamber that we're going to have to wait just as long for delivery from this LNP council. But intrinsically, the removal of Sugar Mill Road from the bicycle network overlay is the opposite of progress, because it undermines future long-term planning for this area. You know, right now, if people want to walk or ride or roll along Sugar Mill Road, they either trudge through the mud and grass, dirt or gravel, or they just risk their life on the road with heavy trucks. And this means that people, again, are unsafe. You know, that area, that precinct, let's use LNP administration words, that precinct is growing. Workers need to get to the airport precinct safely. There are choices that we can make here in these petitions, and I'll just flag at least we're debating them, because usually we don't really have enough time to do that since the changes. At least we're debating them and having a chat about them, but you know, when the LNP Council tells you what its priority is, believe them. Because they're showing right now that their priority is not safety for everyone. And that really sucks. So condolences continue to the family of Paul, to bike users, recreational or otherwise, to scooter users. I'm sorry that the council's like this. I know that you want to keep them accountable. Keep going. Keep putting that pressure, because your safety is important, as is the safety of every resident in Brisbane, whether they use active transport or not. Prioritising cars, which is what this council always has done and will continue to do, isn't the way to keep everyone safe. And let's hope that there are no fatal incidents in the coming future to all the places that your advocacy has been saying over and over again that we need safety in.
Further speakers? No further speakers. Councillor Parry, right of reply. We'll now put item A and E to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We'll now put item B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it. And we'll now put C and D.
Division.
B.
B. Is this B?
Okay, we'll go back to item B, and a division has been called by Councillor Massey and seconded by Councillor Strunk. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour and 5 against.
Thank you. Councillors, that is carried. Please resume your seats. Councillors will now put items C and D to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 8 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillor Allen, City Planning, Suburban Renewal and Economic Development Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the City Planning, Suburban Renewal and Economic Development Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 11th of November 2025 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been, councillors, it has been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Wolfe that the report of the City Planning, Suburban Renewal and Economic Development Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 11th of November 2025 be adopted. Councillor Allen.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Item A was a presentation updating the committee on the progress of the Wynnum Centre Suburban Renewal Precinct Plan. This is one of 4 precinct plans currently underway across the city, having commenced in November last year. They are all part of our bigger effort to boost housing, improve affordability and improve economic outcomes, all while making our neighbourhoods more vibrant. Wynnum is a great location for this work. It is well serviced by public transport with the Wynnum Railway Station at its heart and surrounded by recreational spaces like Kitchener Park and the Wynnum Manly Lota foreshore. People deserve homes close to transport and green spaces where daily life is easier and healthier. In preparing this plan, we carried out technical investigations on development feasibility, urban design and economic impacts, helping ensure the plan is practical and sustainable. And despite what those opposite might think, we've also worked very closely with the community throughout this process, as we always do. Community is at the heart of planning for our city, and we recognise that local communities know their areas best and what works for it. That's why we started this process by inviting the community to share their views through our online survey and drop-a-pin map. Around 600 responses came in. That's 600 voices telling us what matters to them. People told us they want more homes, better walkability and stronger active transport connections, among so many considerations. These insights have helped shape the draft plan. This draft plan has made its way back to the community, with public consultation occurring right now while the state government completes their state interest review. When this process finishes, we'll review the feedback and make any appropriate changes. The Wynnum Precinct Plan is another exciting step in the process of suburban renewal across Brisbane. We look forward to landing it next year so that we can get more roofs over people's heads in a location that makes sense while creating some strong economic outcomes too. I think importantly, it will also provide a great opportunity not only for entry-level buyers but also for those in the the Wynnum Manly area who are looking to downsize to a smaller home. So just having the additional variety in the housing will be important. There was also an item on the committee agenda requesting council refuse the development application at 14 Yarrowa Street, Kenmore. And Madam Chair, I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Further speakers. Councillor Cassidy.
Point of order. Oh, sorry.
Your point of order, Councillor Chongwa.
I was just going to say I'd like to take A and B and Sarah Adam for separately for voting purposes.
No problem. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on both of these items this afternoon. First of all, the Wynnum Centre Suburban Renewal Precinct Plan. It's come through Council a couple of times, as Councillor Allen has outlined through its statutory process. And has been out to the community, as Councillor Allen said, for a limited time. Initially, there were a few corflutes around, a few vague leaflets that were put out, and people were upset about the short time frame on consultation. And lo and behold, magically, we heard last week in the committee that that had been extended, and I believe now the Macravat one has been extended to the same extra time. So it probably tells you something about the need for genuine community consultation, Councillor Allen, through you, Chair, rather than it just being reactionary all the time. And it's sort of disingenuous for Councillor Allen to get up and say that he really values community consultation through these processes, because when he says that today, we know that's not true, because everything they do in terms of responding is reactionary to what the community is saying to them. So first of all, we know it's disingenuous because of that, but we also know that because Councillor Allen has been saying for some time now that, in his view, neighbourhood planning, which was the centrepiece of the LNP's city plan for the last 20 years, and they used to get up and say how amazing neighbourhood planning was because it was award-winning. And apparently it was the most awarded planning process anywhere in the world, apparently, according to the LNP. And yet we had that amazing admission from Councillor Allen 2 weeks ago, where he said, and I quote, neighbourhood plans haven't done anybody any good over that 20-year period. And so hence we see this new planning. That was their planning chair talking about their planning process and how it had failed Brisbane over such a long period of time. So he's come up with a new idea with some assistance from external parties like the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs Initiative Board into picking winners. And one of the LNP's winners is Wynnum. And we know because we've been able to glean.
Councillor, don't call out, please, Councillor Adam, while another councillor's on their feet. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. We know from scraping away some of the layers of LNP secrecy that these precincts have come about because Ross Elliott and the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs Initiative Board, and he's talked publicly about this. He posted, you go to his LinkedIn page, you read his little articles, how he says he finds these locations and suggests them to council, and lo and behold, they are then chosen and brought in as a precinct plan. He talks to developers about the kind of yields they want to see, that sort of stuff. And then council officers go and speak to the landowners in these areas, and they before the community's brought on board. That's correct, isn't it, Councillor Allen, through you, Chair? It is. So they're spoken to before the community. And disturbingly in all of this, Chair, is, and the Lord Mayor let more of the cat out of the bag today when he was talking about viability of product. He talked about the need to find locations, density, physical locations, land holdings, for buildings to go up that are viable to be built. And what we're seeing, so according to the Lord Mayor, affordable housing is not viable. Anything that ordinary, everyday people can afford is not viable, according to this LNP Lord Mayor. But as we were presented to again in the planning committee this morning, what is viable at the moment $100 million developments at Racecourse Road. Now, I understand what might be proposed in Wynnum mightn't be quite as boutique as a unit that costs $2.7 million in construction costs alone, let alone what that markup will be. But to take Councillor Allen's point about the community feedback that we've heard on the ground, being there speaking to people, and will be again this week, is that when Councillor Allen talks about people wanting more homes, the direct feedback I've received and Labor councillors have received down there is people want more affordable homes. That's right. They want housing affordability, as well as those other things that Councillor Allen mentioned: more walkable neighbourhoods, better connections to public transport and community facilities. This shouldn't just be carte blanche for developers. This needs to be community focused, and we have a worry that under the LNP they're taking the developer-led approach as opposed to the community-led approach to solving this housing problem. On item B, the petition there, I'd be very keen to hear Councillor Adamans' views on this, because this development definitely should be refused. I moved in committee last week that it should actually come to council for a decision so we can be on the sticky paper and vote for it. Councillor Adams nodding along. He agrees with me that it should come to council for a vote. Unfortunately, Councillor Allen voted against that in the committee, but this is a shocking development that will be bulldozing koala habitat out there and needs to be refused.
Councillor Cassidy. Yeah, thank you. Further speakers. Councillor Givney.
Thank you, Chair. Well, following on from the Lord Mayor's comments today, our city needs housing. And it's all about Wynnum, Wynnum, Wynnum. And through you, Chair, I hope that Councillor Cassidy is aware that his colleague and Labor State Member for Lytton hosted a meeting in 2022 with Wynnum CBD property and land owners and developers at her own office, and then wrote to the Lord Mayor requesting that Council reconsider building heights in Wynnum. Common sense would be that if landowners
One moment, please, Councillor Givney. Just like other councillors on the other side, Councillor Strunk, you don't call out while people are on their feet. Councillor Griffiths, sorry, Councillor Strunk. I do apologise, you're normally quite well mannered. Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Givney.
Thank you, Chair. Common sense would be that if landowners are not receptive to a new plan, then why would we go ahead with it? Of course it makes sense to meet with landowners first. And you will understand that earlier this year, yes, they did reach out to about 470 landowners in the area, in the precinct, before they went to public consultation, which is happening now. I'm here to speak about the plan, and as one of Brisbane's iconic suburbs, we're here to ensure that it thrives into the future. The draft precinct plan covers the area from Burnside Terrace to Clara Street, along Tingle Road, Kalina Street, Bay Terrace and around Wynnum Central train station. The purpose is to embrace the area's character, expand local economic opportunities and allow more housing to be built. Maximise connections with public transport and the foreshore. More specifically, the proposal includes changes to zoning and building height arrangements to support more residential and commercial buildings. Mixed use means more business, means more homes. Design provisions to revitalise shopping and dining precincts, including new arcades and walkways through the laneways, and provisions to ensure developments contribute positively to the local identity and the subtropical climate. All while recognising the high level of public transport accessibility. 3 Wynnum train stations within 1.5 kilometres of each other is really fantastic, and I have already met with Queensland Rail and Urban Utilities about future planning for our area. To our planning team, I give credit to them for being nothing but helpful and transparent. They are leading this project. Earlier in the year, as I said before, they hosted the 2 workshops. And yes, there are signs all over the area. It has been in the paper, it has been on social media, on our page, Wynnum What, with 40,000 people. We have shared this far and wide. And when community members came to me and asked for it to be extended, that's exactly what I did. I went to a meeting with community members and the previous councillor and Labor Party members, all 4 of them, and they asked me for it to be extended, and that's exactly what we've done. I'm looking forward to working more with community and finding out exactly what they need, and how this plan looks is up to the community. We need to do it, but we need to do it with a balance, and that's how we always do it. Striking a balance between what our residents want, what our businesses need, and catering for the fact that our community is growing. This is an anti-sprawl plan. It protects our residential areas. It stops high-rise buildings from being built along our waterfronts. It stops our houses from becoming other zoning areas where, townhouses or apartments could go. Our low residential area will still be protected. This is a very tight plan in the CBD around public transport and businesses, and that's why this is going to be a good plan for our area. So, residents who want to strike a balance between character of Wynnum and the tree-lined streets and the bay views, they need to come to the meeting and they need to give the feedback to our planning team so we can make sure that this plan reflects what they're after. So as the local councillor of Wynnum Manly Ward, I say it's time to get on with this plan. What it looks like is up to the community, but we'll do it properly, with community, with transparency and with respect for our heritage and character, with the ambition to provide housing supply, jobs, amenity and lifestyle that our Bayside community deserves. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers. Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak about item B. I'm going to start by quoting some words of a local resident in this area. This substantial piece of land, approximately 4.36 hectares, although much of the property is either in the Moggle Creek floodplain or directly opposite us, under 2 environmental overlays, high ecological significance and high ecological significance strategic. The proposed lots by the DA make it clear that they ignore the overlay and they plan to clear the area for 9 new blocks plus the bushfire corridor, and that would remove all trees and vegetation. I want to get that on the record because that's what locals are saying about this. And this isn't just a minor concern. These are mapped out areas of high ecological value, protected both under the city plan and under the matters of state environmental significance. Yet, the developer's current plan proposes a wholesale clearing of this area, ignoring both state and local protections. Further, there's other challenges with it. SEQ Water has flagged serious risks related to the 1.6 metre trunk water main which runs along the frontage, and SEQ Water has been clear. Apart from that also, let's just be clear about what are other issues. The bushfire management zone is not integrated into individual lot boundaries, leaving future owners unable to meet mandatory bushfire mitigation requirements. Significant trees and koala habitat completely being removed. There's clearing of 0.7 hectares of remnant vegetation. There's clearing of another 0.8 hectares of bushfire area. There has been no environmental offset proposed, and that's, we don't even want to offset this because the reality is this development has to be rejected. This is not technical oversight. This is a failure. The response to this petition is a failure to respect biodiversity, environment, water security, and the safety of our community. Brisbane cannot be a city that claims biodiversity, public safety, ecological stability, and environmental stability, and responsible planning. This is a development that must be rejected, should be rejected, and finding out just now beforehand through you, Chair, through Councillor Cassidy stating that this development should have come to Chambers. I agree with that. We should be voting on this very clearly because this is really important environmental matters. And so I just want to place those on the record there because we can make a choice on this. These protections within the city plan and also with state matters, they matter. And you can't just ignore them. So often in this chamber, we hear proudly the talk about koala habitat. We hear proudly the talk of, you know, how clean, green and sustainable we are. But yet here we are. Here we are. I can see through you, Chairs, Councillor Alderman's ready and rearing to say some words. And I think it's really good that you're going to get up and speak to this, by the way. Oh, I might take my full 5 minutes. Yeah. And I think that's really important because the environmental factors in this are really important. There should be an outright rejection, and if it's not rejected, it should be brought into the chambers for it to be publicly discussed. Environment matters. This council needs to keep proving that environment matters, and over and over and over and over and over and over again, it proves that, one, environmental doesn't matter, people's safety doesn't matter. Let's keep saving the koalas. We will not be able to save them. We won't be able to save them if we keep clearing their habitat. And that's the truth. All right, thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Adaman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Excuse my croaky voice. I rise to speak on item B regarding the petition about a development application before Council at 14 Yarrawa Street, Kenmore in my ward. My concerns about this DA in its current form are on the public record. A couple of months ago, I met with the head petitioner and a number of other residents who live in this part of Kenmore, and after hearing their concerns, I lodged a submission of my own as part of the public consultation process. Chair, the following is a summary of my submission. This property contains both significant native and urban vegetation, which is protected under Council's NAL laws. It is further mapped with multiple biodiversity overlays containing high ecological significance, matters of state environmental significance, and has been previously mentioned, core koala habitat. I believe that the applicant has failed to demonstrate avoidance of impacts to mapped high ecological significance under the Brisbane City Plan and matters of state environmental significance, instead relying on later management and offsets. The advice notice from the State Assessment and Referral Agency, which is SARA, dated 16th of July 2025, supports this view, saying that the DA does not adequately demonstrate compliance and has identified two issues. The first was that the developer proposed a 10-metre wide corridor along the eastern boundary intended for koala connectivity to the south. SARA considered this insufficient due to its narrowness and the risk of being entirely cleared. While the applicant's revised plan shows a 15-metre wide corridor, SARA's concerns about the risk of clearing by exempted development in such a corridor was not explicitly addressed in the applicant's response. The second issue outlined by SARA is that should the site be developed, there would be significant impacts on koala, which are endangered, the regent honeyeater, which is critically endangered, and the swift parrot, which is also critically endangered. My advice is that the applicant to date has provided nothing more than a token response to these concerns. Council's information request of 18th of July advises that lots 7 to 10 must be removed to demonstrate that development will meet the relevant performance outcome and overall outcomes of the Biodiversity Areas Overlay Code. Again, I believe the applicant, in its revised subdivision plan, has completely ignored Council's request. Another concern is the proposed extensive cut and fill along the construction of large retaining walls. Not only will these works alter the natural topography of the area and be detrimental to the visual amenity of the area, it has the potential to impact overland flow patterns, creating potential stormwater runoff issues to nearby properties. And finally, the proposed development requires multiple driveways and a reduction in cover across or adjacent to the Seckwater trunk main. There appears to have been no consent sought from Seckwater, nor has the applicant outlined the required protection measures. Council's assessment team sought advice from Seckwater, and I believe their response has applied a considerable number of constraints. Chair, given the number of concerns raised in my submission and in those by local residents, I sense the assessment of this DA still has a way to go, but like them, I will be watching very carefully how this plays out. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Chong-Wah.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on this petition B, requesting Council reject development application at 14 Yarrawa Street, Kenmore. This is a bad development proposal. This is not a good area for densification, and there are already big problems with traffic congestion, strain on sewage and stormwater infrastructure. The destruction of so many mature trees, core koala habitat and a land of high ecological significance will be a huge blow. There are environmental overlays, including a biodiversity area overlay of high ecological significance under the Brisbane City Plan, and matters of state environmental significance by the state government. All of the new proposed lots in the subdivision have disregarded these overlays and proposed to clear the area for 10 new blocks and a large balance lot intended to be dedicated to the Queensland Government for future road. I believe there would need to be a bushfire corridor behind the development, which would mean removing more trees and vegetation. It is proposed that 174 non-juvenile koala habitat trees be removed to facilitate the development application. We can do new development, but we don't need to bulldoze mature koala habitat for it. Thanks, Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Griffiths.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on both items in this report. I'll start with Wynnum, which I heard the councillor say over there, Councillor Givney. What I'd say to residents is develop, 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 because that's what this LNP council are going to do with your little community. You can almost feel the excitement from that side of the chamber. You can almost feel...
Councillor Griffiths, I have to stop you there because under the provision of section 3513
I'm happy to speak at a public
of the
meeting,
meetings
Madam Chair.
local law, on the expiration of the councillors, on the expiration of the period allowed for debate of committee reports, I shall now put the motions to the meeting for the adoption of any committee report not yet voted upon without further amendment or debate. So we'll now go to item A. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We'll now move to
division.
Division called by Councillor Chongwan, seconded by Councillor Johnston. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 15 in favour and 7 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, can you please be quiet while you are on division? That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put item B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Massey and seconded by Councillor Chongwa. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Councillor Massey, can you turn off? Yeah. It's all right, we did it. It's all good. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 15 in favour and 7 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now move to Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee report. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Could I ask that item C be taken seriatim for voting, please?
Yep, you can. So we'll now put item A and B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. We'll now put item C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Chongwa. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 15 in favour and 7 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now move to customer services. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That's carried. Community and the Arts Committee. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. And Finance and City Governance Committee. All those in favour say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillor Aderman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm submitting this petition on behalf of Councillor Huang, which is requesting Council improve pedestrian connectivity at Arbour Residences, 21 Harrier Street, Rochedale.
Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. I'm submitting this petition requesting Council review and refuse the development at 52 Upper Cairns Terrace, Paddington.
Councillor Allen.
Madam Chair, I have a petition requesting Council oppose the development at 184 Hamilton Road, Wavell Heights.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have a petition requesting Council cease the use of glyphosates.
Are there any further petitions? Councillor Dixon, may I have a motion for receipt of the petitions?
Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Second.
Has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Strunk that all petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillors will now move to general business. Are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? So we'll now move to general business. Are there any speakers? Councillor Aderman.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. I rise to speak about an event held in my ward earlier this month, which I had the honour to represent the City Council and present a certificate from the Lord Mayor. The annual Katina Puja ceremony is one of the most significant days on the Buddhist calendar, symbolising generosity, unity and spiritual renewal. Each year, this ceremony brings together devotees, families and friends from not only the local community but wider parts of the state in a spirit of harmony and goodwill. The Katina Puja has been observed for more than 2,500 years, but this year, and for the first time, it was held at Mount Crosby, attracting more than 250 men, women and children. Why Mount Crosby, you might ask? Well, Chair, only days earlier, the Buddhist community signed off on the purchase of the old Baptist church property on Mount Crosby Road and will be their headquarters in Queensland going forward. There was only a very small window available since taking the keys to this building to have it ready for this very important ceremony. But with the commitment shown by many volunteers, the new, and I'll get this pronunciation right, Mahamevnawa Monastery and surrounding grounds where the parade preceding the service was held looked an absolute treat on the day. Chair, I want to give a shout out to local residents near the monastery. You occasionally hear negative stories about people living near places of worship, but not in this instance. Bob and Michelle, who live next door, not only made their property available to be an overflow parking area, but attended and participated in the ceremony. I thank them for showing such wonderful community spirit, and I believe their small act of kindness demonstrated to the followers of the Buddhist faith that they had made a good decision becoming part of the Mount Crosby community. Chair, the Srina Council's support for multiculturalism, inclusiveness and interfaith harmony is well documented, and it was a pleasure to not only witness this sacred ceremony which provides all of the needs of the monks, but being able to mingle and chat with members of the Buddhist faith. Many of the followers of this faith are of a Sri Lankan background, and over a cup of tea afterwards, the topic of conversation inevitably turned to the sport that we Australians share a similar passion, and that of course is the great game of cricket. I don't know if I was able to convince them that Warnie was a better leg spinner than Murali, but they certainly knew their subject and debated it with both passion and respect. Chair, it's a pleasure to welcome followers of the Buddhist faith to the Purunbale ward, and I look forward to joining them again on their special occasions at Mount Crosby. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Griffiths.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I was actually going to stand up and talk about rewilding and some of the achievements we've had this year, but I'll do that at another meeting. I'm actually going to do my speech on Wynnum that I was stopped from doing earlier. What I want to say to the residents of Wynnum is be very scared. Be very worried because you have a very pro-development councillor now and part of a very pro-development administration. And if you think Wynnum's going to stay a quiet, sleepy, lovely little place, you're wrong. And how do I know this? I know this because I've been through it with Maruka, Nathan and Salisbury. I can give you some ideas of my experiences with the planning process undertaken by the LNP. One, the LNP don't listen to the consultations. Two, the LNP consultation is a sham. They've got stuff already worked out, and they have the stuff worked out through the Better Suburbs Board. I've got information on that, but I'm not allowed to release that information. The LNP have said it can't be released. I would say there's a fair whack that the LNP have already decided what they're going to do with your community. So is it going to be 10 stories? Is it going to be 20 stories? Is it going to be 25 stories or 30 stories? Where does Councillor Givney stand on this? What height does Councillor Givney stand? Because she is one of the councillors who actually sits in the room with the Lord Mayor and the other councillors who makes the decisions in this place. She's one of the majority councillors. And when Councillor Givney, through you, Madam Chair, attends the meetings, public meetings. I know it's public meeting Thursday night. When she's there at those public meetings, when Councillor Alan Adderman is there, what are they telling you? And is what they're telling you what's going to be delivered in your community? And do you want your community, do you want Wynnum to look like Surfers Paradise? That's what I'd be asking. Because it certainly looked like Surfers Paradise in the pictures that I saw. And I'd say Surfers Paradise is coming your way, courtesy of the LNP. And what you need to remember is this administration is the most pro-developer administration that this city has ever seen. The most pro-developer administration this city has ever seen. Oh, the other thing you won't get is you won't get infrastructure. They won't get infrastructure. We didn't in Maruka. We've got 20,000 extra people and we're not getting any infrastructure. How's that possible? How's that possible? It's possible under an LNP majority council. I do not believe this is the way to do planning. In fact, being here 22 years, I've seen how bad planning's become under these people. So I would say, what is your councillor's position? We heard the fine words, but what is your councillor's position? I think I just heard her say, we need to do it. She said, Wynnum, we need to do it. We need to do more planning. But is more planning 25 stories? Is it 30 stories? Is it 40 stories? And even beware that once they get the plan in, like you, Councillor Johnston, it was 10 stories, it's 9 stories, it's now, they had a meeting with the LNP and now it is 26 stories. Amazing. On a floodplain. Who would have thought? Who would have thought you'd allow development on a floodplain? But ask the Deputy Mayor, she allows lots of development on floodplains in her electorate. There is really bad planning decisions happening in this council. There are really bad planning processes happening in this council, and it's done under the sham that we need to be providing more housing for the residents of Brisbane. Yes, we need more housing for residents of Brisbane. We don't need it in floodplains, and we don't need it led by developers. We need it led by the community in a genuine consultation with the community, not this sham process that has already been decided by this administration. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I wish to rise on 3 items of general business: the Rotary Hamilton Craft Beer Fest, a parent thank you, and the Seniors Forum. During the last recess, the Rotary Club of Hamilton held their annual Craft Beer Fest on the picturesque St Augustine's lawn on Saturday the 18th of October. While the beer was flowing and the music was playing, more importantly, much needed funds were being raised for 3 wonderful charities. I will admit I am not a big fan of beer, but I am a big fan of coming together for a good cause. I am pleased to inform the Chamber that nearly $3,000 was raised for the 2025 beneficiaries, so they got nearly $3,000 each: Peggy's Place, Community Canteen and St Augustine's Church. It was fantastic to see St Augustine's lawn on Racecourse Road come to life, with almost 300 people sampling craft beer, grazing boxes, pretzels and other delightful offerings. I was very happy not to be pouring the beers this year, but instead helping with raffle ticket duties alongside Sarah, Jenny and Deb. While many volunteers contributed to the day from the Rotary Club, I'd like to particularly thank President Victor Gatto and Meredith Holland for their efforts leading Project Craft. The community is already looking forward to the next Beer Fest, and I know the charities receiving these funds are very grateful and will put the proceeds to excellent use. My second item of business is a parent thank you. In my role as councillor for Hamilton Ward, I make it a priority to regularly attend P&C meetings across all our schools in the ward. It's a great thing to do. You'll find out lots about the community. In fact, I was at one last night, and I have a few more to do before Term 4 draws to a close. So I want to take this opportunity in the chamber to thank all the parents who, on top of work, their family commitments and countless other things that they need to do, volunteer their time to support their school communities, whether as treasurer, in the tuck shop, running the uniform shop, or helping wherever is needed. No matter how big or small your role is, your contribution matters. So I just want to say a thank you to all the parents that volunteer for P&Cs. You're making a difference, strengthening your local school and setting a powerful example of service for the next generation, our children. So I want to sincerely thank you for everything you do as the school year draws to a close. My third item of general business is a seniors forum that I was pleased to co-host on the 31st of October with Tim Nicholls MP as part of Seniors Month, which is held in October. The event was an opportunity to celebrate our treasured older residents and to connect them with the services and programs available to support them. Attendees heard valuable presentations from the Queensland Ambulance Service on fall prevention. Emma from the Seniors Inquiry Line also spoke about the services that our seniors could access. And officers from the Queensland Police Service spoke about safety. I also shared the many fantastic programs that the Shrinner Council offers, from the renowned Lord Mayor's Christmas parties, which are sold out again this year, to the 50 Plus Club, which is in the basement of City Hall, to the ever popular Growing Older, Living Dangerously program that we also have on offer, which is very well received. So you can do chair yoga, Zumba, all sorts of things, Tai Chi at Newstead Park. I did, however, have a tough act to follow when I spoke about things from the council, as we were joined by the Premier, David Crisafulli, who addressed the forum as well. So that was very good. There was lots of positive feedback, wonderful conversations over a cup of tea afterwards, and plenty of new connections made. I look forward to hosting another forum with Tim Nicholls next year. And Chair, I will conclude my remarks there. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Strunk.
Yes, Chair, I rise to speak on a couple of items. A reflection on what the Lord Mayor said earlier today, and maybe a event that I was glad to participate in or go to on last Friday. Well, after listening to the Lord Mayor try to answer a question about affordable housing earlier today, and then redoubled his rhetoric just before E&C, I've came to the conclusion that affordable housing in this city is now dead, kaput. It's not his focus anymore. It's not the focus of this administration anymore, although I do believe there's a lot of councillors on the other side, as there is on this side, that believe that we need affordable housing in this city going forward. But what he said was the developers aren't into it. So the developers are running this city. That's right. Now, you can't tell me if you had a component included in your city plan, right, that all developers would just stop developing. That is a load of rubbish. They're in the business to develop and build. A lot of them have been doing it for decades. They have a lot of people they employ, and they want to keep their businesses healthy and buoyant. And honestly, a level playing field, right, when you introduce a affordable housing component, right, will see development going ahead. Now, at what percentage? I don't know. He used the analogy of London. 50% down to 35%, down to 20%. But at least that mayor of Greater London had a go. This mayor had to go 3 years ago, and then it evaporated as a policy. He capitulated to the developers, and where are we at today? We've condemned probably 80% of the young people in this city who will never be able to own a home because we don't care. Well, we don't care enough, right? You know, for the upper 20%, or even some of those in the 80% that have the bank of mum and dad to help them, right? They'll probably be okay, right? It'll be a struggle. There's nothing wrong with struggling, right? You really appreciate something when you struggle and you achieve it, right? But honestly, I was just flabbergasted with the view of the Lord Mayor and this administration earlier today. Lastly, I want to speak about the Multicultural Business Awards, right, which happened on Friday. And that was the first time I'd actually attended. I think it was the first time I was actually invited or knew about it, I should say. But Emily Kim said that she went to it last year and found it very, very interesting and very, it's really to go along and to listen and to see the entrepreneurs in this city, right, the young ones, and there's probably some that are not so young, and what they've been able to achieve in their time, living here in Brisbane, or in Queensland as well, obviously. It was just very satisfying to be part of that event. And I'm surprised that the Lord Mayor didn't talk about it actually before ENC, because it was a special event. It's been happening for about 15, 16 years, I'm told. And so there's some really talented people that I got to listen speak and met a few as well, right? There was a lot of support from the state government on the ALP side. There wasn't anyone from the state government on the LNP side, but Senator Scarf was there, of course, and of course there was a lot of LNP councillors there. But it was just interesting that the state government didn't think it was a good enough deal, right, to come along, which I was really surprised about. Maybe they were all busy. It was Friday. They probably flew home, a lot of them to the regional areas as well. So, but I just thought it was a great event, and well, you know, I'll look forward to attending next year as well, because it was a really well-planned, well-executed event, and there was entertainment. It had everything. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers, Councillor Givney.
Thank you, Chair. Last week, our Bayside community witnessed something incredibly special. On Remembrance Day, I was honoured to represent the Lord Mayor at Iona College for the commissioning and blessing of the new Iona War Memorial, a project that has brought history back to life in the most meaningful way. Many locals of the Bayside will know the story of the Manly Digger statue, and for those who don't, it began more than a century ago. The original marble statue was first erected in 1921 at the Manly War Memorial on Cambridge Parade. This is now known as Richard Russell Park, and this is where we host our local Anzac services. He stood watch over the community for decades, a solemn reminder to those who served. Sadly, after years of vandalism, the statue was destroyed in 1990 and eventually forgotten in a council depot. It wasn't until 2022 that he was rediscovered, broken, weathered and far from his original condition. A concrete replica was installed at the memorial in 2007, but the original, a true piece of local history, has seemed lost over time. What has happened since is a testament to passion, persistence and the strength of our Bayside community. Members of the Manly Lota RSL sub-branch, including Ted Barker and Michael Muir, refused to let this important piece of history disappear. They worked tirelessly with the Iona Community College team, led by Father Michael Twigg, and staff members Michael Westlake and Braden Teese, to chart a new chapter for the statue. Through extraordinary craftsmanship, Ionian Daniel Gill meticulously restored the digger to its former dignity. The broken statue was sent to Adelaide to be restored with marble imported from Italy. Last week, on a perfect Queensland morning, it was unveiled once again, now standing proudly at Iona College, overlooking a memorial space, and it's nothing short of outstanding. This memorial does more than just restore a statue. It restores a connection. It reminds today's students and tomorrow's leaders that our entire community had sacrifices made by the generations before us. The digger himself was modelled on a real person, William H. Dodd, known by local resident Val Jones as Uncle Bill, a World War I veteran. He's once again honoured in a way that reflects both his service and his story. Just a quick shout out to Val, who will actually be celebrating her 95th birthday this weekend too. The dedication service at Iona was deeply moving. Ted Barker delivered a heartfelt address and Michael Muir recited the ode. It was a privilege to lay a wreath at this special Remembrance Day service. What I witnessed was more than a ceremony. It was a community at its best. Schools, veterans, families, volunteers and local leaders all coming together to honour the past and educate the future generations. I want to sincerely thank Father Michael Twigg, who's in Western Australia, and I'll make sure I tell him about this, Braden Teese, Michael Westlake, Ted Barker and Michael Muir, and everyone at Iona and the Manly Lota RSL who brought this project to life. Their commitment has ensured that this statue, once discarded and damaged, once again stands tall as a symbol of courage, sacrifice and resilience, lest we forget.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for dinner break for the period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Gibney that Council adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. The meeting will adjourn when all councillors have left the chamber. Councillors, do we have any further items of general business?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Parry.
Madam Chair, I move a motion that this council suspend all... I move that we take the motion off the table.
Seconded.
Which motion are you talking about, Councillor Parry?
I move that the motion currently lying on the table relating to the Story Bridge footpath be taken off the table.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Parry and seconded by Councillor Dixon that the motion from the 10th of June 2025 be taken off the table. This is a procedural motion, so I now put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye for it to be taken off the table. Those against no. The ayes have it. Okay, so the motion is carried. The motion from the 10th of June 2025 has been taken off the table. I will restate the motion for the chamber while it is being redistributed to councillors. The motion originally moved by Councillor Griffiths and seconded by Councillor Cassidy that this council suspend all international travel until the Story Bridge footpaths are reopened. Councillors who have already spoken are Councillors Cassidy and Councillor Huang. And debate now resumes from where it left off on the 10th of June 2025. Is there any further debate? Councillor Johnston.
Yes. Oh, sorry. There we go. It's resetting. I rise to speak on this motion that's been held for almost 6 months. The motion is that all international travel is suspended until the Story Bridge footpaths are reopened. So honourable and transparent are the LNP that they tabled. I have mine, thanks, Billy. They have waited until the footpaths were reopened with their $6 million temporary fix. Not even a proper fix to the Story Bridge footpaths. These are planks that go across the top of the footpath that is underneath and crumbling. And remember, underneath that is the netting that's catching all the bits of concrete that are dropping off and falling into the Parkland Story Bridge below. So remember, this LNP administration tried to hide this problem in the aftermath of Cyclone Alfred. And residents in my area and residents in Councillor Massey's area got very upset because we were told nothing about what was going on, just that they were closed for safety reasons due to pedestrians possibly being blown off the bridge. So we know that that was a deliberately dishonest statement from the LNP. When they knew all along, because the reports are all there, saying that the Story Bridge is pretty much falling down, and it is falling down because this administration has failed to maintain the bridge to a suitable and safe standard. And now they are desperately playing catch up because they've been caught out. Now, you would have thought that perhaps this year, given the importance of the Story Bridge, they would spend time focusing on proper repairs, long-term repairs. But no, they've all been off overseas on their junkets. Now, I hope I get all these places right. And if anybody's wondering where they've all been over the last, year or so, you can watch one of my videos on Facebook. I did a lovely little thing about it. Yeah, it doesn't come in Living in Brisbane. Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. It does not appear in Living in Brisbane. But so far, to my understanding, this over the past year, or I don't know, 8 months, 7 months since this has happened, the Lord Mayor's been to places like LA, New York, Paris. He's been to Switzerland. He's been to Tokyo, Dubai, and probably a lot of others. So the Lord Mayor's Egypt, thank you. No, wasn't that Councillor Wines? No, the Lord Mayor went to Egypt. Lord Mayor went to Egypt as well. Now, in addition to that, and I apologise if I get it wrong, but there's been so many of them, I just want to get all the junkets on the record. We know last year Councillor Adams and Councillor Howard went to Paris. We know that Councillor Wines has been overseas. Councillor Parry's been overseas.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Parry.
I claim to be misrepresented.
Well, I know.
All right.
Councillors, no, councillors, just wait one moment, please, Councillor Johnston. Do not call out across the chamber. Thank you, councillors. I also want to just correct, I said Councillor Cassidy. Sorry, Councillor Cassidy has spoken. It was Councillor Griffiths, of course. Yeah. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you. Councillor Griffiths, I heard your interjections as supportive, but we'll get to that. So Councillor Parry didn't get the gig, but Councillor Murphy was approved to go overseas. So it's interesting Councillor Parry said no. Good on her for doing that. Now, Councillor Cunningham, the Deputy Mayor's been overseas. And there's probably others, but they're the ones I can think of. So while this motion languished on the back burner where we couldn't talk about this, the LNP councillors have been off on junkets all year over the past year, knowing the Story Bridge is falling down, spending money, time away from Brisbane, time away from their jobs here, where roads are in disrepair, where parks are in disrepair, where we desperately need upgrades, where we need improvements to policies. There's so much work that this city actually needs doing that is not happening under the leadership of this LNP administration. And that is because they have been on overseas junkets. Now, this motion, I think, should have said no more overseas travel at all for the LNP, because just like their predecessor, Sally Ann, the former Lord Mayor of Brisbane, in her last term, they called her, what do they call her, Salary Ann, I think. She was off on overseas junkets for half the time. That's very similar to what's going on with the LNP.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Councillor Parry, your point of misrepresentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Johnston did address it when saying that she corrected herself in that I did not travel overseas. Councillor Murphy obviously didn't travel overseas either because he has cancer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further speakers to the motion? Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This motion was debated previously, and at the time that it was debated, it was pointed out that it was an incompetent motion because it banned anyone from any kind of overseas travel. That included Councillor Huang from seeing his family over in Taiwan. It also included me potentially travelling overseas for my grandmother's 80th birthday. It also included anybody else, Councillor Marks, for example, travelling back to New Zealand to visit her family. And it was, at the time, a ridiculous motion, which we pointed out that international travel has not been suspended since COVID, and we certainly don't want to go back to those days, although I'm sure those opposite do. Nonetheless, the Story Bridge footpaths have been reopened. So given that this motion is a moot point, I move that the motion be put.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Parry and seconded by Councillor Dixon for the motion to be put. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it. Councillor Griffiths.
5-minute summary. That's great. Look, I'm really disappointed with Councillor Parry, but not surprised. The reason we put this motion to suspend travel by councillors, international travel by councillors, is because we believe, as the opposition, that we need to get back to concentrating on this city and the residents of Brisbane. We actually believe that after 22 years in power by the LNP, that they've dropped the ball in terms of running Brisbane. They aren't looking after the infrastructure of our city. They have failed with the Story Bridge. We know the Story Bridge now is going to cost $1.5 billion to fix. We know, because we've asked multiple times for the reports to be released, and the LNP won't allow them to be released. They're hiding those reports. We know that the people of Brisbane have been inconvenienced. We know cyclists of Brisbane have been inconvenienced. We know that the Story Bridge for this country is the second most important bridge in the country in terms of its importance to our region and to 100,000 vehicles a day. It is key to our city. This motion, which Councillor Cassidy and myself put forward, was saying, get your act together, stop travelling overseas, and actually start showing an interest in the city of Brisbane. It was, the LNP took it and they put it on the table, using their vast majority, using their 22 years in power, and made it a laughing joke. The LNP made this a laughing joke, something to be derided. We don't think the people of Brisbane should be derided. We don't think it is a laughing joke that the Story Bridge, the main piece of infrastructure that we as a city are responsible for, should be in such a shocking condition. The Lord Mayor isn't here. Some LNP councillors aren't here. The way this city is being run at the moment is appalling. And this motion is testimony to that. And this motion is testimony, and to the staff watching, is testimony to the arrogance for which you are treating this city and the arrogance for which you're treating this chamber.
We'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The noes have
Division.
it. That is lost.
Seconded.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 13 against.
That's lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillor Cassidy, your GB.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak about solar batteries. There are more people moving to Brisbane to live, work and play, and that requires investment in renewable energy infrastructure here in Brisbane. Australia is one of the highest per capita emitters and heavily exposed to climate impacts, heat waves, bushfires, floods, and we in Brisbane know floods particularly well. And it was shameful to see the LNP's ideology get the better of them in refusing community batteries, forcing residents to endure higher energy bills, and the refused community batteries in Newmarket, the Gap and in Nunda. Now, while the federal coalition has been tearing itself apart on net zero, our very own LNP Lord Mayor, who is absent once again from the council, has been actively working against tangible action on climate change, and Brisbane is paying more because of it. There are only this council, Brisbane's LNP Council, is the only council in Queensland to reject development applications for federally funded community batteries. The proposed batteries are roughly the size of a fridge and are used to collect and store excess rooftop solar produced during peak hours of the day to be used throughout the night. Installing these batteries prevents network overloads as more people install solar panels and more energy enters the grid, as well as putting downward pressure on electricity prices for residents. Energy Queensland won the grant to build these community batteries, but the LNP Council has blocked them from happening. This LNP Council has rolled over on the orders of their colleagues in the state government, we presume, that have scrapped what would have been publicly owned hydro projects and solar farms themselves. Recently, we learned about a submission opposed to a wind farm up north based on a report that turned out to be AI generated, citing organisations that didn't even exist. So it goes to show you that the anti-renewables brigade in the LNP don't have the facts on their side. They literally just make stuff up now. Renewables like solar and wind are now the cheapest source of new electricity generation worldwide. In Australia, large-scale solar and wind projects consistently undercut coal and gas on price for consumers. Coal and gas are commodities traded internationally that puts consumers at the mercy of faceless investors and shareholders seeking to drive up profits at any cost. Sun, wind and water are readily available here. We just need to invest in that technology to capture it. Households can even gain energy credits by selling their surplus power to others that need it. Besides, fossil fuels also suffer outages as well. Renewables diversify that risk, particularly when they are coupled with batteries, like the ones we're talking about in Brisbane that are being blocked by the LNP. Clean energy industries create even more employment opportunities in construction, manufacturing and maintenance. Fortunately, residents are fighting back against this archaic LNP council. We call on LNP councillors here to see the error of their federal colleagues' ways and stop blocking renewable energy projects, whether they are of a national scale or whether they are community batteries around Brisbane, which will drive down the cost of household electricity for people here in Brisbane, as well as directly acting on climate change, something that they've given up on as an organisation, but as individual politicians they can actually stand up and say the right-wing reactionaries in their federal party, being completely driven by Matt Canavan and Barnaby Joyce now, are wrong here in the Brisbane context, and LNP councillors should grow a backbone and actually back these vital projects in suburbs right around Brisbane.
Further speakers? Deputy Mayor.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I move that the motion currently lying on the table related to a breakdown of expenditure on the Story Bridge be taken off the table.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon that the motion from the 10th of June 2025 be taken off the table. This is a procedural motion, so I now put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The motion from the 10th of June 2025 has been taken off the table, and I will restate the motion for the chamber while it is being redistributed to councillors. The motion originally moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Kim that this council immediately publishes a breakdown of expenditure of Story Bridge maintenance as stated in Story Bridge Restoration Preserving a National Icon Committee report, May 2025, for the following items. 2019 to present, new steel coatings and extensive concrete and repairs. 2019 to 2024, paint restoration spans 1 to 7. 2023, light pole refurbishment. 2024, refurbishment of bearings in spans 4 to 7. 2024, strengthening of trusses in spans 5 to 6. Councillors who have already spoken are Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Wines. Debate now resumes from where it left off on the 10th of June 2025. Is there any debate? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on this motion, which we will not be supporting tonight.
Yeah. One moment, please. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, debate usually goes side to side. You said Councillor Wines was the last speaker. I was on my feet before the Deputy Mayor.
I didn't see you, Councillor. Apologies for that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What we support on this side of the chamber is transparency. We support accountability, and we have acted with transparency and accountability every step of the way. This administration has proactively, literally provided thousands of pages of reports and technical documents related to the condition of the Story Bridge. We have been very upfront with the public that we are undertaking restoration work on the bridge. We have been doing this work for years. We've even had a permanent maintenance site for the crews at the bridge. After not have taken the slightest of interest in the restoration work that we have been doing for years, the opposition has decided that getting a breakdown was a top priority. The motion was laid on the table because Councillor Cassidy originally brought it to the chamber on the day the same question on notice was put on this council agenda. Now, there is a statutory period provided for responses to questions on notice, and this was a blatant attempt by Councillor Cassidy to circumvent the governance processes of this council. Had he been paying attention, he would already know the details about the expenditure has already been provided time and time again in the budget papers and information sessions year after year. Indeed, if he turned up to the information sessions, he could even ask about it. We know what work has been delivered, and we know what work it costs to deliver it each year. This is a matter of public record. If he wants to know the cost of each litre of paint, he's come to the wrong place, Madam Chair. The simple fact is that Councillor Cassidy is aggrieved that the information he has asked for doesn't exist in the format that he asked for it. So he's brought this motion and asked these questions knowing they can't be answered just so he can claim some conspiracy. With that, I move that the motion be put.
Seconded. Point of order, Madam Chair.
First of all, it's been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon that the motion now be put. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it. Councillors, that means that we'll now have right of reply by Councillor Cassidy. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
I move that you have engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct by failing to allow the debate to go fairly from side to side and then allowing the Deputy Mayor to guillotine debate to prevent myself and other councillors from participating.
Seconded.
A motion of unsuitable meeting conduct of the Chair has been moved by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Cassidy. I'll now vacate the chair. I will have to call upon the Deputy Mayor to take the chair and determine who will be chair.
Point of order. But don't we have to vote to elect? Does she? Oh. Okay.
The chair is absent or unavailable. Deputy members. The Deputy Mayor presides until the councillor is chosen. Yeah, we've got to vote.
Who do we want?
Thank you, councillors. There are very clear rules about what happens under these circumstances. Under section 10.3 of the meeting's local law, if both the chair and the deputy chair are absent or unavailable to preside, the deputy mayor presides until a councillor is chosen by motion of the majority of the present councillors. In that regard, as both the chair and the deputy chair are unavailable, may I please have a motion to appoint a chair to preside at this council meeting? Councillor Dixon.
Yep. I move that this chamber determine under section 10.3 of the meetings local law 2001 that Councillor Wines be appointed a chair.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that Councillor Wines be appointed as chair to preside at this council meeting. Is there any debate, councillor?
Yeah. No.
Councillor Johnston.
Right, yeah, it is, isn't it? Well, look, firstly, can I just say, I'm glad the Deputy Mayor is still here, even if the Lord Mayor is not, and the Deputy Chair of Council is not. So there's barely anybody left in the LNP side. So they're having to dredge back into the past and pull out one of the worst council chairs we've had, Councillor Wines,
Councillor Johnston has 5 minutes.
Yeah, I know. All those LNP councillors shouting me down probably would have been inappropriate conduct, but no LNP councillor is going to do that. Look, I'll give Councillor Wines one thing. He was better than Councillor Owen Taylor. So there we go. No one could have been worse than the former councillor for Callum Vale. Well, largely because we took it to court several times, and anyway. But what I want to say just briefly about this is it just shows how lax the LNP are. The Lord Mayor's not been here since afternoon tea. That's 3 o'clock. So for the past, what's the time, 4.5 hours, the Lord Mayor's been missing in action. The Deputy Chair of Council, Councillor Wong, is not here. So he's MIA, and this is his responsibility. And now the Deputy Mayor has had to step in, and they've got to bring Councillor Wines up from the graveyard to fill in. Honestly, we you know, it's their job to maintain the quorum and the process here in the council chamber, and I just think it's probably a reflection of the fact that they've given up on proper governance in this city. They've given up on running this city fairly. They've given up on doing the right thing. They've given up on turning up and participating. We know the Lord Mayor's been MIA now for a year or so, deliberately, from 90% of the council meetings. But where's Councillor Wong? He's the backup. He's the spare. He's the spare. He's the backup. His whole job is simply to be here on a Tuesday so he can thank you. He can attend a council meeting and preside if he's needed to. That's the one gig he's got, and it would have been good if he was here. But for all means, let's bring Councillor Wines out from retirement. Let's give him another go. I'm sure he's going to love it.
Are there any further speakers?
I move this motion be put.
Seconded.
A division has been called by... the motion has been put. It's been called by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against, no. The ayes have it. So now we do a vote. Right of reply, Councillor Dixon? No. Right of reply, Councillor Dixon? No.
Let's just get on with the business of council and get out.
All right. So we now put it to vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against, no. No. The ayes have it. It's the first time for you.
How are you? All right. All right. Now it's all been modernised in front of me here. All right. Welcome, councillors, to the motion of inappropriate conduct proposed by Councillor Johnston. I will now call upon Councillor Johnston to speak to her resolution. She has 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy. I don't know what you
Whatever
are at the
you
minute,
like, just proceed.
Temporary acting speaker, chair, temporary acting chair I'll go with. Look, again, we're going to see a small change to the batting order today because normally Councillor Wines gets up with his pre-prepared speech and responds to my moving of this motion. So it'll be really interesting to see who's got the Guernsey, who's got his talking points, which admittedly don't seem to be written down or in any good order, but maybe someone else is going to have a go today attacking me for simply doing what the meeting's rules say we should do. So at least in electing Councillor Wines to this position, you really gave it some thought about who was going to participate in the debate that he normally runs. But anyway, so the meeting's local law note that the chair must, as far as possible, allocate speaking time on any motion, first to majority councillors and then pro rata to minority councillors. Now, we know, because the chair had said that Councillor Cassidy had moved the motion and Councillor Wines had spoken on the debate, that the next speaker should have come from this side of the chamber. I was standing on my feet waiting for the call and watched the Deputy Mayor stand up while I was standing, and yet I was ignored deliberately by the Chair of Council. The reason the Chair of Council did not follow, and this is Rule 41.9 in the meeting's local law, is because she knows that the LNP will guillotine the debate at their first speaker. So this is the issue with the process. The LNP, firstly, table motions that are moved by the opposition. And I'm interested in what's going to happen tonight. Let me get my crystal ball out and say we're going to waste everybody's time for an hour and they'll end up tabling the motion tonight. But this is what the LNP do. Instead of allowing councillors in this place to move motions, to engage in democratic debate, to have those debates in a timely and relevant way, they use their massive majority every time to block that debate. And today, the Chair of Council facilitated that action. She did it deliberately when the Chair knew that I was on my feet and was awaiting the call, which should have come to this side of the chamber. Now, there are so many times in this debate where the Chair does not follow the rules of procedure. Earlier today, when I had a point of order about being misrepresented, no other councillor has to say who's misrepresented them. But if I say the Chair's misrepresented me, apparently that doesn't count as misrepresentation. That's not what the rules say about that either. But the problem we have here today is there is a clear rule. Debate goes from side to side in the chamber, and under the meeting's local law, it is the Chair's responsibility to make sure that happens. It was brought to her attention and she could have corrected that, and she did not tonight. And that was to give her own colleagues, the LNP, the rails run, and allow the Deputy Mayor to use the majority to block debate on this motion. Now, the motion itself is a valid one and a reasonable one, and I understand the Deputy Mayor does not want any discussion about how they've botched the Story Bridge process, how they don't want the meagre amounts in basic maintenance that might appear in the budget book to be the only indication of what expenditure there's been on the Story Bridge. And for the last 2 years, there's not even been any money noted in the budget book anyway. So the big problem we've got here is the LNP blocked this motion. They have then tabled it in the evening with no notice, presumably to the people who moved those motions. No, not the courtesy to even notify them. Then the Chair of Council has given the Deputy Mayor a rails run, allowed her to guillotine the debate, stop the debate, and that's contrary to the meeting's local law. Under the Code of Conduct for all councillors, the Chair is required to act fairly, honestly, reasonably and justly, and she has not done that tonight because she has given priority to her own political party to avoid debate about a critical issue of importance to the people of Brisbane, which is the cost or the neglect of the LNP's treatment of the Story Bridge. That is shameful and that is wrong.
Further speakers to this resolution. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair. Every week we see this tactic to delay the conduct of this meeting. Every week what we see is the deliberate moves by Councillor Johnson to hold up the meeting because she doesn't like the answer that the Chair gives. Every week we hear that Councillor Landers is not acting fairly, justly and honestly, but that's only when Councillor Johnson doesn't agree with her.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Claim to be misrepresented.
No, I won't be taking any while I'm here. Thank you. Councillor Adams.
Point of order.
Thank you.
Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
Should Councillor Adams be directing any conversation with Councillor Johnston through you?
Of course, all councillors should direct their comments through the Chair, please.
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair. I definitely wasn't directing them at Councillor Johnson. I will direct them through you. I'm just stating what happens each week in this place. And what we hear again tonight is a continued rant through you, Mr Acting Chair, from Councillor Johnson about the deliberate moves of Councillor Landers. Now, Councillor Landers made it very, very clear she did not see Councillor Johnson. And to say otherwise and slander her in this place is imputing motive. And we don't have protection in this place, but week in and week out we see the tactics from Councillor Johnson to intimidate Councillor Landers into her getting her own way, whether it comes under the local laws or not. Councillor Landers does an outstanding job confronted with the juvenile behaviour that is presented sometimes in this place. And for that reason, I move this motion be put.
Seconded.
I have a motion that it be put from Councillor Adams, seconded by Councillor Dixon. All those in favour, say aye. And those against, no. The ayes have it. We'll now call on Councillor Johnson and her right of reply.
Yes, thank you. Well, it's clear that Councillor Adams was using her own talking points because the same ones we usually hear when Councillor Adams isn't sure what she's talking about. They accuse pretty much everybody she disagrees with of slander. I'm not sure that I actually defamed anybody, and if I did, I feel certain that someone will take action against me because the LNP like to do that on a regular basis. Councillor Adams also claims that I've intimidated Councillor Landers. Now, I'm not...
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
Claim to be misrepresented.
No, I won't be taking any while I'm here. Councillor Johnston.
Of course you did. I mean, absolutely. That's what Councillor Adams said, clear as a bell. Now, this is the process. This is the process set down under the meeting's local law that Councillor Adams voted for. I did not vote for this. Yes. Now, I've been told by the OIA and the Chair of Council that this is the process that we have to follow if we disagree with the Chair's rulings. I did not want these meetings local law. So for Councillor Adams to stand up and blame me for something she voted for is outrageous. Now, the only other thing I would say about Councillor Adams is repeatedly Councillor Adams stated that I get up and do this every week. That is demonstrably false, it is untrue, it is dishonest. For the last 2 weeks, I've not done this, and I don't do it every...
Councillors, please allow this matter to conclude.
Yeah, I mean, Councillor Adams and the LNP are laughing, but it's clear that this does not happen every single week. So again, the LNP are dishonest, they are untruthful, and they can't contribute in a factual or meaningful way to this debate. This is a process that is set down for this purpose. It is my obligation to raise it. Tonight it was done in a blatant way. Councillor Landers, I agree, Councillor Landers said she did not see me. That is because she refuses to turn her head when she knows I am standing. And then when I made a point of order and brought it to her attention immediately, she could have corrected the situation at that point, asked the Deputy Mayor to hold and given the call to me. And this is the reason that I am on my feet now, because Councillor Landers was made aware of the problem but refused to honestly, reasonably, justly or fairly resolve the situation. Now, in contrast, we heard the missing Deputy Chair today apologise. Wasn't that refreshing? He made a mistake and he immediately acknowledged he'd made a mistake. And he probably, I think, would have let Councillor Cassidy have another go. It was unclear on what would happen there. But that's what happened. A mistake was made and he acknowledged it and would have corrected it. But that's not what we see from the Chair of Council, because the Chair of Council is acting in a politically biased way when she is administering the meeting's local law. She gives preference to the LNP councillors to block debate, stymie debate, prevent debate, and that prevents any criticism of the LNP. And that is what the LNP are all about. They are so fragile that they cannot stand it when there is criticism of them in this place. Now, the Story Bridge is an issue that deserves criticism. This is an administration that has been in charge of the finances for 20 years, and on their watch, the Story Bridge is crumbling.
Councillor Johnson, I appreciate that these comments may be relevant to other matters this evening, but can I just draw you back to the resolution at hand, please?
Yes, that is that she has committed unsuitable meeting conduct by failing to allow me to engage in debate about the Story Bridge motion before us today. So I will just put on the record again that the reason we are here simply today is because this administration, as you've demonstrated, Mr Acting Temporary Chair, that this administration cannot stand anybody disagree with it. And the issue of the Story Bridge, its costings, its funding, the accountability for what has happened should be a matter of public debate. The LNP chair should not be running a protection racket for the LNP administration and the Deputy Mayor and the missing Lord Mayor. There should be an open debate. Opposition councillors should have the opportunity to discuss it in this chamber, particularly where they have moved the motion, particularly where they have waited months for the debate. And Today, we see this week after week, and this is week after week, when these motions are brought forward, it is the same tired playbook of party politics from the LNP to block debate
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Thank you. All right, we will now put the resolution as proposed by Councillor Johnston. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
There's a division call.
Division.
By Councillor Johnston and Councillor Cassidy. Please ring the bells. Ayes to my right, noes to my left.
Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Acting Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 14 against.
The ayes have it. Mr Pearce, could you please I'd locate Councillor Landers and return to the building, the room. All right, well, this has been a very enjoyable intermission, and I thank you all for the indulgence of allowing me to return. Councillor Landers, Council has decided you have not engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct and welcome you back. Thank you.
Councillor Cassidy, your right of reply.
Thanks very much, Chair. This is a pretty straightforward motion. That it's intriguing that the Deputy Mayor is so angry about us asking for a breakdown of the $80 million the Lord Mayor claims has been spent on the Story Bridge on these 5 items here. And, you know, if none of the other behaviour of the LNP in denying access to information about the Story Bridge was a warning enough, the behaviour of the LNP tonight in the council chamber tells you everything you need to know about this, because week after week, since May this year, and month after month now, many months have passed, and it's been 5.5 months since this motion was laid on the table. We have been asking questions about the LNP's track record on maintaining the Story Bridge for a very simple reason. It's falling down. It's falling down tonight. And the LNP get up in here in answer to every question we raise and say there's nothing to see here. The LNP say their record. The LNP think their record is perfect when it comes to maintaining the Story Bridge, and yet tonight it is falling down, not into the river because $1 million worth of nets have been put up underneath it to catch falling concrete from underneath the $6 million temporary footpaths on the Story Bridge. So what are they hiding? What are they hiding, Chair? Because at every step of the way we've been following proper processes, whether it's asking questions on notice, whether it's writing to the CEO and doing a request for information, whether it's doing a file request, whether it's asking a question in question time directly of the Lord Mayor and of the relevant chair, and whether it's doing an RTI of which we have been refused. All of those. They refused to answer the quan. They refused to answer the question in question time and provide the information. The request for information was denied, the file request was denied, and the RTO was denied. And yet, the Deputy Mayor gets up tonight in the council chamber and says it's all very clearly laid out in the report. In the report, which is a glossy document, the so-called independent committee report's a glossy document, which says, and every time we ask the question, the LNP say, go back to the report and look at those 5 points that are listed here. New steel coatings, paint restoration, light pole refurbishment, refurbishment of bearings in spans 4 to 7, and strengthening of trusses in spans 5 to 6. Now, we are led to believe as councillors that the so-called independent committee, chaired by an LNP donor, had access to all of the files and information to come to a determination about the LNP's track record on maintaining the Story Bridge. You know what we asked for? The same information that was given to that committee. As councillors, so we are elected as councillors. We collectively here tonight, well, I mean, there's a lot of LNP councillors away, but we collectively here tonight are the council. We are the ones responsible for the stewardship of the assets of this city for future generations. Why is it that the LNP will give more information to a committee that is chaired by an LNP donor than they will to elected councillors? Yes. That's the question people have to ask themselves. What is the LNP hiding? Because the Deputy Mayor's come in here tonight, all guns blazing, and said they apparently have an impeccable track record when it comes to Story Bridge maintenance. The Lord Mayor only discovered this year, Chair, that there was a depot at the Story Bridge. That's the first time he has ever visited that depot. It was soon after he announced he was going to put a toll on the Story Bridge. When he went on radio, the Lord Mayor went on radio and said, here's the glossy brochure, that independent committee got all the information that he's denying Labor councillors,
Point of order,
then he
Madam
announced
Chair.
he was putting a toll.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Will Councillor Cassidy take a question?
Yeah, sure.
Councillor. Deputy
Will
Mayor.
Councillor Cassidy attend budget information sessions and ask about breakdown of figures in the future?
You don't give them.
Cassidy.
Through you, Chair. The chairs of these committees who run those sessions don't give the information. yeah, good, yeah. The Deputy Mayor actually refuses to answer questions. So if the Deputy Mayor will commit to giving this information, and I'll let's just take the Deputy Mayor's question as a commitment that these 5 points will be given in great detail in budget information sessions next year. Pigs might also fly. Pigs might fly between now and then as well. But what is the LNP hiding? I don't understand. Why do they give LNP donors this information but not councillors? What are they hiding, Chair? Something's not adding up here.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired, so I'll now put the motion. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. Aye. The noes have it.
Division.
That's lost. Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Kim. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 15 against.
The motion is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillor Cassidy, your general business, I believe, was it? Okay. Further speakers for general business, Councillor Marks.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on the passing of Reg Marshall. On Sunday morning, I attended the final Conondale Park Bushcare Group function. We had it actually at Yimbin Park due to the unpredictable weather, and we had a morning tea there with all the volunteers and a walk around of that particular area that they've been working on for some time. And one of the volunteers introduced a young man, and he introduced him as the son of the late Reg Marshall. And I have to say I was extremely shocked. I had no idea that Reg had passed away. He passed away very, very suddenly at home. He was a very valued member of the local community in many ways for many different things. And when I was chatting to his son, who I'd met for the very first time on Sunday, he said they had, in the process of cleaning up and clearing out things, as you do when one of the family members passes away, they had found 9 cartons of material to do with certificates, recommendations, commendations, all the things that Reg had received over his lifetime as a human being, contributing to society, both in his original paid employment and then in the later years as in his volunteer roles that he had. And his latest role was a police SES community liaison for special events. He would always come to my family fun day with the SES as one of the volunteers. Councillor Huang knew him extremely well as well, and he was well known to our community. And to say I was shocked to hear of the passing was as an understatement. So, Reg, I'm so sorry. I did not know. A lot of people didn't know, and unfortunately was not able to attend your funeral as a result of that. But I'll always think of you. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on two matters today, Stretton State College and Ritchie Road and Deppies Road intersection. Recently in the Courier Mail, there was an article that went about some major traffic issues at the intersection of Gowan Road and Illawina Street, with lots of fines going out to Stretton State College parents. To put in the context of this school, it's gone from 800 students that it was originally built for this area. Now it's gone to 3,500 over 2 campuses at this one intersection. There's a lot of students there. It's very, very busy. And what happened recently was that 20 parents got $333 fines in a similar location at the pick-up and drop-off zone. And there's a few, as every councillor is aware, there's quite a complex nature here because there's a lot of different problems that are overlapping. But the underline of this entire issue is that we need more investment in student safety and also just a traffic management plan. So as a result, a few hours ago, we've been starting up a petition, and we've just hit over 100 signatures within the last few hours. And I'm hoping that we get a few more to reflect the true community spirit behind wanting change. My local member, James Martin MP, has also been advocating very strongly. He's written to John Paul Langbrook, the Minister for Education in the State Department. And as much as this is a state government school, there is a lot that Brisbane City Council can do. And in this regard, this area is a local council road. This entire car park is also a local council car park as well. And just to address some of the comments in the Courier Mail done by the LNP Council, the car park that's being built, while it's very welcome at the Illawina car park on the corner of Gowan and Illawina Street, that isn't enough to address an underlying issue here, which is that there have been near misses outside the Gowan Road car park, many kids multiple times, and we've been campaigning to get a temporary CCTV at the crossing to be there permanently. I know it's something that the principal of Stretton wants. We have also used suburban enhancement funding to build a permanent number plate recognition camera at the intersection of Gowan Road and Illawina Street. So the next one is this crossing now. Beyond that, though, there's a lot of work to do with this car park as well, because on the one hand, while compliance needs to happen, on the other, the car park in itself just needs to totally be fixed and be changed. There's also some issues with the lanes as well. There's multiple lanes happening and 2 cars coming from different directions, cutting through the lanes while kids are trying to cross the road. So this has been a very, very long-standing issue that many councillors would be aware of, and there's been a lot of drama around Illawina Street, especially when the former councillor for Callambale shut down Illawina Street, which made parents very, very upset. So myself, James Martin, and the former member Duncan Pegg will continue to advocate for strong improvements at this intersection here. The parents in the community, especially the Stretton mums, they're all signing up and sharing this petition to advocate from Brisbane City Council. I've also written a letter to the Lord Mayor, which I've sent a few hours ago today, to address this situation directly and to come to a constructive conclusion, because this blame game has been going on for years. Everyone will be behind this cause, so we hope that the LNP Council really prioritises safety first before something bad happens. So that's the one matter with Stretton State College. The other one as well was to note the 40-minute wait times and the conflicting advice that parents are getting. So while they have to then make a full loop around the car park, that'll be another extra 40-minute wait. And so as a result, parents had to drop off their kids in this one location, which is how 20 parents all got $333 fines. So there's a fine balance to be done. There needs to be an overhaul of the way this entire pickup and drop-off zone operates, and this is something that we are strongly advocating for. In this petition, there is a clear outline of every single instruction and every step that residents want to see, including as well the consideration of traffic lights at the intersection of Honeysuckle Way and Gowan Road as well. So this is something that we strongly urge the Lord Mayor and the LNP Council to consider, and it's something that I will continue to bring up every single month, every single council meeting, just like Pollara, because this is an issue that's happening all around Brisbane City, with Brisbane being the worst for traffic congestion in Australia. Well done. Second, just wanted to briefly touch on a matter which I hope that managers listening in today to this meeting may be able to address. Recently, just last week, I was advised that a project that we'd been working on since 2024, which had been funded using Suburban Enhancement Fund for the Callambale ward, we'd spent about $69,000 to get 2 different designs to create a safer pedestrian island, a crossing, as well as footpath culvert extensions to build under the ground. So we've accepted that. We've already accepted that there's a lot of funding lacking from connecting 2Ks of Ritchie Road together, and as a result, we've
Councillor
decided...
Kim, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers to general business? Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, excuse me, Madam Chair, and I would like to speak on one item of general business, and that's on community batteries. Madam Chair, I'm proud to be part of a council that is recognised as a sustainability leader with a very long history of practical climate action. Not empty gestures, like we heard from the contribution from Councillor Cassidy. This council has a policy commitment to achieve net zero operational emissions by 2050. We have no plans to change that, Madam Chair. We also have adopted targets to reduce our carbon emissions by at least 30% by 2031-32 from the 2016-2017 levels. There are no plans to change that, Madam Chair. Councillor Cassidy made reference to development applications in his contribution, but that in itself reveals how little he knows about this subject. In fact, one of his colleagues in the state, Jonty Bush, submitted an RTI asking when council would make a decision about a community battery in the Gap. We made no decision on that, Madam Chair, because we don't need to, and because it's a federal government program. There are no DAs for batteries in Brisbane. They do not require a DA. The truth is that the federal Labor government has been caught out failing to deliver on its own election commitment. And now what are they trying to do? They're trying to blame council for it. The federal government made a commitment to deliver 400 batteries across the country. At last count, 21. 21. Now, Madam Chair, that is not a council commitment. That is a federal government commitment. Madam Chair, you wonder what sort of science went behind selecting the sites. There was no science. There was no community consultation. I'm sure the powers that be in the federal Labor Party's campaign committee, when they were in opposition, sat down with the Mackerras pendulum and went, which one am I going to pick? Because all they were interested was, in fact, trying to win seats at an election. It had nothing to do with the value of a community battery, because the numbers that they were citing were not going to make any difference anyway. It's a real challenge, Madam Chair, when you are putting lots of effort into making sure that we are reducing emissions at the council, and then you have someone like Councillor Cassidy come in and make statements that infer that we are not doing what we need to be doing, and in fact should be following the lead of the federal government, who is not delivering anything at all. They're all talk, they're all filibuster, and they are delivering nothing. And you could tell that by what Councillor Cassidy was talking about in his contribution. Madam Chair, let's talk about what we are doing, though, in council in terms of low-carbon actions. We're using energy-efficient lighting. Brisbane street lighting is more energy efficient, thanks to putting LED lighting, street lights and in our traffic signals. We're installing solar power. I often talk about our solar power installations in this chamber, and it's helping us generate renewable energy and saving on electricity costs. We're purchasing renewable energy, and we're using our purchasing power to support Australia's renewable energy industry. We're reducing the impact of public transport. Our public transport services help reduce traffic and congestion, and we're also, of course, have our wonderful Brisbane Metro, which has all-electric vehicles and batteries. Madam Chair, we're maintaining a low-emissions fleet by prioritising using electric and low-emission vehicles that have alternate fuel sources to service our community. And, of course, we're managing our waste emissions. You know, every year we're capturing more than 75% of the gas produced at our operating landfill at Rochedale. Madam Chair, what is Councillor Cassidy's plan to get to net zero? Well, they think it can all be offset with the FOGO plan. That's what the FOGO is going to save the world. Waste accounts for about a quarter of our footprint. So the vast majority is in core services like maintenance and construction. We will not compromise on delivering projects that are needed to keep Brisbane moving, but we are delivering them in a sustainable
Councillor
way.
Davis, your time
Thank
has
you, Madam Chair.
expired. Further speakers to general business. Councillor Johnston.
I know. Sorry, she ignored Councillor Adams too. Anyway, I rise to speak about community batteries and the hypocrisy of Councillor Davis when it comes to environmental accountability. Now, the first thing I'd like to say is that Councillor Davis was the person sent out as the environmental spokesperson for the LNP, which we know is one of those jobs the LNP hate to have in their portfolios. They are all climate change deniers. And we know that they kind of want to be in the Paris Agreement, and yet they don't want to be in the Paris Agreement. They don't want to have any targets. Targets, like even a target. I mean, no targets on women, but no targets on the environment either. But I'm rising now because Councillor Davis has to be held to account for her hypocrisy and double standards when it comes to community batteries. Now, the Guardian reported... I mean, no, why would the chair actually say, LNP councillors, stop calling out across the chamber, because that's what they were doing.
Councillor,
anyway,
they actually weren't calling out. They did laugh like Councillor Griffiths does the whole meeting practically.
And you've
as
told him
you
he
do,
couldn't.
as you
And
do.
You told him he
Thank
couldn't.
you, Councillor Griffiths.
Anyway,
thank you.
I don't mind. They can laugh all they want.
Councillor Johnston, please continue.
Councillor Davis has gone on the record when the federal government wanted to fund 5 community batteries in Brisbane. Batteries that could provide essential power to communities at times of disaster, reduce the cost of power for these local communities, it provide an additional source of power, ensure that power isn't wasted, it goes back into a community facilities. So what did Councillor Davis say in response to the offer from the federal government to install something the size of a fridge in a few key locations around Brisbane? Councillor Davis went out publicly and said the federal Labor government should not be, quote, plonking giant batteries in public parks. And she's nodding and agreeing. Now, here's the hypocrisy bit. Here's the hypocrisy bit. Councillor, I just want to also mention that Councillor Davis was very critical of Labor's science behind choosing the sites. She was also very critical about not engaging in community consultation and choosing sites for campaign purposes. So, why am I saying that Councillor Davis and the LNP are engaged in hypocritical behaviour when it comes to community batteries? In R. Davis Park, on the border of my area and Councillor Trina Massey's area, under the Eleanor Chanel Bridge, the LNP administration have plonked a house-sized battery. It's about 400 square metres in a council public park. Yes. There was no consultation with our community about this. There was no discussion. Myself and Councillor Massey raised concerns about this. We did a petition. This LNP administration said, no, we're going to cut down all those trees and we're going to build a battery the size of a house block. It's 300 and something square metres. We're going to build a house-sized battery in a public park. So when the LNP want to build batteries in council parks, that's perfectly okay. When the federal government want to invest in the energy efficiency and reduce costs of energy in Brisbane communities, the LNP say no. So the hypocrisy of this is that Councillor Davis is saying exactly what is wrong with the Labor Party, but that's exactly what her own LNP colleagues have done when it comes to the Brisbane Metro. And more importantly, when it comes to the science behind choosing the sites, I have to raise that one because when choosing this site, It is on the south side of the river. The cables from the terminus on the UQ side of the river run for approximately 1 kilometre, which is at the very end of the transmission capability for the power to come across to UQ. So there was no science behind it. It was a political decision to appease UQ. So Councillor Davis stands up and says that this administration is being practical about climate change. No, they're not. 95% of council's climate action is by purchasing dodgy offsets.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Are there further speakers of general business? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak. Mainly I rise to speak on the wonderful night we had at the Lord Mayor's Multicultural dinner last Friday night, but before I do that I would like to just mention the demonstrably incorrect recollections of Councillor Johnson in this place and why all these claims, as we've just heard again then, must be taken with a grain of salt. We heard a very adamant argument before that. Councillor Johnson claimed through you, Madam Chair, that she never ever moved unsuitable meeting conduct in the last 2 weeks. I did not. You are wrong. You are demonstrably wrong. Well, actually, Councillor Johnson is demonstrably wrong because on page 32 at 3:26 p.m. last week, we know she left early, but she still got it in. She moved unsuitable meeting conduct, seconded by Councillor Chong Wah. I say again, this is why we demonstrably do not believe anything that Councillor Johnson says, because her recollections are more often than not incorrect. But on a happier note, last Friday night, the Lord Mayor's Multicultural Business Awards was a fantastic evening. I think I'm up to number 17 or 18, but it's a wonderful way, it's a fantastic night to celebrate the diversity and innovation in the city's business sector. And nominations are open to all individuals from multicultural backgrounds who meet specific eligibility criteria. And it is so lovely to see the passion and how happy these multicultural communities are when their members win in this space. We often speak about how much it gives to small businesses when they receive a grant or recognition from Brisbane City Council, and getting these awards from the Lord Mayor is so special to them. So I'd just like to read out our fantastic winners to recognise them again from last Friday night. The Nick Zinnius Young Business Persons Award, presented by Nick Zinnius Jr., grandson of, was actually two persons. I apologise for pronunciations ahead of time. Christian Andreas Campo Figuero and Taj Kumar, the co-founders of GM Coffee. Our multicultural emerging leader was Irene Leilana Munoz from Orela Aqua and Fitness. The Entrepreneur of the Year, Pedro, known as Nando Barnett, who Sell in Style Property Styling. And probably the most inspirational, our Business Person of the Year, the amazing octogenarian Richard Arnold, a German migrant who, of course, came to Australia and set up a industrial installation and maintenance company. Where else do you want your engineering but from Germany if they're going to come over here? And he had a wonderful story of his history coming here and the opportunities he found in Brisbane as well. It's a fantastic evening. I know there was those from the other side there as well. Can I congratulate the International Relations and Multicultural Affairs team. In particular, Rebecca Arcaini, who was the project manager for the first time, and there was a bit of a change. It moved faster. They got to the dancing faster. So I have to say congratulations, Beck. You did a wonderful job. All that were there that loved it. And from what I saw on Facebook and LinkedIn, it was an absolute fantastic success of a night. Well done, Lord Mayor, and to the Trinity Council.
Further speakers to general business.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Dixon.
Madam Chair, I move that standing rules be suspended in order to move a motion that is not listed on the agenda.
Seconded. Has been moved by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Givney to suspend standing orders. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Councillor Dixon.
Madam Chair, I move that as Councillor Cassidy has 3 orders of unsuitable meeting conduct at the council meetings on the 19th of November 2024, 25th of March 2025 and 11th of November 2025, as Section 21, paragraph 10 of the Meetings Local Law requires that these matters must be dealt with at the next meeting of Council. Then Council resolves to refer the matter to the Office of the Independent.
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Gibney. As Councillor Cassidy has 3 orders of unsuitable meeting conduct at the Council meetings on the 19th of November 2024, 25th of March 2025 and 11th November 2025, as Section 2110 of the Meetings Local Law requires that these matters must be dealt with at the next meeting of Council, then Council resolves to refer the matter to the Office of the Independent Assessor. Councillor Dixon.
Madam Chair, I'm disappointed to be having to move this motion today. As we have said in the chamber many times, this is what the law requires. We do not agree with this law. This requirement was introduced by the former state Labor government with no consultation and very little thought for how it would work in practice. And we and other councils have advocated for it to be changed. We welcome the fact that the Crisafulli government has announced that it will revisit these laws, including councillor conduct breaches and the process for dealing with them. But as of today, no bill has been tabled and the law of the land has not changed. So I have brought this motion to address Councillor Cassidy's unsuitable meeting conduct and to ensure that it is investigated independently through an apolitical process. I'll say no more about Councillor Cassidy's specific conduct that led to this outcome. He knows that the way he behaved was wrong, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I do not accept that. I do not accept that I know what I did was wrong. Now, what's led to this motion here is 3 instances where you, Chair, have noted my conduct in the minutes. Predominantly for what you say was interjecting last week, the final warning, I guess, which led to that was, and totally factually wrong what you said out loud because there's a video recording in this place, is you said I was wandering around the chamber shouting out. It's not true. You know it's not true. The word slipped out of your mouth. I was not wandering around the chamber, but with you and with the LNP facts, don't get in the way of a good story, do they? But when you go to the Meetings Local Law, Chair, and you often talk about interjections as not being allowed and interjecting as being unsuitable meeting conduct, if you go and just do a Control-F in the digital copy of the Meetings Local Law, look for the word interjection. It appears once. Do you know where? I've got it here, I can help you. No debate or interjections or points of order will be permitted during any public address or any response to such public address, but the Lord Mayor or relevant Civic Cabinet Chair may respond on the day if appropriate. It's the only reference in the Meetings Local Law to the word interject or interjection. Now, I make this point because the chairing of these meetings is extremely selective. Any normal, ordinary person watching these meetings, if they put themselves through the trauma of watching an entire council meeting on YouTube, they would see that the chairing of the meetings is biased and the chair makes up different sets of rules for different sides of the chamber. And just one example, so that section I just read out there is the only section in the Meetings Local Law which talks about interjecting being specifically banned, specifically when there's a public participant in the chamber. Now, I'm not saying this targeting Councillor Massey in any way because I actually support the ability for councillors to do it, but Councillor Massey interjected 4 times during a public participant. She said here, here, and a supportive, right? But that's specifically the only instance where interjecting would be unsuitable meeting conduct, but Councillor Massey wasn't pulled up on that. And this brings me to another point, Chair, where you say that supportive interjections are okay under the Meetings Local Law, but non-supportive interjections are apparently not okay. So the Meetings Local Law does talk about councillors being silent in certain circumstances. This is section 55(4). This is the only point at which this talks about this. Councillors shall remain seated and silent while A, a petition is being read, and B, the first speech of a new councillor is made, and C, a vote is being taken, except 1, when requesting a division, or 2, whilst actually voting by voice. It goes on to say in point 5, no councillor is speaking shall be interrupted except as provided for by these standing rules. So you have 2 different rules, one of which follows the letter of the law according to one point in the meeting's local law applied to non-LNP councillors, and you make up different rules and you apply them differently. Even just before, when you said they were supportive, they were laughing, and that's okay. According to the meeting's local law, it's not, and when Councillor Griffiths does it out loud, you warn him. But you just laugh along and say, oh, well, he does it over there, the LNP can do it. So if we are to apply, and the problem we have here is the only recourse we have as councillors, we can't refer these things and we can't communicate these with the OIA. We have to do what Councillor Johnston did and seek a ruling that you engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct. But the meeting's local law is very clear, and for all of the world to see, and for all of the senior management and council who are watching this, and for anybody who wants to go review this, all of the orders of which you have made against the independent councillor and Labor councillors being noted in the minutes and being referred off there, if you wanted to follow them to the letter of the law, you should be doing it for LNP councillors as well. Yeah. So all of these rulings have been incorrect and biased. And this place was, for such a long time, genuinely a pretty robust, a place of robust political debate. And LNP councillors who were chairs allowed a bit of backwards and forwards, and interjecting and robust debate has been part of Western-style democracy for a long time.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Wines.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I just rise in response to, in relation to the matters that have been raised. We've said this on many occasions in the past, that we don't necessarily support this. Councillor Dixon was right in her identification that the Labor government, previous Labor governments, particularly under Stephen Miles, put these rules in place. We have raised our concerns with them. I have done so on many occasions. Councillor Cassidy has listed out his concerns with how we've reached this point. The necessity of this resolution indicates your concerns that have brought us to this point. I think it's in the best interest of all of us that an independent external agency reviews this. I think that that the comments made require consideration beyond members of this body, which is why we are proposing that it be referred to an external group. And I've said that many times in the past. The accusations that this has become some sort of kangaroo court, I don't support that. I don't think that should ever happen in this place, and that's why I firmly believe we should always refer these things to an independent external body, in this instance the OIA. So I trust that if you support Councillor Lander's position and you support Councillor Cassidy's position, that there's some kind of a capacity to interpret a political interpretation, then we need a third party to deal with this, which is why I'm more than happy to speak in favour of the resolution, but also move that the resolution now be put.
Seconded.
Has been moved by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Dixon for the motion to be put. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division. Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Kim. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 14 in favour and 7 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seat. Councillor Dixon, right of reply. We'll now put the actual motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division. Sorry,
Division
I thought that's what I
by
was doing.
Councillor Cassidy. I think it was seconded by Councillor Johnston. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 15 in favour and 7 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors, are there any further items of general business? We'll now move to the notified motion. I draw your attention to item 8 on the agenda. Councillor Johnston, would you please move the motion?
I move that Brisbane City Council re-establishes the kindergarten free tree program cut by the LNP administration.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Cassidy that Brisbane City Council re-establishes the kindergarten free tree program cut by the LNP administration. Councillor Johnston.
I rise to move this motion today because kindergartens right across Brisbane are missing out in participating in Council's free tree program. Under the changes made, I think 2 years ago now, this will be the 3rd year, kindergartens used to be able to participate in with schools to receive 50 free trees during the year, usually as part of Arbor Day, but there was a little bit of flexibility around when the kindergartens could have the trees. Now kindergartens have been removed from the list, and the list now only notes that they note that the kindergartens are specifically excluded from the program, and it also notes that lessees are entitled to 20 trees per year. Now, I know many councillors have kindergartens. I have 15 in my area. Some are on council leased facilities and others are on either church property or state government land. So these kindergartens are missing out on access to, or they're privately owned. Some of these community kindergartens have had land gifted to them and it's privately owned. It's owned by the kindy. So unfortunately, because of this LNP administration, we are seeing that some of the most, I think probably dedicated is not the right word because we're talking about young people, but some of the most committed people in our community, that's young people and their carers and educators who, in the kindies out my way, are so engaged in wanting sustainability and nature as part of the educational experience, they're being excluded from participation in the free tree program. We heard Councillor Davis earlier today say how the LNP is at the forefront of practical action when it comes to the environment and sustainability. Well, tonight she has the opportunity to stand up, to support this motion and to prove what she has said in her own words here this evening, that this LNP administration is committed to practical action. It is incumbent upon all of us to make sure that our young people have access to this free tree program. Now, I don't know why it was cut to start with. I suspect, for some of the newer councillors here, usually the LNP don't actually speak to the motions that I put up, so I don't know if Councillor Davis is going to stand up and speak. I suspect she won't, and I suspect that Councillor Dixon's about to stand up and table my motion, and she's smiling, so I'm on the money, Councillor Griffiths. And we are going to see the LNP administration block a very simple, practical, environmental sustainability motion that would help improve our habitat, our biodiversity, shade, improve the amenity and help protect the local environment of Brisbane by allowing kindergartens to plant trees. That's all we're talking about. Now, not every kindy will want to do it. Some kindies in my area, unsurprisingly, have AstroTurf. They don't actually have grass, but others have a lot of space and they want to plant trees. And I strongly support them doing so. In fact, I have supported them through the SEF, but that's when I realised, well, why aren't they applying through the council program? And earlier this year, because they can't, they've been blocked. So I just want all councillors to support this motion. For anybody who's still listening, and it's been a delightful afternoon and evening, this is a very simple motion. It is requesting that council re-establishes the kindergarten free tree program so we can plant more trees in our city. It's as simple as that. So the littlest people in our communities and educators can model the kind of behaviour that we want to see across Brisbane. We're trying to reach that 40% tree cover across Brisbane. We're not there. We can never meet that target. In my own area, we see trees, hundreds of trees went down in the supercell storm 3 weeks ago. This is one of those ways we can start replanting trees in local areas to help kindies learn about nature and contribute to environmental sustainability. It's only going to be good for the city. Now, in the 15 seconds left, I'll say this. This is not something to play stupid politics on. The LNP shouldn't table or block this motion. Just vote for trees for our young people and protect the environment in Brisbane with practical
Councillor Johnson,
action.
your time has expired. Further speakers? Councillor Dixon.
Madam Chair, I rise to speak on this motion and admit that I'm a little surprised that this is something that Councillor Johnson feels the need to bring to a council meeting. First, I wasn't familiar with the program that Councillor Johnston is referring to. The Shrinner Council has a proud legacy of providing free native plants to residents, to schools, community groups and new citizens. It's a long-running and much-loved program. But there is not and has never been a program that specifically provides free native plants to kindergartens and daycare centres. Now, I've had a look at AP 075, which is the Free Native Plants Policy, and I can confirm it has not changed in several years. Under that policy, it has always been the case that kindies and daycares on council lease sites are eligible for an annual allocation of free native plants. Additionally, those that are listed in the schedules of fees and charges as charitable organisations are also eligible. This eligibility under the policy has not changed. For-profit kindies and daycares on private land, which are essentially private businesses, have never been entitled to a specific allocation of free native plants under this policy. But it is not a one-size-fits-all approach. The policy can be amended or varied at the discretion of the news branch manager. So, an exemption can be made for an organisation that doesn't fall into the above categories, but has a compelling reason for free plants to be provided. All Councillor Johnson has to do is ask, Madam Chair. Sure. Given that the news manager is the delegate under this policy, it is they who have the decision-making power. I'm confused as to why Councillor Johnson has brought this issue to a full council meeting to resolve. I think this is a simple misunderstanding that can be easily resolved through engaging with council officers. So for that reason, I move that this motion be put.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Gibney that the motion now be put. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it. Councillor Johnston.
Right. I thank Councillor Dixon for her commentary, and it's very unfortunate that she's been sent out to do this. And I would say to Councillor Dixon that the reason you've been sent out to do this is because what you have just said in this chamber is completely untrue. First thing I'm going to say is this motion doesn't address any commercial businesses and it doesn't address daycare. It refers to kindergartens. Council's own public website states that kindergartens are ineligible for these free trees. And for those councillors who've been here a long time, we know that kindergartens have historically been eligible to get the trees because for years and years and years we assisted our kindies to do so. Yep. Now, the next thing I would say is if it's as simple as reaching out, Councillor Dixon, goodness me, don't you think that perhaps I would have tried that, Madam Chairman, through you? And perhaps I did ask Council to re-establish the free tree program for the kindies? No, I wouldn't just come in here without having tried to do this before. So let me read you what Council has told me when I've asked. And I presume that my requests have gone to the people you're talking about, that it's not just somebody who's made up some rubbish answer to give to me, unless it's come maybe from the Chair's office directly. Thank you for your inquiry requesting plants for X kindergarten, I'm going to say, not say the name of it. I've got heaps on state government land. Council appreciates taking the time to write to us. Unfortunately, the free native plants program is no longer available to kindergartens. No longer available to kindergartens. Guess who that's from? The Natural Environment, Water, Sustainability, Environment, Parks and Sustainability Service, and I'm not going to give the name of the officer because according to Councillor Dixon, there's a process for this to happen. So not only have I tried to do this at an officer level and been rebuffed, the kindergartens have tried to do it at an officer level and been rebuffed. And for any council officer up there listening now, these requests have been made. But not only that, 6 weeks ago I wrote to the CEO of Council asking why has this happened, can we reinstate it, can we do this? I'm still waiting on a reply from her as well. You fill out the form, you wait to get an answer back. It's supposed to happen more quickly than it does. So again, they've sent out one of the newest councillors in the place to take the heat, to sprout mistruths in this place about what's going on. This program was available to kindergartens. This program is being refused to councillors and to the kindergartens themselves. The CEO hasn't bothered to respond. So yes, I'm going to come in here as an elected representative and use the power and authority given to me to come in here and say, let's do something simple and good. Let's send a message to the council officers because it is this body that changes policy and we can do it right here this evening and re-establish this program with a clear decision that can be implemented by council officers so that kindies aren't told no, I'm not told no, you're not told no, and depending on the day of the week or the council officer, maybe you can get them or maybe you can't. That's not the way this council should operate. There should be a clear and accountable process. That is what this motion is trying to do. This motion is making it clear all kindies are available. And I will say I have kindies on church land, community kindergartens run by parents for their children with community educators. I have them on state government land. I have them on state-owned and council-managed land, and they are missing out. They are missing out because this council has said no. And Councillor Davis didn't have the guts to get up here and say, well, yes, our practical action includes making sure kindergartens can have free trees. No, she didn't do that. She sent Councillor Dixon out to say there was never a program like this and you just have to ask. Well, I've been asking Councillor Dixon, and the reason I'm moving the motion is because Council has been saying no. And not only has Council been saying no, the CEO has not responded. So what am I to do? I want these kindergartens and these young people to have access to the free tree program. So I've moved a motion in here, and I hope that everybody will vote and support it now, because Councillor Dixon, you're well aware.
Councillor
we have
Johnston, your
asked.
time has expired. I'll now put that motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no.
No.
The motion is lost.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Chongwa. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 15 against.
That motion is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors, that now ends today's meeting.